A very good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to Knockhill Racing Circuit. You join us just in the opening stages of our very first race of the day. This is the Scottish Mini Cooper Cup and the Mini Cooper S Cup. Apologies for the tardiness this morning. We all had to get a little bit of our beauty sleep and get up and at 'em this morning, and that is exactly what we are doing here today. As you can see, it's Ollie Mortimer right at the front of the field there. He took pole position for the R53s with Craig Blake in second place, Jamie Blake in third position for the R53s with Andrew Lamont, the last of those runners. Michael Weddle, though, looking to make hay while the sun shines, trying to return to greatness. That's a fantastic opening bout that he had in the opening rounds of the season here. As we're watching things go, though, 11 laps left to go right now, and you can see the cars coming through Clark's Corner just now. That beautiful yellow machine there coming through Clark's Corner. You can see the 97 and the 95 of Jamie Blake and Craig Blake fighting it out, so Jamie Blake gets the number over into second place in those R53s just now. They come across the timing line to complete another lap. 2 laps done here at Knockhill for the first race of the day down into Duffus Dip. This is the Mini Coopers then, and it's the number 19 of Christopher Watt who pulls one over on Michael Weddle. He's got the lead now as they start the next lap. It's Chris Watt from Michael Weddle from Ian Munro, Jack Irvin in 4th position, Ryan Smith down in 5th, Chad Little in 6th position, Gordon Long in 7th place as well there. Really good scrap kicking off just now in the newcomer class as well. Jack Irvin currently leading that one ahead of Finn Mash and Jamie Brown, with Ewan Robertson in 4th place for the newcomers as well. But the cars currently heading their way down towards the hairpin, although such is the speed difference for the R53s. They're already halfway round the lap and coming up towards the line just now. You can see the number 70 of Ollie Mortimer just coming across the line there just now to complete yet another lap. 9 left to go here on the clock for the first race of the day. Again, a full schedule of races. We've got around about 13 or 14 races coming up today. After this one, we've got the modified Ford Series. As you see, big body up there for the 95 of Craig Blake there. Looks like it's the front right of that car there. Huge puff of smoke there, and that is going to be the, it looks like possibly the inner wheel lining on that one. It'll be rubbing against the tyre there. Hopefully it's nothing more serious than that, because if that's a suspension issue, that could be the weekend done and dusted at such an early stage for that. But it's still Ollie Mortimer out in front from Jamie Blake and Andy Lamont in the R53s. Chris Watt, though, a bit of a surprise to see such a dominant fashion over Michael Weddle so far, doing a grand job of pulling these things round. There's something flapping on the front of that number 70 car of Ollie Mortimer there. Looks like it could just be a little bit of window trim, the rubber window trim that goes round the outside of the glass there. Certainly looks like it's only flapping about at high speed here. And just watching the cars making their way around. So, as we said, Michael Weddle, when he came into this this race, the reigning SMRC Mini Cooper champion, and just a gaggle of cars heading down in towards Duffus Dip just now. You've got Chad Little, you've got Jack Irvin in there as well. You've got Gordon Long. Again, there's total resurgence from Gordon Long as well. He's done fantastically this season. Was struggling towards the mid-pack, towards the back of the mid-pack through the first couple of seasons that he took part in the Mini Cooper Cup, but really has been shown a very strong outing and a strong show of pace just now. But you can see the cars here coming up through Clark's as well. Very difficult corner to get correct. The curbing on the inside does tend to throw that car out to the outside, throws it into the gravel, and you want to try and get as straight a line as you possibly can. That's why you see a lot of the cars kicking up 2 wheels over the gravel on the inside there. But you can see the 23 of Ian Munro. I am completely biased, of course. Absolutely love that car because it's yellow and black and a beautiful looking machine, but he is under intense pressure right now. Ryan Smith all over the back. It's a 5-car train. You've got 3 cars almost 3 wide going down into Duffus Dip. That was Ian Munro, Ryan Smith and Chad Little that were all duking it out as we keep an eye on the cars coming in towards hairpin. But that means that Ian Munro, Ryan Smith, they'll be going down through Butchers just now, up over the chicane, and then in through Clark's as well. As you can see, your R53s coming out the final corner then. Again, this is such as the disparity between the two classes here. The R53 is an absolute rocket ship compared to these Mini Cooper Cup cars, and you can see still nose to tail, absolutely nothing to separate Ian Munro, Ryan Smith, Chad Little, Jack Irvine and Gordon Long as they come in towards the chicane here. But a brilliant battle, and if you ask the guys afterwards, which we'll hear from Andy Alston as Ian Munro puts a little wheel onto the gravel on the outside there, they leave the cars with the biggest smile on their faces because of the intensity of these racing, or of these this specific championship. It's nose to tail all the way through. No quarter asked or given in these things, as we've got 6 laps left to go here. Ollie Mortimer still the fastest man on track, 58.589, and incredible pace. And again, for reference, that is a good 5 to 6 seconds faster than the fastest lap times from the Mini Cooper Cup here just now. You can see up over the crest of the hill there, that is the number 1 of Michael Weddle, the number 1, signifying that he is the dominant champion here of the Mini Cooper Cup. I think he'll like me calling him that, but we'll certainly see how he's doing, because he's not really able to keep much with Christopher Watt. It's a huge move up the inside there, and that was Ian Munro trying to take the move, and there's the 94 Ryan Smith sent to the gravel on the inside. So was the number 30 there of Gordon Long, and again, just talking about the change of Gordon Long, he wasn't involved really too much with the scraps last year or over the previous seasons. He has definitely rolled up his sleeves and definitely getting involved with the thick of it now. He's cost himself a lot of time though with that little scrap there. You see another 2 cars further down the order. That's David Taylor, you've got Chris Coburn, Andy Bell, Ewan Robertson, Jamie Brown, Craig Blake has retired from the race, as has Neil Hose, moving to the Mini Coopers from the Formula Ford outings as well. But there you see Michael Weddle giving it the beans coming up through Clarkson. Little flick of the tail as that car wants to try and go faster than it actually can over that curbing there and over through that corner. But with 4 laps left to go, Ollie Mortimer now has a 1.1 second lead as that's late on the brakes goes Chad Little up the inside to number 23 Ian Munro, as cool, calm, collected as you like, and number 65 Jack Irvine sees that, thinks I'm going to have a little piece of that myself, takes the position. Ian Munro gets absolutely mugged, 2 places lost at the end of 1 corner. That means now that Ian Munro sent back down to 8th position overall, but again within the classes that means that he's only down into to 5th place. So yeah, that is not what you want to see happening. Certainly it's a very frustrating experience for a driver. You want to be respectful and kind and courteous to your fellow racers. You don't want to give them an opportunity, but there does come a moment where realistically you have to throw in the white flag and you have to let the move actually happen up in front of you. Look at the gap though that is out in front of Chris Watt and Michael Weddle though. Behind to the cars, and that's contact. That looked like David Taylor getting spun round there at the exit of Clark's, and that's a big contact there. That was contact, I believe, with Chris Coburn, and that's a lot of damage. In fact, that is not David Taylor, excuse me, that was a mistake. That was Gordon Long, the number 30, that was involved with that one. So apologies for the mix-up there. Gordon Long sent into the tyre barrier, contact with one of the cars behind him, and if that was the case, that might have been Daniel Patterson. We'll need to try and get a replay at some point of that one. The car limps its way back round the railway bend, and that was a heavy contact for that car. Predictable, you saw it was going to happen a mile off. The 2 cars just did not want to give an inch there. Contact to the rear right of Gordon Long, and that is going to send you into the barriers. That is a predictable outcome there, and you hate to say it, but thankfully Gordon absolutely fine. The car looks at least like it's still running. He'll be able to get that repaired in time for the next race though. But 2 laps still to go here. Still Ollie Mortimer in the lead of the R53s from Jamie Blake and Andrew Lamont. Chris Watt in the lead of... and now, excuse me, I've been absolutely telling porcupines here. I hadn't been paying attention properly here. I didn't realise Chris Watt was actually in the R53s. It's saying that he's in R53s, but if he is in R53s, he's going incredibly slow because he's actually on pace with the Mini Cooper. So we'll try and get clarification on that. I did think it's strange that somebody was able to be so much faster than Michael Weddle there. I'm sure he would have been surprised if that was the case as well. But at the moment, it does look like Michael Weddle then in the lead of the Mini Coopers. We'll get clarification on that as the timing screen updates itself. But Chad Little in second place, it would appear, with Ian Munro then into third position then. So Ian Munro has undone some of that damage that was caused earlier on, as we saw Jack Irvine trying to take bites out of there. He's got that position back as well. Further down the order then, as we see Finn Mash, Daniel Patterson and Chris Coburn. And that's Ian Munro trying to have another little look up the inside of the 25 of Chad Little there. Another little nudge on the outside there from Jack Irvine. It's not going to happen as we go into the final lap then. 1 lap left to go for your race leaders. Ollie Mortimer already looking like he's trying to make his way through. You can see the number 70 right on the back, just coming under the Beats and Film Supply Bridge. And there we go, the checkered flag already out. Ollie Mortimer takes the win from Jamie Blake. Andrew Lamont in third position. Chris Watt down in fourth. And it does look like then it's going to be Michael Weddle then taking the win for the Mini Cooper Cup, with Chad Little in second place. Ian Munro is in third. Again, we'll clarify about Chris Watt there, certainly for the pace-wise anyway. Jack Irvine is going to be in fourth position. Ryan Smith in fifth. Finn Mash in sixth. Daniel Patterson in seventh. Chris Coburn in eighth. Andrew Bell in ninth. David Taylor in 10th. Ewan Robertson in 11th. Jamie Brown in 12th. Gordon Long in 13th, and DNFs for Craig Blake and Neil Hose. So there we go. Again, apologies about the late start to the stream. A very good morning. Hope you're having a wonderful, wonderful Sunday, and a huge thank you for you to come join us here at Knockhill. It's a fairly decent day actually here at Knockhill. So if you are in the area and you do want an awesome day at the races, pop by. Because there is quite literally nothing like coming to see these drivers and these cars out in action. It is going to be a jam-packed show that we've got for you today. As we said, up next is the Modified Ford Series. But the big one today is, of course, 1 o'clock this afternoon. That's when it's scheduled for the Super Touring Trophy for the David Leslie Trophy. That is your proper 90s Super Tourers. They are an incredible sight to behold. If you've not seen them racing lately, yeah, it is just epic, epic stuff. Big bad John Cleland will be out on force today, but the Minis making their way into the Holden area. And I think just as we see them now, we'll see if we can go and find Andy Alston. He should be down there in the Holden area. And let's see if we can get a word with our drivers.
Race to start the day here at Knockhill. We have this man here, Ollie Mortimer, winning in the Mini Cooper S car, the R53. A fantastic drive from the number 70 car. Michael Weddle taking the checker flag in the Mini Cooper Cup category as well. But it's this man here, Ollie Mortimer, back on the grid for 2022, and he is back with a bang, with a fantastic race to get us underway. And here is Ollie now. And Ollie, you must be delighted with how your event started here with a very, very strong performance. But the chasing pack, they gave you a good run and we're there all the way.
Yeah, it was really good. I enjoyed it. I thought it was going to be a safety car because there normally is in Mini Cooper racing. But yeah, it was quite a straightforward race. But this is a new car to us, so the tyres started going off a little bit towards the end, and that genuinely that was my pace. So Jamie was catching me a wee bit, and then the back markers came into play. So it was quite, it probably wasn't as easy as it looked. So a few adjustments to make to the car, but big thanks to David Slay Racing for the use of the car, and to Edinburgh Watch Company for helping me get here. So brilliant.
Absolutely, and car feels good. You feel quite comfortable, growing in confidence with it as well with every lap.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, it's different suspension on this car. I'm used to leader. This has got ASTs on it. I prefer leader, but I'm sure we can adjust it out to make it feel like, a car that I'm suited to. So a few adjustments to make, and then we'll be back stronger hopefully in the second race.
Great stuff. Thanks for joining us. Ollie Mortimer there, winning in the Mini Cooper S category, the R53, a fantastic car there as well, and he will be very, very happy with how his event has started, and we're looking to build on that as well, of course. Let's catch up with a couple of other drivers now and get their thoughts on the race. Let's get a quick chat with Ian Munro here. Ian, you had a very, very eventful opener there. Just talk us through that one from your perspective.
Yeah, I mean, I got a good start. A couple of them tangled a wee bit, and then I got past them. And I was trying to catch Michael, and I started walking up a wee bit at the hairpin, and I let someone past. And then there was a wee bit of a dicing back and forward from then on. But it was pretty good. Just probably, well, I couldn't catch Michael, and then the rest of us were pretty similar. So it was good fun, no damage, and a wee bit of passing. So no, I was happy enough. Like.
And lots of cars round about you as well. It was constantly having to check the mirrors throughout as well as focus on the track ahead of you.
Yeah, especially at the hairpin there, because they were a wee bit quicker when we went down to the hairpin, I think. And I didn't want to turn in on folk too much, so it was kind of. I think that's why I was a wee bit back and forward, because once it was kind of, once I knew they were coming, I wasn't too hard on them. So, but I managed to get them back again. So. Yeah, cheers.
Great stuff, Ian Munro there. That's a very good start to his campaign as well. Let's grab a quick chat with the winner in the Mini Cooper Cup category, which is our reigning champion, Michael Weddle, who's just here now. Michael, great start to your weekend. You must be delighted with how things have gone there.
Yeah, if all the races were that easy, I'd be delighted. But no, that was probably one of the better races I've had there. I knew it was important to get the jump on Chris on the Blue Cooper S. I knew if I could get the jump on him, because it was his first weekend, so he was going to be a bit tentative, so I could build a gap. And I worked out to my advantage. I seen I got the neck gap between myself and Neil, and I just knew I just needed to get my head down and just go for it. So yeah, good start to the day.
Absolutely. Still pushing all the way as well. The car's behind you scrapping, but you're still looking to get as much performance and pace out that car as you can.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's not until you got about 3 laps left, you look at the gap, you're right. Nothing stupid now. Bring it home. The boys in Minimax have done a mega job over yesterday. We were struggling a little bit yesterday, so a few tweaks over the day, and the car's back on song. So not delighted.
Excellent, great stuff. Well done, Michael. That's Michael Weddle there, the winner of the Mini Cooper Cup category. I'll now hand you back over to Dave Christie for the next race, which is about to get underway.
Thanks very much, Andy, over there in the Holden area. Great to hear from the drivers as well. So just to confirm then, Michael Weldon taking the win of that class there. The Mini Coopers will be back out in the afternoon at around about 5 to 2 this afternoon. Up next, as we said, is the modified Ford series visiting us for the only time this season. Again, this is open to a wide range of classic Ford machinery. And if you are a bit of a Ford fan, then you are going to be in absolute heaven with this race. You've got the likes of the Escorts, the proper classic Escorts. You've got a couple of Sierras out there as well. You've got an XR4i, which is just, beautiful, beautiful stuff there. Ashley Shelswell in the number 3. Keep an eye out for that one. But again, you've got the Mark 1 Escorts as well. A couple of Ford Pumas out there as well. Very, very big fan of the Pumas. Wonderfully underrated little machines and so much fun to take round the track here at Knockhill. To bring you up to speed then, it is a class-based system. You've got Class A, you've got Class B, Class C, Class B+, Class SB. We'll bring you through all of what that means as the cars heading their way through. So at the moment, some track clean-up work underway as well. Just want to say as well, again, a huge thank you to everyone that is watching on YouTube. Send your comments in, and we'll do our very best to answer any of the questions that you've got out there for us just now. And yeah, it'll be awesome stuff. After this one, we've got the Scottish C1 Cup. And then at 12 o'clock, we've got the Scottish Fiesta STs, the first race of them as well. As we said, then we've got the lunch break, and then that is going to be the Super Tourers that are going to be open for a grid walk. And then at 1 o'clock, we've got the Super Touring Trophy for the David Leslie Trophy. That is highly coveted and one of the pinnacle events of the season here for the SMRC calendar. That will be an amazing 15-minute race. And then at 1:30, the Scottish Classic Sports and Saloons, they're out for their first race, and then we do it all over again. With the exception of the Scottish Mini Cooper Cup, all of the races are going to be 2 races, and the minis are going to be out for 3s. But that third mini race, remember, is only going to be the Mini Coopers. You won't get the R53s out for a third time just now. Let's take you through the qualifying order then for the modified Ford. And it is Dave Cockle taking pole position with the Ford Escort Cosworth in A class with a time of 52.268. Second place alongside him on the grid is going to be Jack Gadd with a 53.988. Now he is in a proper old school Mark 1 RSR Ford Escort. Piers Grange is going to be on row 2 then in third place in the 56 Ford Escort Mark 2. Malcolm Harding will be on fourth position, 101 in the Ford Escort Mark 2 Zack Speed machine. It's going to be Graham Waite in the number 19 Ford Sapphire Cosworth on the third row in fifth position. David Mateus is going to be in the Ford Escort Cosworth in sixth position. Seventh position is going to be Ashley Shelswell in the aforementioned Ford Sierra XR41, and then in eighth position is going to be Gary Waite. So that is just some of the drivers taking part in this this next race, and again from the 8th position downwards. And we're just, in fact, there we go. In ninth position is going to be Paul Neville. There we go, we've got there eventually. In the Ford Escort Mark II, Paul Daly in 10th position rounds out row 5. Row 6 is going to be Dave Gadd and David Guthrie. Row 7 is going to be Tony Paxman in the Ford Escort Mark I and Alex Bohm in the Ford Fiesta. Be in 15th position, Dave Barrett in 16th position as well. On row 9 is going to be Lloyd Jameson and Dan Cowan, and they are in the Ford Fiesta Mark IV and Ford Escort Cosworth as well. And Mark Hadfield's in the Ford Puma, Kevin Hadfield in the Ford Puma, 21 and 76, 19th and 20th position, and then Richard Sanders in the Ford Fiesta ST 150. So the cars making their way out of the holding area, and if our boy Andy Alston is feeling like a ninja, we might be able to head down onto the grid. We'll wait with bated breath to see of this, but this is going to be race number 2 of the calendar today. It is going to be a 15-minute race. And the car's just making her way over the chicane now, and great to see we've got the full complement of cameras with us now, so we can see all around the track. A huge thank you to the guys and girls at AJK Television for providing us with all of the tools that we need to get this live broadcast on the go, and as always a huge thank you to you for watching at home. But the car's just making her way over the corner at Clarksdale, head over to the grids. And as I say, if we are very lucky, we will possibly get a word with Andy Alston down on the grid. But the car's just making her way through just now, and I'm not 100% sure, but I'm pretty sure that Ford isn't supposed to be creating that much smoke. That does look like that is a bit of a mobile oil field going on there. But thankfully, all of the well, no, I was about to say all of the smoke coming to an end there, but yeah, that doesn't look the best for that car there, and I get the feeling that is going to be, unfortunately, a very early retirement for that machine. Now that is one of the Escorts, just pulling off to the side there. Is that Lloyd Jameson in number 63? That is the question there. We'll wait and see what is going on. So that car's still smoking. Yeah, that's going to be straight into pit lane, unfortunately. Not even thinking about taking to the grid here. And we'll keep our eye on the cars there. I can't see Andy onto the grid there, so we'll take it that we're going to be going straight into a race there. And just having a look. Yeah, so the car's making their way and lining up. And in fact, I'm pretty sure I do see the nimble figure of a cameraman there. And yep, there is Andy Alston over at the bridge. So what we'll do is we'll hand things over to Andy, who's on the grids. Andy, what have you got for us down there?
Guesting at this event, and there is a very, very eclectic mix of cars here that are all taking their places on the grid. Really looking forward to how the action will shape up for this one. Let's grab a quick chat with one of the drivers here now. We've got Jack Gadd here on P2, who's here, and Jack is on the outside line, of course, here going into Duffus. Let's grab a quick chat with Jack. Jack, how's the car feeling ahead of this one? Everything feeling okay?
Yeah, feels great. Car feels great.
Yeah, good. Excellent. And that's Jack Gadd. Very confident, car feels good, he's quite happy. And with not long to go now, I'll hand back over to Dave Christie, who'll get the action underway.
Short but sweet words there from our pole sitter Dave Knockhill in the Ford Escort Cosworth at the front of the grids here. The car's ready to go for a 15-minute race here at Knockhill Racing Circuit, and my goodness, they look amazing, don't they? Those little Ford Pumas at the back, it's going to be an awesome sight to see. The car's making their way around for the green flag lap here. There we go then, green flag lap underway as we wait with bated breath. So again, we've lost one of the Ford Escorts from this modified series race there. You saw it in a very, very unfortunate puff of smoke. I can only hope that it is a very simple issue, but it did unfortunately look rather serious, like an engine deciding that it doesn't want to play on this Sunday morning. But nonetheless, we still have a wonderful sight of 20 Fords from all ages making their way around on this green flag lap. As we said, it's going to be a 15-minute race. Dave Knockhill on the pole position there with Jack Gadd in that SB Class Ford Escort Mark I RSR alongside him. It is certainly going to be a very different test for a lot of these drivers. And there's one of the two Pumas at the back there, run by Mark Hadfield and Kevin Hadfield. And again, as a commentator, we're supposed to be completely impartial. I don't care. I love those machines. Those are just absolutely beautiful little cars, and they look even more amazing when they're turned into fully spec'd race cars. Of course, you've got the fully fledged national the Ford Puma championship that goes all over the country, and yeah, I would definitely consider being part of that. They're awesome little machines. Anyway, enough of that, because the car's making their way round just now and onto the grid to get ready here. And the purpose of this is basically a chance for the drivers to get a feel for the track, to get a feel for the conditions, and give the cars essentially a last-minute shakedown. Because you know it doesn't count when the car's coming out of pit lane. It's not considered enough of a chance as well. The different tyre compounds that these drivers on as well makes quite a bit of difference, and it really does help having these cars on proper conditions. So a second green flag lap will be underway, so we'll let them get going through here for the modified Ford series. Scottish C1 Cup is up next after this one, and well, we all remember that incredible final race with the C1s. I'm only just recovered from the excitement of that final lap, and yeah, that is going to be absolutely epic if that picks up where they left off on that one. Fiesta STs is going to be the final action we get this morning before lunchtime, and then it's into the Super Touring Trophy after lunchtime. So you can see the red lights on the bridge there, and it's maybe a little bit more leisurely of a green flag lap than we're used to seeing here at Knockhill. The drivers taking their time to head through, and I'm running out of things to say about them. Although it's difficult because, you know, it's difficult to find things to speak about and not be absolutely caught up by how beautiful these classic machines look. I mean, the Mark 1 Escorts are, we see them all the time here at Knockhill anyway, as they're epic rally cars, but to actually see them out on the track still, you know, sending it left, right and centre, I tell you what, I do think they can pull one over their older brother, the Mark II Escort. But here we go then, the safety car pulls off then, and we get ready to go green. And it's a little bit different because we haven't seen a rolling start here for many times here. I think it was the Legends actually was the last time we see a rolling start, but away we go, and the cars absolutely roar into life under the Beatson Film Supply Bridge then for lap number 1. And this is going to be absolutely epic. You can see a little bit of contact further down, and I guess with the age of these things, what you usually find is that the driver's a little bit more respectful and a little bit more careful with each other than you would normally see in some of the other championships. But as it were, we're already halfway through the first lap then, coming over the chicane, the Pumas. Oh, and that's the 125 of Dan Cowan, who gets it all wrong at the exit of the chicane. Snap oversteer, and he will not be the first person, he certainly won't be the last, to do exactly that same incident time and time again. Green flag's been waved, and that car, it looks like it might be beached in the gravel. Oh, and the Mark 1 Escort, I'm having a look who that is on the outside there. That is a bit of lawn mowing, to put it very politely, and that was Pierce Grange pushing Malcolm Harding in that Zack Speed Mark II Escort out into the daisies on that left hand side of the final corner here. But lap number 2, what a start we've had to this race. As we said, 15 minutes it's going to be for the race, so 13.5 minutes left to go. And the cars come streaming down Duffus Dip there. That is the number 96, I believe it is, just making his way up into Clark Corner. In fact, that was the 95, sorry, of Dave Cockle in the lead of the race then. You'd like to say he's been hunted down at the moment, but given that he took about 0.8 of a second out of Jack Gads behind him, you've got Jack Gads in that Mark 1 RSR Escort just behind him, and then you've got Piers Grange in the Mark 2 Escort. Yeah, doing a really good job there. The Mark 2 trying to catch on to the back of Jack Gad there, and they've just left the rest of the field for dead there. Graham Waite, the 4th place car, is now what looks like 2 seconds behind the rest of those drivers for 1st, 2nd and 3rd position. Ashley Shelswell has had a stormer of a start down in, I believe it was 7th position, already up to 5th right now in that Ford Sierra XR41, and it's been a while since we've had a classic Sierra here at Knockhill Racing Circuit, and yeah, it does just bring back loads and loads of memories. In fact, there's an old video floating on YouTube of a mid-90s track day, and the Sierras were just everywhere. There was loads of them all out there, but just having a look there at who was that? That was Gary Waite in the 159 Ford Sapphire Cosworth, just making his way down into the final corner. So we clock off another lap then here at the modified Ford Series then, and lap 3, Dave Cockle still in the lead from Jack Gad. Jack Gad fires in the fastest lap of the race though, 54.075, takes 1/10 of a second out of your race leader. That gap now down under a second, 9/10 of a second, excuse me, between 1st and 2nd place there. There is the number 19 of Graham Waite, just ahead of Ashley Shelswell. Ashley does fancy getting that car just ahead of Graham Waite, but whether or not that is going to happen is going to be another matter entirely. And of course, Graham Waite and Gary Waite, no strangers here to Knockhill. They used to race in the classics as well. I do remember their names quite a lot from watching and from my time doing commentary here at Knockhill. So to see them back here with the modified Fords is a fantastic thing, essentially returning home. But there is your race leader streaking away down towards the final corner here. Dave Cockle doing a grand job there. And you can see as well in the background Tony Paxman in the number 57. That's the number 9 there of Mark Fremantle in the Ford Escort Mark 1, 10 minutes left to go in this race. It's still Dave Cockle from Jack Gad. That gap has gone up significantly in that last lap round there, so something has happened to Jack there. I'd love to say that it was incredible pace from Dave Cockle, but he's just doing exactly the same sort of pace that he was all the way through there. Jack Gad though losing half a second on that last lap round there. And so he is down 1.5 seconds now behind your race leader. Piers Grange still in third position. Graham Waite in fourth. It's Ashley Shelswell in fifth position, with Malcolm Harding in sixth. And you can still see here the number 9 of Mark Fremantle just going up through the corner at Clark's there. Number 57 behind him, Tony Paxman in the Ford Escort Mark 1. Looks like he's harassing and hunting that car up in front of him and doing a fairly decent. There is the awesome sight, a brief awesome sight of one of the Pumas coming over the hill. I believe that is the number 21 of Mark Hadfield. Again, we're supposed to be, as commentators, completely unbiased, but I still argue that is one of the finest race cars you'll see on the grid here. And maybe not better than a Sierra. I don't think anything could be better than a Sierra. But yeah, doing a grand job in the Pumas, and certainly beating out the number 76 of Kevin Hadfield as well. So a little bit of drama at the hairpin there as the 159 makes a move on the number 87. So that was Gary Waite actually for position, moving up into 7th position from Gary Waite, but Gary Waite gets that position back on the exit of, David Mateus gets that position back on the exit of the corner, just on the pure drive alone up the hill here. And this is the view coming out of the exit of Clark's. Just now, that uphill right-hander, you can see just how much the car's wanting to weave about from left to right here. Blue flags flying already, which means that we've got lap traffic already being an issue, and we're only about 6.5 minutes into the race. So obviously some of the cars having some issues making their way around. And looking at lap times, Dave Cockle, fastest car out there just now was a 54.040. And then you look all the way down to the likes of Richard Sanders and Dan Cowan at the back of the field, who are doing 106s. So maybe not surprising to see within 10 laps that cars are already going to get caught up here. But there again, you can see the number 57 of Tony Paxman finally getting past that number 9 of Mark Fremantle there, and the number 61 of David Guthrie in the a little bit more familiar sight of a Ford Fiesta here at Knockhill. He fancies being a little bit brave, sent it up the inside there, and the number 9 of Mark Fremantle doesn't really have an answer for that. He kind of knows that he's going to have to give that position up, and this is what I was saying earlier on about drivers. You know, you have to kind of know when to take your chances. Mark Fremantle feels a little bit brave as well. They're going to go side by side, are they? Down into Duffus Dip. That was a very misleading camera angle there. I was getting very excited, but that Fiesta is already cleared off into next week behind Tony Paxman right now. Meanwhile, back to your race leaders. Dave Cockle still in the lead of this race. Jack Gadd in second place. Piers Grange in third. This is still with Tony Paxman right now. And wow, awesome racing for these Fords, and a very welcome sight. Of course, the Ford racing up here at Knockhill with the SMRC has a massive pedigree, whether that has been the XR2s back in the day, or more recently with the Fiesta ST Championship that was seen as the natural successor to the XR2s. It's always been a little bit of a home ground for the Ford racing machines, and it's fantastic to see some of the others out there as well. Again, we've seen the Mark 1 Escorts and the Mark 2 Escorts giving it, you know, big sends up on the rally part of Knockhill here, and it's just fantastic to see them represented out there on the racetrack as well. But 8 minutes gone in the race just now. Still Dave Cockle from Jack Gadd and Piers Grange 1, 2, 3 in this modified Ford series. Up next is going to be the Scottish C1 Cup after the finish of this race here. But with 6 minutes left to go, it doesn't look like we're going to have much going on for the lead. And I say that because Jack Gadd was dropping down, was being the words, and that gap down very slightly as they come across some traffic already. And it's difficult to believe, but we're already starting to put a lap down on some of these drivers a little bit further down the order as well. just watching them coming out of the final corner there, still focusing on Mark Fremantle here. It'd be good though to see if we can pick up Jack Gadd, because that gap for the number 59 in second place has now extended, and I think that puts pay to any chance of challenging for the lead for the number 59 Jack Gadd. That gap now 2.6 seconds, and that is almost 100% going to be down to the fact that they had to navigate some lap traffic there. That is pretty much going to put to bed any chance that he had. And again, just looking at the gaps through the field as well though, I mean, Piers Grange just 6.7 seconds behind your race leader, so about maybe 4 seconds behind second place then, and then everyone else is just, you know, fallen off quite significantly. So the pace of this Ford Escort Cosworth by Dave Cockle is absolutely incredible. Really, really good to see here. And there is the number 68, and you can see the 57 again of Tony Paxman. So the 58 there, just making his way out of the final corner. That is Dave Gadd in the 58 in the Mark 1 Ford Escort. So 4 3/4 minutes left to go in this race here under the Beatson's Building Supply for the 11th time, if you can believe it. We've already got at least 10 laps in the book here of this 15-minute race. Still Dave Cockle from Jack Gadd and Piers Grange here. And again, you can see the number 9 just going through your shot there. But just following the cars round there, that was the 101. That was Malcolm Harding that you were actually seeing now. So you've seen a lot of the cars actually struggling to navigate through these cars that are going a lap down here. You can see the 57 there again of Tony Paxman. This is coming out of Clark Corner on the run down. Now, he is still fighting to hold on to that position from David Guthrie in that Ford Fiesta just behind there. Guthrie has all of the moves when it comes to the tight corners here, but as soon as you get a little bit of straight line there, Tony Paxman just lights up the rear tyres, and that thing is gone, soon to be gone, as we go on to the 12th lap of Asking here at Knockhill for the second round of the Scottish Motor Racing Championship. A huge thank you to everyone joining us here for the live stream. It's Dave Christie on the commentary, and Andy Alston will be joining us at regular points throughout the day. He's actually in here with me, enjoying this fantastic race. I'm going to actually go and find a second microphone and get Andy Alston on the co-coms. It will happen, ladies and gentlemen, I absolutely guarantee it. And well, he's not run away, so I'm presuming that is some sort of acceptance of that fate. But as we said, we've got 2.5 minutes left to go in this second race of the day here. Dave Cockle still in the lead from Jack Gadd over Piers Grange in that 3rd position, Malcolm Harding in 4th, with Ashley Shelswell in 5th, with David Mateus in 6th position. But remember, it's all about the classes. That's what we have to keep our eye on there. The A class currently being led by Dave Cockle and Ashley Shelswell in 2nd place. David Mateus in 3rd place for that class as well. Class SB is Jack Gadd, is the only driver out in that one. In the B plus class is going to be Piers Grange with Malcolm Harding in 2nd place. Paul Neville currently in 3rd on that. In the B class is Tony Paxman, and then in the C class is Alex Bohm. Just coming in, shot there down into the right-hander, what was formerly Scotsman, and now McIntyre's. Just watching some of the cars here. That is the 95 of Dave Cockle, so that is your race leader. It looks like we're going to get to focus a little bit on this race leading car right now. Not only is it leading the race, but my goodness me, it's just absolutely commanding the lead as well. I get the feeling if Jack Gadd hadn't had that lap traffic, if he had managed to stay a little bit closer to that car, then it would have been a different outcome whatsoever for that one. But Dave Cockle making it look so very good here just now as we come into the final minute or so of this modified Ford Series race. And from looking at the calendar, this is the first of 2 modified Ford races that we will get today. The second one going to be at 2:30 this afternoon. Dave Cockle is going to come across the line. You've got to get the feeling though this is going to be the penultimate lap here as he goes across the line. and on lap 15. So on lap 15 then, Dave Cockle, Jack Gadd and Piers Grange. I'm really struggling to believe that. Surely you're not telling me that they've lapped everyone up into around about 5th or 6th position. That is crazy times if that is the case. There is the number 21 of Mark Hadfield briefly going through shot there. Oh, and that's going to be a retirement then. That's the 57 of Tony Paxman. He was really doing well holding off that Ford Fiesta behind him, but it isn't to be, and that is going to be a retirement for the number 57. Thankfully there's no smoke or anything coming from the car, so it looks like it's probably just going to be a mechanical retirement from that one, as we've got just 10 seconds left to go in the second race of the day there. And there we go, there's your race leader Dave Cockle coming down through the hill there into the chicane, and he's going to be coming up through the chicane now. And in the silver number 95 car, he'll just be coming up through the chicane then very shortly, coming up through Clark's and then through into the final corner. He was behind, I believe it was the black Sierra, so we'll see him coming through here just now. We've got yellow flags there as the driver extricates himself now. He's going through into the final corner just now, and then it's going to be, there we go, there's your race leader Dave Cockle out the final corner there, and Jack Gadd decides to make it a bit of a show here towards the well, this is actually going to be the last lap there. So I had thought there, in fact there's the checker flag. Now I was a little bit confused because Dave Cockle went across the line, then they brought the checker flag out there, so I think a little bit of confusion there as well. But it is Dave Cockle taking the win, although he did take the last lap board, so you can tell he's still absolutely giving it the beans now. He still thinks he's on his final lap here just now. In fact, yeah, it does look like he's lifted off quite considerably. So yeah, Dave Cockle knows that he's taken the win of this race there. Jack Gadd though brought that gap down incredibly to half a second. So I do strongly believe there's a little bit of showmanship going on there from Dave Cockle as they make their way into the final flag. And again, just the way Dave Cockle's driving, I'm not sure if he does know, yeah, because he's going round for one more lap. So there you go, he takes the checker flag now, but yeah, I'm positive that he'd already taken the checker flag, if that makes sense. So there you go then, Dave Cockle across the line first ahead of Jack Gadd, Piers Grange third place on the road. But in the classes, it's Dave Cockle from Ashley Shelswell and David Matthias in Class A. Class B plus is going to be Piers Grange, Malcolm Harding and Paul Neville. Class SB is Jack Gadd. David Guthrie takes Class B ahead of Mark Fremantle and Dan Cowan. Then in Class C is Alex Bohm, Dave Barrett in second place, and then Mark Hadfield in Class C as well. So that is your first of two modified Ford Series races today. Up next, as I said, we've got the Scottish C1 Cup. They are going to be up next, and yeah, we were definitely not spoiled for action this one. But the cars are going to be making their way into the holding area just now. We'll give them a second to get in and get their helmets off, get themselves ready to go. But waiting for us in pit lane should be Andy Alston, poised like a ninja. That's going to be probably one of the few times I actually say that today. Waiting in pit lane to have a chat with some of the drivers for us. So when you're ready, we'll cross over, and when you're ready, Mr. Andy Alston, we will throw things over to you.
Yes, Dave, great action there in the modified Ford Series. The drivers just making their way back into the holding area and just looking at some of these fantastic cars. It's a real eclectic mix that we've got out there. Cars all have to be a minimum of 10 years old in order to take part in this championship. Lots of them just making their way through here just now, and we'll catch up with a couple of drivers, just getting their thoughts on how the action was out there on track and see how things are. Lots of cars making their way through just now, and that catch up with a couple of the drivers in a few moments' time. So of course, this is a championship that travels all the way across the UK, a wide range of circuits as well, but they're here at Knockhill this weekend, and it'll be a very, very unique test for all these drivers, and some great action out there as well for the opener. But let's catch up with this man here, Dave Cockle, who led the way in the number 95 machine with a very strong drive throughout, and let's get his thoughts on the action and see how he made of his appearance at Knockhill. And here is Dave, who joins us in a few moments' time. We'll get his thoughts. Just going to have a quick look at the car, just make sure everything feels okay after that 15 intense minutes of racing, of course, here at Knockhill. So he's just going to have a little bit of a once-over, let the car cool down a little bit, and take things from there for the next race later on today. So here is Dave, who joins us now. And Dave, just having a quick look at the car there, just getting the temperatures down, everything kind of feeling okay?
Yeah, it gets too hot for that bonnet. Right. If I leave it down, it's not good. Plus I'm hot.
And tell us a little bit about that race. You know, it was lots of cars out there on track, and yeah, it was certainly kept busy.
Yeah, busy race, hard work. Jack's brilliant on brakes. Catching me every end of every long straight, he's right behind me. So yeah, fantastic race.
And what's your thoughts on the Knockhill circuit? Is it a track that you enjoy driving?
Oh yeah, it's the first time I've been with this fantastic track. Well worth the trip out. Yeah.
Excellent. Tell us a little bit about the car and what you've kind of done to it. How long have you had it?
Oh God, years. It's own built car, specialist engine, specialist gearbox, but generally I do all work myself, all maintenance, and just keep tweaking it, trying to make it faster.
Good stuff. Look forward to seeing you in the second race. Thanks very much. That's Dave Cockle there with the first car across the line here in the modified Ford Series. And the Scottish C1 Cup coming up in a few moments' time. But let's just grab a quick chat here with Jack Gadd, who joins us now. Jack, very interesting race there. Just talk us through that one from your perspective.
Yeah, it was a good start, and yeah, it was just trying to keep up with Dave the whole time. Other than that, yeah, no, it's good. Yeah, nice clean one.
How's the car feeling? Everything okay after that first one?
Yeah, car's great. Handling really well.
And what's the kind of expectations going into the second race later this afternoon?
Try and keep up with Dave again.
Great stuff, Jack. Thanks for speaking to us. Jack Gadd there, and I'll hand you back over to Dave Christie for the next race, which is of course the Scottish C1 Cup, getting underway in a few moments' time.
Thanks very much for that, Andy Alston, down there in pit lane like the proverbial ninja that I said he was, doing exactly what was needed. Up next then, ladies and gentlemen, is the Scottish C1 Cup. They were out for qualifying earlier on this morning, just after 9 o'clock, and my goodness me, if you saw the first rounds of the SMRC Championship this year, you know exactly what you're in store for. If you haven't, then I highly recommend during lunchtime going catching yourself up to speed with this. What an amazing final race that we had. Finlay Brunton and Ross Dunn going toe to toe through the final lap, and of course I'd applied the commentators' cars thinking, yeah, there's no way that car in second place is going to come from behind, it's too much of a gap. And my goodness, do you know what they did? Side by side out the final corner, and it was Ross Dunn that took the win out of that final corner. Incredible stuff. So this is a championship based on the Citroen C1 car. Now this is more typically the kind of car that you would see out and about on a Friday afternoon going for the big shop at Tesco or any other big supermarket, and is not what you would essentially equate with your quintessential race car. But it's become a thing, helped no doubt in part by the endurance races that were held down south, and it's kind of spread across the UK. Now has a little bit of a special part for me because that was where I cut my teeth doing the Silverstone 24 hours. And I tell you what these little things lack in power, they make up for in fun. They're like little shopping trolleys on steroids. Great fun, and you get a pack of 20 of them, and I will give you some of the best value for money racing I think that you will find anywhere in the UK. Qualifying ended up like this though. Ross Dunn took pole position from Thomas Comer, and then Andrew Davidson would line up on row number 2. we're going to get, in fact, actually, I think we're going to get some graphics up telling us exactly that. So without me running through them, we'll let the guys behind the scenes get those graphics up, and we can have a little look at them in just a second. But as we said, Ross Dunn taking pole position from Thomas Comer lining up on that front row. Andrew Davidson in third position, with Finlay Brunton lining up on the fourth position. Row 3 is going to be Kyle Nisbet with Sam Corson. Row 4 is going to be Paul Winfield and James Hitchin. Now, Aidan Wilson, going to take a little bit of a second to talk about him. Again, another driver that I think you should be watching out for. Was an absolute star during the lockdown and the SMRC Esports Championships. Very young driver. We got to know him very, very well. Fantastic to see him making his foray into real life racing. Of course, he's done a lot of karting before, but this is, I believe, this is his first actual season out there with the big boys and girls. So Ian Wilson lines up in 9th position on row 5, along with Mark Nisbet. Callum Conway is going to be in 11th place, with Max Watt in 12th, Henry Gillespie in 13th, with Lazou Benet in 14th position, Rich Flett in 15th, with Donald Ross in 16th, Ian Cochrane in 17th, John Proctor in 18th position, and Gordon Dundee in 19th position. That is how the cars just in the holding area away to make their way down. So if we have got a second, we'll jump to Andy once the cars are actually on the grid here. But as we said, ladies and gentlemen, these are your standard Citroen C1s. These are as you would go and buy them off of any second-hand website. All that's been done to them is they've been stripped out towards the back. They've got a roll cage, a full roll cage put into it. They've got a control ECU, which is the little computer inside the car that dictates the performance and all that sort of stuff. So they're all running on the same performance as well. They're on a control tyre, which is a road-going tyre, but developed to be, you know, really long-lasting and endure the tempers and strains that are going to be placed on them while out on track. So there's very little to distinguish them other than the wonderful paint jobs and the liveries that are on these cars. These are very, very similar, if not identical, to the cars that you would find in a supermarket car park, and that's what makes it so much more fun. That idea that these are the same cars that you would normally take out. Obviously, they're 1 litre engines in these things, so they are not the most powerful. They take an absolute age to speed up. So, again, from personal experience, watching these C1s, you see the drivers who, especially when they come from karting, almost jumping out of the seat out the final hairpin, trying to get some sort of purchase, some sort of traction and some sort of power out of that engine. Once you do get them up to speed, though, yeah, different kettle of fish completely. So much fun. For no doubt, I've not had a chance to check the YouTube chat, for no doubt all of you that are looking to see where Lucas Blakely is, he will be out and about at 12 o'clock today. He will be taking part in the Scottish Fiesta ST Cup, and it was a bit of a baptism of fire for him out there as well. In fact, no, I'm talking absolute nonsense, of course. It's the getting mixed up there. It was the Scottish Formula Ford. They're not actually with us. I was getting completely mixed up. So we'll just pretend that last complete sentence didn't actually happen. We'll focus back with the C1s just now, though, as they make their way onto the grid. So I can see a camera poised there, which means one thing, which must mean that our superstar on the grid there, Andy Alston, poised, ready, waiting to go to have a chat. So when you're ready, Andy, let us know how the grid's looking.
At the moment, the marshals just lining them up into their grid spots. At the moment, we've got Thomas Comer here, car number 23 at the front of the pack. We'll grab a quick chat with Thomas and just see how he is feeling ahead of this one. Thomas, you find yourself here at the front row of the grid. How are you feeling ahead of this one?
A bit nervous. I'm wondering what happened to Ross Dunn and Andrew Davidson. They just disappeared. Do you know?
Yeah, Ross has just made his way round at the moment, so we'll see where he takes to at the grid. But you find yourself here at the front. What's your expectations here going to be? Is it just a case of get the first lap out the way and build on things from there?
I mean, hopefully, yeah. I guess, yeah, I'll just try and get a clean getaway, make sure I don't miss second gear, and yeah, hopefully stay here.
Excellent. Wish you all the best, Thomas. That's Thomas Comer there, car number 23, who is at the front row of the grid for this one. And with not long to go now, I'll hand back to Dave Christie to get the race underway.
Thanks very much there, Andy, down on the grid then for our first race of the Scottish C1 Cup. As we said, a lot of action absolutely guaranteed for this one. This is going to be a 10-lap race. And yeah, you could hear a deep inhalation of breath from me there, and I can absolutely promise you I need that, because by the time these guys have done their 10 laps, I am out of breath and needing a little bit of a rest. That's not going to come though, because we've got the Fiesta ST Cup after this one. So as we said, it is Ross Dunn leading the field round just now. The 5-second board gets raised. Thomas Comer on that front row of the grid. The lights starting to go on for our third race of the day then. And it's away we go then. I'd love to say that the engines roar into life, but them being the little Citroen C1s, it's more of a little whine as the cars get their way down. But my goodness me, they are so much fun to watch once they are up and running. And that is exactly what they're doing, as we've got almost 3 cars wide going down into Duffus Dip then. As we see, still in the lead of the race then, it is the number 23, I believe, that's made its way through. That is Thomas Comer after a great start from that then. You can see there Kyle Nisbet in the number 17. A little bit of contact sent to the inside then, coming up through the chicane then. And that is Sam Corson, who is on his inside there with the number 68. They're coming up through Clark. And you can see further down as well, you see Paul Winfield in the 822 as well. It's an absolute swarm of angry sewing machines coming over the hill at Clark Corner there. And that is all led off, as we said, by Finlay Brunton, who is trying to get his way back up there. Callum Conway has come from the absolute back of the grid there. Well, maybe not quite, but 11th place. He's already up into what looks like 6th position. So a stunning start from him in that 110 machine. But you can see up the start there, Thomas Comer in the lead of this race. Great start from him to get ahead of the number 13 of Finlay Brunton. What a start it is for him. The two of them have just absolutely cleared off. They are away into the sunset here, coming down through Duffus Dip there. Finlay Brunton, though, knows exactly what he's doing. He's been in this position, except to reverse around, and that is going to be a car off onto the inside there. Gets it going again, but my goodness me, you see exactly the sort of drama, and this is why I took that big inhalation of breath before we even got started here, because you're going to be needing to lie down after all the action and drama that kicks off during this race. But it's still Thomas Comer in the lead from Finlay Brunton. We saw this on race 2. Finlay was in exactly this position, but reversed around. He had Ross Dunn right on his tail for the entirety of the race. I think that's exactly what he's going to be doing here. You can see what looks like, I swear I thought that was bump drafting going on from Max Watt onto the back end of Callum Conway. Doesn't actually happen. I don't think these things would respond very, very well. You can see a car moving to the inside. That's the 75. Donald Ross sends it from last week. That's a beautiful move, and I think he takes the position there. That looked like, who was that he got that from? I think that was Conway, wasn't it? It got up the inside there. So that was a beautiful, beautiful move there. You see the 529 of James Hitchin also having a look on the 117 there of Mark Nisbet. So again, side-by-side action. The two leaders have cleared off. Sam Corson wants to get a bit of this in third place. He fancies having a go there. You can see down side-by-side though, that is the number 117 of Martin Nisbet, who just again put it up the inside there. What a move that was there on the 822 of Paul Winfield. And what you're actually seeing here is, again, the pause is because I'm looking at the timing screen. You've got a car that's maybe, say, in 6th position, and then suddenly he's fighting for what looks like 4th position here, such as how quickly these places change. You've got two cars going very wide at the exit of Clark Curve there, taking too much speed through there and just digging the wheels in the gravel. The problem is these cars are so heavily dependent on momentum. You need to keep the speed in. If you lose the speed, then you're going to be going backwards at a rate of knots, and cars are going to be overtaking you left, right and centre. That's the 77 of Lazo Benet. That's the second corner that has been wide in the course of this lap there. That looked like the 24 of Aidan Wilson wanting to get a little bit frisky there as well as they come over the line for the third time here. Again, it's going to be a little 10-lap race here for the first time today. They're going to be back out at 3 o'clock this afternoon, but Thomas Comer still in the lead of this race. Oh, there's contact. That's the 487 and the 497 and Max Watt. Looks like caught up with the 24 there, and there's more dust getting picked up further on down through into McIntyre's, down into Butcher's as well. Makes it look dramatic, but I think everybody's actually back on track now as well. That was a 24, I believe, of Aidan Wilson who got caught up in that one there. So it's, again, one of these high drama races, and the problem is that if you get caught up in somebody else's incident and you have to slow down, suddenly you're going to have another 5-6 cars chomping at your heels, trying to get their way past. And this is exactly what you don't want to have, because look at this. You've got, what's that, 5 cars in the space of 2 seconds within each other. You've got one of the cars, the 24, that's it, in Wilson, trying to be very, very fruitful up the inside there. He sends it, almost gets the position, can't quite make that happen. You've got the 497 down there as well, that's Max Watt. You've also got the 77 of Lazo Benet. And it's just a melee in the position from what looks like 10th, 11th, 12th, 13th, 14th and 15th. But back at the front of the field, Thomas Comer out in front ahead of Finlay Brunton. That gap still just 0.7 of a second. You get the feeling that Finlay Brunton is just waiting. He's poised. He's what we like to say, biding his time to make that move stick. And the thing is that there was a worry about Sam Corson in that third position. We worried about whether Sam was going to be able to make his way and catch up to those front 2 cars. It's not happening, though. It's not going to happen at all. And in fact, he's got to worry now about Kyle Nisbet in 5th place behind him. In 4th place. About a second behind him right now. Callum Conway is about 3 seconds off that gap as well, as we're seeing the 497 of Max Watt trying to defend from Aidan Wilson. Wilson decides to think better of it and forces Max Watt to go very, very defensive, and that's inspired from Aidan. You can see trying to get the cutback, gets a better exit out of that corner and just puts himself in a better position as we hit the halfway mark of the Scottish C1 Cup race here at Knockhill. It's still Thomas Comer in the lead from Finlay Brunton, Sam Corson in 3rd, Kyle Nisbet in 4th, Callum Conway in 5th position, Paul Winfield in 6th, James Hitchin in 7th, Mark Nisbet in 8th position, Ross Dunn in 9th, and then in 10th position Lazo Benet just holding on to that position. It's not been a great day for Lazo. He started up, I believe it was about 5th or 6th position. He's dropping quite far back. Ross Dunn as well, after winning that second race, he's down in 9th position as well, so you know he's got the ability to be up there, as Aidan Wilson goes very, very wide there at Clark Corner there. He just threw the car over to the left hand side there. I wonder if that was actually to unsettle the car, just so you get a better drive out of the corner there, but certainly seemed to lose a little bit of time now. Now, though, the gap between Thomas Comer, your race leader, and Finlay Brunton down to half a second. So ever steadily it's coming down and down and down. Sam Corson still in that 3rd place, but there you go. Aidan Wilson now in a bit of trouble. He's trying to take that position from Max Watt. I think he might have done it, actually, believe it or not. They're going to be side by side as they cross the line and head down in. Max Watt on the inside, though, for Duff Step. So Max might be able to send that car inside, and they're going to be side by side. Aidan tries to get the cut back there. You saw him dipping in there, so Aidan has to relinquish that position yet again and drop down to 15th position. Meanwhile, there's the 68 Sam Corson Company in 3rd position, just making his way up into Clark Corner. So your race leader is going to be down into the final hairpin then, as Thomas Comer is going to be away to start lap number 7 very, very shortly. There's the number 17 of Kyle Nesbitt. In fact, there we go. That is your leader in the red car there, Thomas Comer, with Finlay Brunton in second place. Finlay dropping off yet again then at 7/10 of a second. So that gap's gone up by about 2/10 of a second there. And Thomas Comer, you could see them going over the start-finish line. And this is the funny thing is, you know, our cameramen are poised waiting for these cars to come into shot. And it takes about 2 weeks for the cars to actually appear at the top of Duffus. But again, when Andy Elson goes out to have a chat with these drivers, I can promise you, they always jump out with the biggest of grins, biggest of smiles. They may not have all of the power of some of the rest of the field that are going to be racing today. But yeah, they make up for it in just the entertainment value alone as a driver. If you've ever wanted to get yourself into motorsport, these are definitely one of the best ways that you can get involved. But while I'm talking, I'm noticing what you're seeing on picture as well, ladies and gentlemen. Finlay Brunton now right onto the back of Thomas Comer, and we have got 3 laps left to go. So Finlay Brunton has played an absolute blinder on this one. He's just been stalking that car in front, stalking Thomas Comer. That gap now 2/10 of a second, and this is go time. This is when Finlay Brunton can absolutely start sending it. There's no point, if you're with a car that's on similar pace to you, there's no point making a move, as Thomas Comer's starting to get a little bit squiggly. Those tyres are really starting to scream for mercy right now. Again, from what I had gathered, when the C1 guys were in their first couple of seasons, they run incredibly high pressures on these tyres, which is great for the first couple of laps. But by this point, the tyres are absolutely giving up. They do not want to be playing in these conditions, because by this point they're overheated, they're stressed, and they start slipping and sliding. And that's exactly what we're seeing here from Thomas Comer. Finlay Brunton, this is a very measured performance from him right now. Again, just looks like he's just waiting behind that car to see exactly how this is all going to play out here. We've got 2 laps left to go. This is going to be the last lap board, I think, that's going to be held out for these drivers as they make their way past just now. Certainly that's what the timing screen is showing. Certainly, there we go. Last lap board held out, so here we go. It's now or never for Finlay Brunton. Is he going to try and undo the mental trauma of what happened with Ross Dunn on that last race? I think that's certainly what he's going to be trying for. He's a long way back, though, 4/10 of a second. We've seen a much bigger gap, though. There's definitely something that's going to be holding on as we need to focus on the race later, and that's exactly what we do then. Thomas Comer coming up through the chicane then. All over the back of him is Finlay Brunton. This is going to be the run down to Clark Corner then, and they climb up the hill then. Finlay Brunton looking so calculated here. It's going to have to be here. It's going to have to be down to the final hairpin. What has Finlay Brunton got left in the tank? Thomas Comer has played an absolute blinder right now. Goes very defensive. You can see puts the car in the middle of the road. Finlay Brunton looks to the right, looks to the left. Late on the brakes. He's going to have to try and get a better cutback. Thomas Comer might have done this. But again, look at that exit from Finlay Brunton. That's it. He's not going to have to drive up the hill. Thomas Comer is going to take the win, takes the checkered flag. Finlay Brunton in second place. And you can see there, Sam Corson going to cross the line in third. Kyle Nesbitt is going to finish in fourth position. Callum Conway in fifth. We watch the cars coming streaming over the hill. It's not over yet. You've got still battles going on. There's the 88 just further down the field. That is Harry Gillespie down in 13th. It looks like the 497 of Max Watt has finally got that position from Aidan Wilson. Aidan sent back into what looks like 15th place there. Indeed, it is 16th actually, because he got put behind Rich Flett as well. What a race. I did promise you high drama, and it never fails to deliver with the Scottish C1 Cup. Congratulations then to Thomas Comer. Finlay Brunton though taking that second place, and what a race that was. So the cars will be making their way round then. Arm out the window to celebrate what was an awesome race. And the great thing about the Scottish C1 Cup as well, and I've said this on many different races, but it doesn't matter if you are fighting for the lead or you're fighting for 14th, 15th or 16th position. Just having other cars around you in these little low powered machines, it feels unbelievable. most people think the pinnacle of racing is in these supercharged monsters that we're about to see after lunchtime. And I would argue that you get a decent amount of bang for buck and a decent amount of fun in these little Citroen C1 cars. Of course, now spreading to the likes of they do the City Car Cup down south as well. I took part in that in the little Peugeot 107. So the idea definitely has legs. And again, you've got to give SMRC their credit. They saw an opportunity with this, and I'm pretty sure they were the first championship. They were the first organiser across the UK to adopt a sprint series format with these cars, and the cars making their way into the holding area just now. So again, our super professional reporter down there, Andy Alston, should be in pit lane waiting for us, ready to go. And Andy, are you down there with us?
Taking the checkered flag in the first race in the Scottish C1 Cup. Thomas Comer will be absolutely delighted with that. Finlay Brunton pushed him all the way in second place, with Sam Corson taking the final step on the podium. But Thomas Comer with a fantastic drive from start to finish. He will be absolutely delighted with that one, and rightly so. Thomas Comer, fantastic race from you. Just talk us through that one. You must be thrilled.
Yes, I'm very thrilled. Yeah, I don't know, I just felt very good. I was driving better than I think I have done before. Yeah, actually nothing much happened, all things considered. I just kind of went around in first. But God, man, that was full on, yeah. Yeah, very happy, very happy.
So that must give you so much confidence as well, not just going into race number 2, but for the rest of the season as well.
Yes, it does actually. Yeah, getting a win under my belt definitely feels good, yeah.
Absolutely. Congratulations, Thomas, it's a great drive out there. Thomas Comer there, race winner in the first event for the Scottish C1 Cup here today. Let's get a quick chat with second place man Finlay Brunton, who joins us now. Finlay, great drive from you out there, pushed Thomas Comer all the way, but you must be happy looking at the bigger picture with the championship there. It's a good haul of points there for you as well.
Yeah, listen, I forgot last time, so I'm going to do it this time. I just want to thank Minimax Motorsport and all the boys there. Coming into the first round back there, obviously I'd had a year out and adrenaline was running. I completely forgot to mention all the work they put in the lead up to the first round and then between rounds again, so thanks to them first of all. Yeah, it was good. I was thinking about the championship the whole time. Obviously the two people in front of me in the championship are Sam and Ross, so they were both behind me. What's the point in going for, I've got enough win trophies, I want more championship wins, so yeah, I try to play a bit smart. Me and Thomas ran at the same team and stuff like that as well, so there's always that element, but enjoyed it. Brilliant first race of the weekend.
Absolutely. And what's the expectations going into the second one then? Again, are you looking to potentially play the long game, or if it's on, are you just going to go for it?
Yeah, so I think Ross has finished 7th, so he's just out the draw for the reverse grid, so obviously I'll tell him it's disappointing when I see him, but behind his back I'm a bit delighted. So we'll just play the safe game, stay out of trouble. Yeah, Sam will probably be in front of me obviously with the reverse grid, so need to see what happens there, but never want to do anything stupid, do you know what I mean? I'd always want to finish the race. It's the best way to do it, I think. So.
Great drive out there, Finlay, well done.
Cheers, man.
Finlay Brunton there, second place in the first race for the Scottish C1 Cup. Let's get a quick chat with the number 68 driver, Sam Corson, who takes the final step of the podium. Sam, you must be really pleased with how your weekend started here, podium, and looking to build on that, I'm sure.
It's a brilliant start. As I say, it's a bit argy-bargy with Kyle off the line, but don't dish out what you can't take. And the Kane McCarr was just going to 5th with the hairpin every time, so I'm blown away with that result. That was the best I think I could have done. So shout out to the team for having the car, brilliant, able to drive around that, so it was amazing. So that was really, really good fun. Best I could have hoped for, I think, in that race.
Absolutely. The Scottish C1 Cup, of course, it's always a very, very interesting race to watch. It's all about maintaining the momentum in these cars as well, but you must be really happy to get a solid points haul on the board, and then you can really take that into the final race later this afternoon.
Aye, bigger chance for race 2, I think. Let's go for it.
Absolutely. Thank you very much, Sam Corson. Great drive out there today. Third place for Sam in the inaugural event here in the Scottish C1 Cup. The next race is about to get underway in a few moments' time, so I'll hand back to Dave Christie, who'll talk us through that one.
Thanks very much, Andy, down there in the Holden area, and that was, as we said, the Scottish C1 Cup. And what a race that was, in association with the Scottish Motor Trade Association. If you have just joined us, ladies and gentlemen, very good morning. Where have you been? It is the 8th of May, which means that it is round 2 of the Scottish Motor Racing Championship in association with Rees Motorsport Insurance. It's David Christie here on the commentary, and Andy Alston with us through the rest of the day as well. But we move on now because it is Fiesta ST Cup time. It's time for the Scottish Fiesta ST Cup in association with Intimation Space. Just looking through qualifying that took through earlier on today at 9:30. The qualifying ended up, it was Stephen Gray that was on pole position. We'll run you through the graphic in just a second. In fact, there you go. So Stephen Gray on pole position with Brodie Orr in second place. Great comeback drive for Brodie Orr to get himself up into second place. Dave Colville in third position. Liam McGill on fourth in row 2. Row 3 is going to be Russell Morgan. Mark Dixon alongside him in sixth position. Ben Creener is in seventh position. Now, I've got my eyes on Ben, former Euro NASCAR driver, join us on the grid for the Fiesta STs. Ian Blackley in 8th position. Peter Cruikshank in 9th. Kieran Preedy in 10th. Stephen Ward on row 6 in 11th place, with Anne Ward in 12th position. Lucy Halesmaver in 13th, and then Wendy Thorne at the back of the grid. Now, you might have heard me getting a little bit mixed up with Lucas Blakely, because obviously he races in the Scottish Formula 4, but I was getting mixed up with Ben Creener, who is another professional esports racing driver, and he actually races in the Fiesta STs. So he is down in 7th position, but he didn't really have a good outing on the first round. This is his first race championship, I believe, up here in Scotland. So good to see how he manages to undo that. Certainly was on the socials with a lot of positive noises from testing yesterday. So he is in the STC class, which is the new class that they introduced as a slightly easier way, slightly more cost-effective way to get into the championship as well. We've got two guests with us this weekend as well, Anne Ward and Wendy Thorne. Anne Ward in the number 68 and Wendy Thorne, both of them starting in 12th and 14th place respectively. So the cars making their way through McIntyre's then on their lap out of the pit lane. They went have a green flag lap, and then after this, ladies and gentlemen, it is lunch break time, where we will be having a little bit of downtime. We'll be getting a little bit of food, and we'll also be going on to the grids with Andy Elson ahead of our incredible big race this afternoon, the Super Touring Trophy for the David Leslie Trophy. That is going to be a big race. You're not going to want to miss that. 1 o'clock that is scheduled to start, so make sure you are back in plenty of time for that one. But a little 2-litre Fiesta STs making their way around, and as I alluded to earlier, these are the spiritual successors to the the swathes of XR2s that we had or used to have racing here in Scotland. And there's always, I think there always needs to be and always has got to be a place in Scottish motorsport for these little cars there. And again, a big shout out to Duncan O'Neill, who, doing such a great job single-handedly of keeping the scene alive for the XR2s. But the cars are down onto the grid, so we've got our cameraman and Andy Alston are waiting to go. So I can see they're down there, and I'm just wondering, Andy, are you able to see anything from the likes of Stephen Gray and Brodie Orr down there?
Absolutely, Dave. We've got Stephen Gray lining up on pole position alongside Brodie Orr here in the number 31 car. The rest of the pack just taking their places on the starting grid, but we'll catch up very quickly with Brodie Orr here in the number 31 machine. Brodie, not a lot separating you and Stephen Gray, to say the least, in qualifying. What's your expectations going into this one?
Well, I know Stephen's a really fast driver, so if I can just stick with him for the first couple of laps, build a gap, and then, yeah, maybe try and move later on. It's a bit different from I'm used to sitting, so just excited.
Yeah. Absolutely. Okay, Brodie, wish you all the best out there. Starting this one from second on the grid is car number 31. With not long to go, I'll hand back to Dave Christie in the commentary box.
Thanks very much, Andy. So hearing from Brodie Orr there, a very young racing driver. Comes from a very well-known racing family. The Orrs, no stranger to the SMRC or Championship racing here in Scotland. And great to see that family dynasty still continuing. Brodie, you know, incredible young talent here, and still to be able to be right up at the front. It's such an early point of his career. He's going to be on for big things. As we said though, I mean, not a lot to decide from these cars as we get underway with the race then. Lights are on and off before I even get a chance to have a look at them. That's certainly right for looking away there, and it's going to be Brodie Orr then and Stephen Gray side by side down into the first corner there. I think that was Brodie Orr having to relinquish that position there. They're going down into McIntyre's. I will apologise for the cameras. The signal can get a little bit flaky sometimes. We've got a car off in the background there. It does seem to calm itself down as the race goes on. So if you just bear with us, we'll do our best to bring you all of the pictures. Anyway, further down the field though, that is the number 23 Lucy Hales Maver trying to make hay while the sun shines here. But would you look at that, Brodie Orr still trying to hold on to that position from Stephen Gray, but it's not going to happen. Look up the inside there, there's Dave Colville having a look into the hairpin then. Late on the brakes, Brodie Orr has to submit to the position and goes down into third position then. Dave Colville, great move, telegraphed that, showed Brodie what he was planning to do, and that was good respectful driving from both of the drivers there. Again, it's self-preservation. These cars don't pay for themselves, and as much as you'd like to think it's all about door banging and wheel-to-wheel sort of stuff, 9 times out of 10 you have to be able to set that move up. That move would have been set up from the exit of Clark's, and Brodie Orr would have had a sinking feeling that he knew that was going to be happening. But as it stands then, Stephen Gray in the lead of the race then, Dave Colville in the second place, Brodie Orr in third with Liam McGill in fourth position. These four starting to create a little bit of a gap then. You've got 3 separate groups there, because behind them Mark Dixon and Russell Morgan in a class of their own. Ben Kriener starting to try and continue his recovery drive there, but it's not going to plan just as of yet. I think he'll be delighted to take 7th place as it stands just now, but doing a decent job there. Stephen Gray though coming under all sorts of pressure from Dave Colville there, running a little bit wide out of the hairpin at such an early stage of the race. 11 laps, 10 laps left to go here, and it's actually Dave Colville who is the fastest car on the track, 101.342. Brodie Orr still in that third position. He's now kind of fallen into the clutches of Liam McGill as the car's coming down through Duffus, and there go your race leaders through McIntyre's. There's 3rd, 4th, 5th and 6th position as well. So again, just a couple of laps into the race and you're already seeing some big gaps opening up. You've got a car going wide, 2 cars going wide. That's the 31 of Brodie Orr, got sent to the gravel there, and I'm saying that again, would need to check a replay to see if that's what actually happened. That could have been a mistake going into the chicane there. Very easy to overcook and take too much speed out of Butchers into that chicane, but he's side by side. That looks like it might be, is that Peter Cruikshank? In fact, no, it's not. That is the 69 of Mark Dixon that he is still fighting with. So again, manages to make that work. The 31 just loses 1 position somehow after trailing through all of the gravel there. He only loses 1 position then to Liam McGill. So Brodie Orr down into 4th. Mark Dixon still on the charge, has a look up the inside, can't make anything happen there. Again, a little bit of a deceiving camera angle at the top of the start finish line there, looking down into Duffus, because the car that's on the right hand side usually is 2 or 3 car lengths further back. So the leaders making their way just through the chicane just now, and that is some huge airtime for Liam McGill there, just ahead of Brodie Orr. That was 2 wheels up. That was something more akin to what we'd see with the British touring cars here, let alone the little Scottish Fiestas. I'm not sure that's going to be the fastest line round here at Knockhill, but my goodness me, it certainly adds to the value as Brodie Orr has a look up the inside. And again, what did I say? You have to telegraph your moves, and he sent advance notice of that one. Look at the line that Liam McGill takes though, and that is unfortunate for Brodie Orr. So what he's done He's outbraked himself. He's went too deep into the corner. Not only does Liam McGill immediately snatch the position back, but Mark Dixon now looks like he's already got that move done. They're side by side under the Beatson's Building Supply Bridge, going down into Duffus, and that is surely going to be all she wrote for the number 69, the Mark Dixon. And again, up the inside goes Broadyard. That is inspired. What a move to let Mark Dixon get that position. Broadyard just snatches it back immediately and is already back onto the charge to the tail end of Liam McGill. McGill not able to make any inroads to that first and second place battle between Stephen Gray and Dave Colville right now. 8 laps left to go in this Fiesta ST Cup, and arguably this has been one of the more dramatic races that we've had so far. It's been very, very clean. I can't remember seeing any contact whatsoever between any of the cars. And up the inside goes Broadyard from last week, sends it in, and Liam McGill with nowhere to go right now. The two of them are going to be coming up over the start-finish line as we see the view from the Beatson's Building Supply Bridge. The 31 does it. Broadyard, that was a move and a half to send it right up the inside, force Liam McGill wide, and McGill actually loses that position as well. So where we saw Broadyard getting mugged and losing 2 positions there, he's decided to return the favour and do it exactly right back to Mark Dixon and Liam McGill there. So great move there from Broadyard, get back onto the podium. He will be absolutely delighted if that is what this is got in store for him today. But you can see Dave Colville as well. Dave Colville is hammering that Fiesta ST around the course here, trying to stay onto the back of Stephen Gray, but I'll be honest, I think Stephen Gray has the measure of him right now. Certainly the tyres starting to become an issue. Best lap was a 101.4, but now they're about a second slower, and you can see that second place car just starting to fall away. Back to the battle for third position though. Brilliant stuff as we see Broadyard, Mark Dixon and Ben Kriener now up into 6th position as well. So Ben Kriener now getting a position up from the starting order. You can see him in the lead of a 5-car train coming over the hill at the start-finish line there. Brilliant result for him. Again, desperate bad luck for Ben Kriener in the first round of the championship. He looks to have settled that issue once and for all. Stephen Gray though, eking out a little bit of a gap over second place of Dave Colville. Colville looks like he's bringing that gap in little by little again. It was going out, and now I wonder if Gray's maybe overcooked his tyres a little bit now, because Colville really starting to bring that gap in very, very quickly. We've got 6 laps left to go in this race here, and just behind you can see Mark Dixon still having a look on Broadyard. They're going to be side by side, because you've got to imagine that Dixon's going to be late on the brakes. Dixon takes the inside line or tries to cover it off there, looked very, very close, or closes the door, keeps that position. But the more these two fight, the more that's going to drop them away from that battle in front. And here we go, we do have a battle in front now. Dave Colville does fancy having a go at Stephen Gray here. Jinx to the outside, coming down through Duffus Dip. And with just 5 laps left to go, the car's coming down through the hill here then, and through the chicane. They're going to come up through into to Butchers, then into Clark's. You cut back to the 37 of Russell Morgan and Ben Kriener. You've got a puff of smoke there. That's on the inside there. That was very, very optimistic there from Ben Kriener. Scary, scary stuff as the two of them trying to go side by side. Epic, epic stuff here as the race leaders coming in towards the hairpin just now. It's still Stephen Gray from Dave Colville from Broadyard, Mark Dixon in 4th position, Liam McGill in 5th, Russell Morgan in 6th, Ben Kriener in 7th position here. And what a race we have had so far. It's been absolutely epic, epic stuff here. And this is going to be coming down in towards the hairpin then. This is some of the drivers further down the order. We've not heard much from the likes of Ian Blackley, Aaron Ward and Lucy Hales-Maver. Wendy Thorne down there as well. The gap to your race leader and second place there at just 0.2 of a second. This is the number 37, so this is Russell Morgan down in 6th and 7th position then. Ben Kriener still on the tail end of that fight there, and Russell Morgan getting that move done. The 37 looking very, very feisty indeed, demoting young Ben Kriener down into that 7th position. But your race leaders now, Stephen Gray ahead of Dave Colville. That gap was just 0.2 of a second there. They're going to be coming out of the hairpin and going across the line very, very shortly to start yet another lap here. And indeed, you can see them just off in the distance there. 3 laps left to go here. And with 3 laps left to go, that gives very little time. In fact, what's happened to Dave Colville? He was just 0.2 of a second behind the race leader, and now he's up to what's that, 0.8 of a second behind the race leader then. Mark Dixon as well, still in that 3rd place. He's looking very, very safe ahead of Brodior, so he gets that position done for them. And then Liam McKill in 5th, Russell Morgan in 6th, Ben Creener in 7th, 8th position is Kieran Preedy, 9th position is Peter Cruikshank, Stephen Ward in 10th. Wow, awesome, awesome stuff. And you get the feeling as well that this is definitely not over as we cut back to Russell Morgan still in that fight with Ben Creener. There we go, that's the number 64 there, and Stephen Gray in the leader of the race, just coming in to the final hairpin. They're going to make it into 2 laps left to go here. And there we go across the line, so it's a proper gaggle of cars there. You can see just in the background Stephen Gray and Dave Colville just coming down into Duffus Dip just now, so it's a 2-car scrap for the lead. There we go, and that's Dave Colville going a little bit wide there. That's throwing him into the clutches of Mark Dixon, who has not only cleared Brodior, but is actually catching these two at a rate of knots. Look at that, it's now a 3-car battle for the lead with just 2 laps left to go here. Dave Colville is like a sitting duck. That last lap was a 102.4. And Mark Dixon doing a 102.1, so he's faster than both of the cars in front. Oh, that's onto the gravel then for Dave Colville. Just shows the absolute determination going round. It's going to have to be a lunge. You get a feeling with 1 lap to go as they cross the line in just a couple of moments. They're coming down onto the brakes into the final hairpin. What a race for Stephen Gray. All that pressure on his shoulders, all that pressure right behind him from Dave Colville, from now Mark Dixon as well. Last lap board confirmed, held out, so this is it. This is the last chance now for Dave Colville and Mark Dixon. They're coming down through into Duffus Dip. Now, what are they going to do? I think it's too late. I don't think that Dave Colville can make this work unless it's going to be a lunge, and it looks like it, but yeah, it's going to be a wild one. And I don't think that the number 24 of Stephen Gray is going to actually let that happen. We've spoken about it quite a few times this morning, about the driver in front having to let that pass happen and give the driver room. And Stephen Gray is going to hold on to this win with claws and whatever instruments that he can find nearby to absolutely make sure. Colville's got to watch out as well, because Dixon fancies having a go at this, but there we go. Stephen Gray gets ultra defensive. That's going to be very, very late onto the brakes. Makes it work though. No room whatsoever for Dave Colville to make this happen. Stephen Gray is going to take the win. Dave Colville in 2nd place. Mark Dixon is going to cross the line in 3rd. It's unfortunate that Brodior doesn't get a podium, but an inspired drive nonetheless. Liam McGill in 5th position. Russell Morgan in 6th. Ben Creener in 7th position. Kieran Preedy is going to come across the line in 8th. And then Peter Cruikshank finishes in 9th position. Stephen Ward in 10th. Ian Blackley in 11th. Anne Ward in 12th. Lucy Hales-Maver in 13th. Wendy Thorne will finish in 14th position. So that is our final race of the morning. We're about to take a lunch break very soon. But it is the Scottish Fiesta ST Cup that has just got finished, and then it is going to be a lunch break with the Super Touring Trophy for the David Leslie Trophy. Here's a couple of the highlights from the race then. You can see Dave Colville just going wide at the exit of Clark Corner then, and what a fantastic, fantastic race that was. So great to see. Hope you guys enjoyed that. As we said, we're going to be returning to the live action on track at 1 o'clock, so you've got plenty of time to go and get yourself a little bit of lunch. Don't go anywhere though, because Andy Elson's still waiting in the holding area to get our post-race interviews. Be good to hear from Stephen Gray, Dave Colville and Mark Dixon as well. Huge thank you then to Intimation Space for making that happen for the Scottish Fiesta ST Cup. And if you have just joined us, Again, where have you been? It's the SMRC round 2 here on the 8th of May, powered by Reese Motorsport Insurance. We'll be back very soon with the Super Tourer Trophy for the David Leslie Trophy. But the car is going to be making her way into pit lane very, very shortly. And the great thing is that I can see them from where I am in the little virtual commentary box there, as we see a replay of the 487 going rather sideways in the last C1 race. Plenty of action still to come this afternoon, but your race leader Stephen Gray, Dave Colville and Mark Dixon, they are already making their way into the holding area. They'll be with Andy Alston any second now, so we'll give them a second to get in and get their helmets off and have a chat with Andy. But be good to actually hear from Andy and see what he thought of the racing this afternoon, or sorry, this morning certainly. And Andy, a fantastic morning of racing, but that Fiesta ST is probably one of the more epic races that we've had so far.
Oh, absolutely, Dave. A great race here in the Fiestas, led by this man here, Stephen Gray, car number 24. A fantastic drive from start to finish. He will be absolutely delighted with that one, and rightly so. Dave Cole, of course, pushed him all the way throughout that one. But Stephen, you are taking the top step on the podium with a great drive out there. Many congratulations.
Thank you. That was hard work, that was. Never saw you in the grid today.
No, but I think you were just a bit quicker than us on there, but yes, you were.
Oh, that was a brilliant race, very, very close. Struggling with obviously it's very warm today, struggling with the tyres, with the heat and stuff, and driving on my mirrors, because Dave came up the pack so quickly, and I think it was Brodie finished third, did he?
Yeah, it was Mark, yeah.
Finished third, yeah, so, no, great race, good fun, good, yeah. Another win, magic.
Absolutely. How's the car feeling? Everything okay after that one?
Felt really good. I was experimenting a little bit with some of the settings there, and I think I might wait till I calm down a bit and have a little bit of think about it. But I was struggling a bit out there. But yeah, well done, Dave. Yeah.
Great drive, well done, Stephen. Stephen Gray, car number 24, winning the opener here in the Fiestas. He finished ahead of car number 52 of Dave Colville, who was in second place. We'll grab a quick chat with Dave Colville now. Dave, great racing out there, a great move into the hairpin for second place as well, and you pushed Stephen all the way to...
Yeah, he defended brilliantly, and I tried everything I could. I nearly had him on a couple of occasions. Coming out of Clark's, I nearly got a run on him, but no, just well done, Steve. I'll get him the next one though.
Dave Christie was just saying in commentary there had been some fantastic action throughout here, but that was great action between you two at the front, as it always is. But what will the game plan be going into the second one? Is it Clark's the area you're going to go for?
Possibly the best place, but the best place of all is to get him off the line. But my starts have been shocking, so I was lucky to hold on to third place, to be honest, so need to work on that.
Dave, great drive out there, thanks very much. Dave Colville, second place there in the Fiesta. We'll grab a quick chat with Mark Dixon in third place. He is rounding out the final step of the podium, and it was a very eventful one, to say the least, for Mark. And here he is here, final step of the podium. You'll be happy with that, but it was a pretty hectic race, wasn't it?
It was certainly eventful, as usual. But no, it was good, and always the two best boys at the front, and it was good to see me catching them, which is, so let's see what happens race 2.
What's the kind of game plan then? Is it just maybe try and get away? You know, Dave was saying there at the start the importance of the starts in this category. Is that where you're kind of looking to make some gains?
100%. The start's massive, so get a good start. You've won a watch.
Great stuff, well done out there. Final step of the podium, and we'll now hand back over to Dave Christie in the commentary box. We're going to take a quick break for lunch, but when we come back we've got lots more action to keep you entertained here at Knockhill. Welcome back to coverage of our Rees Motorsport Insurance Scottish Motor Racing Club action here from Knockhill Racing Circuit. And we are just coming to the end of the public grid walk here, and we are looking forward to the Super Touring Trophy. Race number 1 here, of course, is for the David Leslie Trophy as well. Great mix of cars out here on track. The spectators getting a very good look at them as well, with John Cleland leading the way in the number 98 car as well. So the action will get underway in a few moments' time, but let's grab a quick chat with our Business Development Manager, Rory Bryant, who joins us now. And Rory, you must be delighted to see such a fantastic mix of cars out here on the grid.
Yeah, it's absolutely brilliant to see, well, so many cars and also so many people on the grid. It's great that people can get nice and up close to all these fantastic Super Tourers. So definitely a nice addition to the day.
Yeah, absolutely, and these cars are just fantastic to look at, and I'm sure they'll be even better to watch as well. You know, it's a real treat here for us. But the grid walk as well, Rory, is also a really good opportunity for spectators just to come in and get a look at the cars and everything else. It's a great experience.
Absolutely, yeah. I mean, it's not very often that you get up close to all these cars, so it's fantastic to give people that opportunity. And to get them just before they're going to go live into action is even more special, yeah.
And just looking at the event overall, of course, our second event here of the year, and you must be really happy with how things have been going overall. You know, it's been some really good action throughout all the championships, and hopefully more of the same later this afternoon.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, there's been some great racing this morning, some really close racing. I've not, as always, I don't always get to see much of it, but you know what I did catch of it was really great. Highlight for me was the C1s getting Thomas Comer's first win. That was great to see, and I think we're going to have more of that to come. Some really good grids for this afternoon, and it's brilliant to have this live streaming to show it all to everybody at home as well for those that can't make it. So thank you to you guys for that, and also to our sponsors, Rees Motorsport Insurance, for helping to bring this stream to you all.
So great stuff, Rory. Thanks very much for speaking to us there.
Thank you. Have a good afternoon.
That's Rory Bryant, our Business Development Manager here at the Scottish Motor Racing Club. And with the action about to get underway in just a few moments' time, I'll now hand you back over to Dave Christie in the commentary box.
Thanks very much, Andy. Then welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the SMRC May race meeting in association with Rees Motorsport Insurance, live here from Knockhill Racing Circuit. You got an idea of just how busy that grid is ahead of our Super Touring Trophy for the David Leslie Trophy. A wonderful, wonderful historic race about to take place here. Some big names that are very welcome back to the circuit, the likes of John Cleland, Conrad Murray, excuse me, in the likes of some of the cars that you would have seen from proper back in the day, back in their heyday in the BTCC. I can't really say that, can I? Because we're in a new heyday now of the BTCC with the new hybrid era, which is again, I might be a little bit biased here, but I think it's been a resounding success to see that new hybrid system deployed in the championship. But these are the cars that you would have seen from the early 90s that were so dominant in the BTCC back in the day, the likes of the Vauxhall Vectras, the Ford Focuses, we've got Vauxhall Astra, Cavalier, and the Nissan Primera as well. All of your legends in the BTCC would have been in these cars at one point or another. After the Super Touring Trophy, we've got the Scottish Classic Sports and Saloon Championship, we've got the Mini Cooper Cup, the modified Ford Series back out again, and the C1s, and then we go round all of the action all over again. Just a couple of minutes away from getting started here though, and as we said, the cars already making their way around before they get their green flag lap done and dusted here at Knockhill. But what a sight it is to see those cars out on track. And again, just the 5 cars that we've got for this particular championship. They race all over the UK, but as you can imagine, it is no small undertaking to get these cars transported around. And you know, if we went from the C1s where it's cheap and cheerful racing, this is probably as expensive as you can get. You'd think that your GT3s or your supercars racing would be expensive, but when you consider that these bits of kit haven't been available for off-the-shelf parts for the best part of 2 decades, then it becomes a little bit pricey, especially when you have the high-end equipment that you have on the cars on there. But as you can see, the Beatson's Build and Supply Bridge there, that is just going to be a couple of minutes before you see several of the cars there getting ready on the grid there. And as we said, that grid walk was a resounding success. It's been a wonderful thing that the SMRC have brought in over the past couple of years. Really allows the drivers to get a little bit more attention, a little bit more presence on social media, because let's face it, everybody wants to get their selfie with the drivers and the awesome looking cars that are out there. But as we said, we've got a pretty packed schedule for the rest of the afternoon. We've got the Classic Sports and Saloons Mini Cooper Cup, Modified Ford Series, Scottish C1 Cup, and then we have race 2 from the Super Touring Trophy. There you can see the wonderful site, the Gary Stagg commentary tower, right in the middle of the circuit here. And obviously, if you're at the circuit, then you're no doubt listening to the dulcet tones of Duncan Vincent and Dr. Robert Johnson, providing the local circuit commentary. And yeah, a bit of a stalwart to the circuit, and arguably, again, biased, used to work here, one of the best commentary teams that you will find here in the UK. But you're on live stream, so you've got my dulcet tones and Andy Elston's, and you know, what could I say? Probably better actually saying nothing on that one. But anyway, getting our attention back to the action that's about to unfold on track. We can see the last remnants of the marshals heading out onto circuit, going back to the post. And again, we have to take a second or a couple of minutes out to say a huge thank you to all of the marshals, the Orange Army, who every time, and again we always say this, and it has to come from the heart. It's such a sincere thing that we're saying here, but a huge thank you to every single one of those guys and girls in orange who you know, we say it about how the weekend wouldn't go ahead without them. We genuinely mean that. It literally would not happen. You have to have a minimum amount of marshals before an event is allowed to take place, and those guys and girls donate so much of their time to come here, and they ask nothing more for it than a thank you and a little wave from the drivers as they head round on their cool down lap. Great to see so many spectators here at Knockhill as well, enjoying the sights and sounds of these cars going by. And we get ready to go live for the first race of the afternoon. We enjoyed a properly enjoyable series of races this morning. I'm going to say the Fiesta STs was probably one of my favourites of the morning. I thought it was going to be the Scottish C1 Cup, given how dramatic the final race was last time out with the C1s, but the Fiesta STs were properly mixing it up big style, with some moves being sent in left, right and centre. Stephen Gray, though, taking the win from Dave Colville on that one. We'll be waiting to see if any scores get settled out there as well. So the timing screen has updated now. I'm a little bit confused, and I'll hopefully resolve that one. Unless the modified Fords are getting a third race today, it looks like we're certainly showing them out on screen, but I would imagine that it is just the Super Tourers that are going to be out there. Although that would be one hell of a race if it was having all of those Fords out there as well. I'm sure it would settle that age-old argument about you know, Ford and Vauxhall that we had raging on in the early 90s, and yeah, we'll certainly wait with bated breath. Gutted that we don't have a proper old-school Sierra. That would have been amazing to see that in with the Super Tourers, but we can only dream to see what could have been. But certainly the cars that are on there, and I know John Cleland's in that Vauxhall Vectra, the amount of work that him and his family do on that race car, that is more than just a race car to him and the family. It is an absolute obsession, and it is one of the best looking race cars that you will have out there on track, ahead of Conrad Murray. Conrad, again, another gentleman that is no stranger here to Knockhill, is very much involved with all of the Ford festivals that are held here at Knockhill, and you know, he is definitely a bit of a nut when it comes to the Super Tourers. He has got such a soft spot for these machines, and again, financing that all himself as well as the safety car pulls these cars round then and get ready to go racing. And here we go then. So the cars making their way round, and well, my eyes don't deceive me, so the live timing was absolutely correct. It's not only the Super Tourers, but we do have the modified Fords out there as well. So that, I'm a little bit confused with that, because my programme didn't say that. You're not hearing any complaints from me. That is, I'm properly inspired by that. I am really, actually, genuinely excited by this. The fact that we're going to see a 1998 Vauxhall Vectra duking it out with a Ford Escort from back in the day, I am absolutely all for this. This is going to be mega stuff. Right, let's take you through the starting order then for the race itself then. John Cleland is going to take pole position from Conrad Murray. Row 2 is going to be Stefan Ermler in the Vauxhall Astra from Tony Absalom in the Vauxhall Cavalier. Cavalier, can you believe we're saying that on a live stream? Tony Absalom in 4th place though. Alistair McMillan, Ali McMillan in the Nissan Primera in 5th position, and then we go on to the modified Fords. It's Jack Gads in 6th position on row 3 in the Ford Escort Mark 1 RSR. Piers Grange in 7th place with the Ford Escort Mark 2. Then it's Malcolm Harding in 8th position with the Ford Escort Mark II Zach Speed. Row 5 is going to be Graham Waite and Ashley Shelswell. Row 6 is going to be Gary Waite and Paul Neville. And row 7 is going to be Dave Gadd and Tony Paxman, with Mark Fremantle in 15th position. So a very welcome addition to the change to the programme at least. And just watching the cars go through. Obviously, 2 warm-up, 2 green flag laps for the cars here to get themselves all started up. They started from the grid, so they don't get that extra lap round from pit lane. And just watching them all making their way through, and yeah, I'm not going to lie, it's just a proper lump in your throat when you see these old school cars. Like, this is my childhood right here, watching these cars on TV, watching it on BBC Grandstand on a Sunday afternoon, Murray Walker commentating all through them, and then obviously when it goes over to ITV and you get some of the newer generation, the likes of Conrad Murray and the Ford Focus. Sure, that was the Airwaves Ford Focus. That's the Aeon livery that's on that one. You had the likes of Tom Chilton that was behind the wheel of that one, but Conrad Murray certainly knows how to dial the wheel on that thing. But it's that car in 4th place, that Vauxhall Cavalier, and that Nissan Primera is just, I mean, it's such a beautiful sight to see around here. And those modified Fords at the back, they don't look bad either. But we get ready to go racing here as the cars make their way around. I don't mind actually the safety car going a little bit slower than usual, because just getting to see these cars, it almost what's like a parade lap here at Knockhill. Yeah, that definitely makes you very happy. Now, what I will notice as well, actually, it is only certain of the modified Fords that are out there. There's only 6 of the modified Fords that are out there taking part in this Super Tourer race. So they'll be doing their own thing. But it looks like we're going for green then. So rolling start then for the Super Tourers. Something a little bit different for them compared to back in the day, where you'd have the standing start, but the modified Fords as well, because they're taking part in it. They are going to be on for the rolling start. So it's side-by-side action for all of the cars then. Don't be surprised to see these Super Tourers as off onto the grass then. That is the Ford Focus going very wide indeed of Conrad Murray. And side by side then, so Conrad Murray still struggling to get started here, as into the lead then John Cleland from the what looks like the Vauxhall Cavalier of Tony Absalom into to 2nd place there, coming over the hill at Clark's there. Then you have the Nissan Primera in 3rd position, and doing a fairly decent job is that Primera of Ali McMillan, that bright blue car. But look at the Escort in the background there, making mincemeat of these STCC cars. Incredible stuff. That's the 67 of Tony Absalom there in the Vauxhall Cavalier now, down into 4th position. And that Escort is just weaving its way through. So it shows you the power here. Also, again, I was telling you about the car of John Cleland there, how much work he's gone into restoring that car and keeping it up into race pace. And well, race pace is kind of a word there, because he's already gone into next week. So John Cleland is up into the chicane while the rest of them are coming through into McIntyre's. And it looks like the Vauxhall Astra of Stefan Ermler, a little bit of a mobile chicane right now, because Jack Gadden, the Mark 1 RSR, flies by him at a rate of knots there. Also looking to get past there's a Mark 2 Zach Speed 101 of Malcolm Harding. We're only 2 laps into this race there, and the Super Tourers are kind of just left to do their own thing here as the Ford's just roaring by them. There goes the Nissan Primera and the number 44 Ali McMillan trying to send it up the inside there of the number 1, Stefan Ermler. That was a great move there from Ali McMillan, taking that position there. And there we go. That's what I wanted to see. A good old Ford Sierra just absolutely pasting the pair of them as they come over the start-finish straight there. Great move there. And that is going to be, I believe that's Ashley Shelswell that's just done the pair of them there over the start-finish straight. So impressive stuff. And yeah, that makes me very happy to see a Sierra XR4i giving it big licks for these Super Tourers. This is, I know they're not firmly in this class, but my goodness me, they certainly make it an entertaining prospect nonetheless. Just looking actually, Jack Gadd doing a 56.351. Now he is 0.6 of a second faster than John Cleland, so I get the feeling that John was kind of expecting to have his own race here, and that's not going to happen as you've got a Ford Escort trying to hunt down the back of both of those Vauxhalls there. That's the Cavalier and the Astra. Almost a little bit of contact there as you see the 67 of Tony Absalom on the inside of that final corner. That Ford has got nowhere to go. It's going to try and make it 3 wide, but it's surely not going to happen here. This is getting sketchy stuff, almost 4 wide going across the start-finish line here. Amazing racing here, and this has now completely exceeded the STs. This is now the best race that we've had of the day. Thoroughly entertaining stuff here as we see Tony Absalom then and Stefan Ermler dropping down the order a little bit then. Jack Gadd, believe it or not, is already on the back lid of your race leader. John Cleland had a 3.6 lead second gap over second place of Jack Gadd, and I've got no doubt by the time we actually have a look at Jack Gadd in that number 59, who'll be coming into the hairpin just now, might already have this move done and dusted. But there you can see the Ford just in the background there of Conrad Murray, the Ford Focus, trying to hold on to the back, and that is Paul Neville that he is holding on to the back here of as well. Not quite able to make it happen, but John Cleland still in the lead of this race by 1/1000th of a second. So I think it's safe to say Jack Gadd is going to have the lead of this race. The last lap there was a 56.1 for John Cleland. It was a 55.289 for Jack Gadd just now. This is down into 5th position. That is Ali McMillan. He's now got Tony Absalom right on his bumper as well, the 67. Just coming through Clark's corner just now, and we've got, what's that, another 10.5 minutes left to go in this race. And yeah, a very different position for John Cleland to be in, given that he was so dominant earlier on. And Jack Gadd not only has got past John Cleland, but he is off into the sunset. 53.935 that last lap round for Jack Gadd, and John Cleland did a 55.8. That gap now 2 seconds. That is unbelievable stuff. You can see the cars just shooting through your picture there as they go through Butchers. They're now up into the chicane just now. Your race leader Jack Gadd and John Cleland. John Cleland again just briefly whisking through the shot there. That is third place though of Malcolm Harding in the Mark II Escort. Oh, we've got a car round the back. That is the number 67, and that is Tony Absalom getting it all sorts of wrong there. Now, the fact that he was on the inside there would suggest to me he's overcooked it at Duffus. The cars went onto the grass, and he's tried to get onto the brakes there. So Tony Absalom rejoins onto the circuit there. And my goodness me, that was a bit of a scary moment, because these machines are not cheap in any sense of the imagination whatsoever. And that's a car going very, very slowly in the background. I think that might have been, was that Mark Fremantle? In fact, no, it wasn't, because Mark Fremantle is in the 9. That is the number 55, just exiting the final corner there. Sorry, the 44, excuse me, of Ali McMillan. The cars all spread out. There is your second place car then, John Cleland, just coming through the chicane just now and just making his way into Clark Corner there. That is a sight for sore eyes. That Vauxhall Vectra from the 1998 season. And John Cleland in the lead of the Super Tourers right now. Of course, Jack Gadd in with the modified Fords. So really, you've got two separate races going on just now, because obviously they want to try and bump the numbers up and make it a proper race for these Super Tourers, but it's not the case just now, because John Cleland in that second place overall, and as we said, about a 2-second difference between the different cars. So just over 8 minutes left to go in this first of 2 Super Touring Trophy races for the David Leslie Trophy. For the Super Tourers, it's still John Cleland ahead of Conrad Murray right now. Conrad Murray down in 5th position, as it is the modified Fords who are pretty much left, right and centre. And Ali McMillan, I wonder if there's a problem with that car, because Tony Absalom flew past him like that car is absolutely standing still, and definitely a pace deficit on that Primera. I wonder if he's just counting the laps down in that thing. Looks to be some sort of an issue with the Nissan Primera right now. Don't be surprised, ladies and gentlemen, to see that car pulling off into pit lane. Again, the whole self-preservation thing, you're going to be wanting to look after the car. It is a national championship that they do, so they will be visiting other racetracks in the UK, and given that these cars are very, very expensive to maintain and to repair, you're definitely not going to be wanting to cause any terminal damage with these machines. But as much as this is all about the Super Touring, I've got to be honest, a little bit of me is loving seeing these modified Fords out there, mixing it up with them just now. Jack Gadd in the lead of this race ahead of John Cleland, at least on paper. Remember, it is 2 separate races we've got going on. Malcolm Harding in with the modified Fords in 3rd position, Ashley Shelswell in 4th position, and then in 5th position is Conrad Murray. That is 2nd place in the Super Tourers, and he's side by side. I think that was the number 9 there of Mark Fremantle that had what looked like a Harrier Hawkjet just flying past him at a rate of knots there. That must be a very, very intimidating feeling for that number 9 car. But that was the number 59 of Jack Gadd, your race leader, coming up through the chicane there, and he's going to be making his way over into Clark's just now. Amazing race that we've had so far here for the Super Touring Trophy. And that is the number 67 of Tony Absalom down in 4th place then. He is in the Vauxhall Cavalier, and just behind on the Super Touring race, behind Stefan Ermler, and just watching all of this unfold. Across the line then goes John Cleland in that number 98 Vauxhall Vectra. And again, 2 separate races, just to remind you, that we've got going on here. On the track, the race leader is the number 59, Jack Gadd, in his Ford Escort Mark 1 RSR that you can see here. But in the Super Touring Trophy race, which is, I guess, a real race that we're focusing on, that was who we saw there. That was John Cleland that was in the lead of that one. But Jack Gadd here, this thing is an absolute monster. As you see side-by-side action, that is going to be Tony Absalom and Stefan Ermler. Up the inside goes Tony Absalom, tries to get that move done and dusted, and this is the sort of stuff that you used to see 20-25 years ago, going door to door, no quarter asked, no quarter given. What a brilliant little battle we've got going on between these two drivers. Absalom looks like he's got the position done and dusted, takes the position from Ermler, and Ermler is not really going to be too happy. Ermler tries to send it up the inside, thinks better of it, down into McIntyre's, and look at that, who's that in the background? None other than Jack Gadd, a way to put these Super Tourers another lap down. Incredible incredible stuff. The pace that he's got in that Mark 1 RSR is absurd right now. We've got blue flags flying, obviously for the Super Tourers right now. They need to concentrate just on their own race just now, as Absalom onto the back of, Irmler still onto the back of Absalom, and look at how much that car's squirreling under braking, and oh my goodness me, that was so close there. That was Dave Gadd in the Mark 1 Escort almost coming together with your race leader. Thankfully looked in his mirrors right at the last minute there, and Dave Gadd tries to jump into that position just behind Stefan Irmler and Tony Absalom. But we've still got 3.5 minutes left here in this Super Touring race, and what a race we've had here. Jack Gadd in the lead from John Cleland, but it's John Cleland in the lead of the Super Touring car race here. That's the car that we can see here, that number 98, just coming up through the chicane here and making a move on that 58 car. Now that is a lap down, that is Dave Gadd, as we saw being dispatched by Jack Gadd coming through the corner at Clark here. Again, I mean, you don't need to say anything. These cars speak for themselves, and that is Ali McMillan going another lap down. So that Nissan Primera is definitely, there's something wrong with that car. He's just out there trying to get the laps in at this point. And again, would you believe it now, that's going to be Tony Absalom and Stefan Irmler going a lap down as well. Such is the pace difference of John Cleland. 12 laps in, 13 laps in, it's going to be just now. And he's already got a lap down on the majority of the field of the Super Tourers right now. But 2.5 minutes left to go in this race, and that is, as I said, the 67 of Tony Absalom, who, you know, incidentally, he's now fair bit ahead of Stefan Irmler in that Vauxhall Astra just now. Cleland makes light work of the 67 of Tony Absalom. He's off to I think go and get a little bit of a cocktail and enjoy the rest of the afternoon. Such as the pace difference on this car of John Cleland. That looks to be what I would imagine is a 22-second gap up to second place in that second place Super Touring car just now. But we've got about 2 laps left to go in this first race of the afternoon here. And there is John Cleland coming down into McIntyre's then. I think we'll be getting the last lap board next time by, but again we'll confirm that in just a second. As John Cleland goes through the chicane, you can see it here, that car looking resplendent in the sunshine in the afternoon here at Knockhill. That is your overall race leader though, Jack Gadd, coming in towards the hairpin then. And it'll be interesting to see, is this going to be the last lap round? It's not going to be, because we're going to get 2 more laps here, because 55-second laps is what Jack Gadd is doing, and then obviously that means that we've got 1 minute to go now, so he's crossed the line, so we'll be on the this is the penultimate lap just now. Across the start-finish line goes the number 67 of Tony Absalom. Stefan Irmler closing that gap down a little bit then. This is the battle for 3rd and 4th position in the Super Touring car class, as it were, just now, with the modified Fords out on track as well. You see the iconic Fujifilm livery of the number 67 Vauxhall Cavalier down in that 3rd place. But we're going to get the last lap flag this time, or the last lap board this time by, as we cut back to John Cleland then, your race leader for the Super Tourers, as the cars coming through at Clark Corner and into the chicane for the final time of asking. So Jack Gadd crosses the line to start the final lap of the race then. This is an amazing effort from Jack Gadd, as Zach Speed's 101 of Malcolm Harding comes out of the final hairpin. He'll be collecting the final lap board as well, but Jack Gadd in the number 59 currently making his way down through the compression at Butchers, up through the chicane, and he'll be coming up towards Clark as well, and John Cleland closely behind. I want to say closely behind, but realistically it's about 8 seconds behind your race leader. But Cleland will be happy to take yet another win in the Super Tourers. That is Stefan Ermler. That is, I believe, the 101 of Malcolm Harding. And as we go to the end, then there we go, checker flag flies. Jack Gadd takes the checker flag, but it's going to be John Cleland that takes the first win of the day for the Super Touring Trophy and puts his hands on that David Leslie Trophy. A great win for him there, and he will be absolutely delighted with that. Second place in the Super Touring Trophy is going to be for Conrad Murray. Tony Absalom in third place, Stefan Ermler in fourth, and fifth place, just getting it home, is Ali McMillan. And then we move on to the modified Ford series. In the SB class was Jack Gadd taking the overall win on the road there. B plus goes to Malcolm Harding. Ashley Shelsville takes the A class honours for that one. Mark Fremantle in the B class, but I think that they were there to basically make a nice little addition to the race, and an extra little chance for them to get out on circuit as well. So as we said, Super Touring Trophy, it's congratulations to John Cleland, who takes the win and gets another inscription on that David Leslie Trophy. A brilliant race there, and fantastic stuff to see. That Conrad Murray though, getting that second place, he was kind of in no man's land really. Didn't really have anybody that he was involved with to fight there. Tony Absalom, we got a little bit of action with him and Stefan Ermler and the Vauxhall Cavalier and the Vauxhall Astra, and Ali McMillan in that final Super Touring position. But if you're going to take a clip from the day, it's going to have to be there. You saw that early instant for the number 67 there of Tony Absalom spinning at McIntyre's, and where I'd hypothesised that he'd maybe gone across the grass there, unfortunately it was far less glamorous than that. He just looped the car on the exit of the corner there. So we're seeing the cars heading round into pit lane. We can see the Super Tourer of John Cleland still held up at the end of pit lane. So we'll be crossing in a couple of minutes to have a chat with Andy Alston, see if we can get a word with our race winner there at John Cleland's after that, and brilliant race win for the Super Touring Trophy. Up next though is going to be the Scottish Classic Sports and Saloons, and then we've got the second race of the Scottish Mini Cooper Cup. That's what's to come. After that, we've got the modified series for their second official race, the Scottish C1 Cup for their second race. The Super Touring Trophy will be back out on the track at 3:25 this afternoon. The Fiesta STs will be out at 10:04, and Scottish Classic Sports and Saloons out at 4:15, rounding out the day with the Scottish Mini Cooper Cup at 22:05. But the cars making their way round, and so we'll step away from the microphone a minute and hand things over in just a second to my rather capable colleague, Mr. Andy Alston, who is poised, ready, waiting to go over in the holding area.
Yes, Dave, great action there in the Super Touring Trophy. Of course, for the David Leslie Trophy as well, we had the modified Ford cars out there, a selection of them out on track as well. It was a great combination, it has to be said, but it was led at the front by this man here, the number 59 car of Jack Gadd. He was first across the line in the modified Fords, and he's had a very strong outing overall today, it must be said, and he'll be more than happy with that display as well. So Jack Gadd first across the line overall in the 59 car, who joins us now. And Jack, that was a great race to watch. It must have been even better behind the wheel.
Yeah, it felt incredible. Cheers. Yeah, it felt great. It really did. Got a little bit lucky. I think Malcolm had a moment, so it gave me a little bit of clear way just to get my head down and get racing. It's good.
Absolutely, and again the car's looking great. It's very quick into the bargain as well, and you know it really couldn't have gone any better for you this weekend.
No, it's going well so far. The car likes it here, so see how we get on this afternoon.
Good stuff, great stuff. Well done, Jack. Jack got there first across the line in the number 59 car, the modified Ford category, and congratulated by his fellow drivers there as well, because it was a very strong showing throughout from him. And he'll be absolutely delighted with how his weekend's been going overall. The car looks quick. Jack's very quick into the bargain as well, and yes, it's just going from better to better for the number 59 car. And yeah, it's been a great showing from him so far. But yeah, we'll see how the drivers now just making their way to the podium area as well here, congratulated by their team here as well. But yeah, it's been some great action throughout. Great combination between the two, of course, the Super Touring Trophy cars who are into the pit garages, but the modified Ford cars are here in the podium area. Now just going to collect their trophies, and without further ado, with a couple of minutes left to go until the next race, I'll hand you back over to Dave Christie in the commentary box.
Very much, Andy. Thank you for that post-race report there. You can see up on the podium then, John Cleland, delighted to lift the David Leslie Trophy there. Second place for Conrad Murray, and Tony Absalom taking third place as well. And they might be some older cars, but they certainly know exactly what they're doing. And this is not going to be the first bottle of bubbly that John Cleland has opened from the top step of the podium. Look at him with that laser focus. He knows exactly who he's aiming for with that thing. And there we go. That's exactly what it's all about. It's all about the fun and the frivolity here at Knockhill, and John obviously judging the SMRC on the choice of bubbly that they've gone for this afternoon. So just a reminder then, the Super Tourers will be back out with us at 3:25 this afternoon. So here we go then. It's time to move on, and we move on to the Scottish Classic Sports and Saloon Championship. A very heavily contested field that is out there. We were delighted to see after a couple of years where the numbers were maybe starting to dip a little bit, they're now back up well above 15. I think we had about 20 out in the first race of the season, and we're now, I believe we've got 18 that are out for us today. We've got a very special guest with us, joining us for commentary of the race today, and joining us today, it's a very warm welcome to the commentary booth for Mr. Malcolm Smith. Hello there, Malcolm.
Well, fame at last. I've reached the commentary at Knockhill. Delighted to be here and give a few words of wisdom, maybe, with regards to the classics that I've been watching for probably 15 years or more here.
Excellent stuff. So what we'll do is we're going to get ourselves set up for the next race, which is about to head out. You can see the cars making their way down on for their green flag lap. So we'll be back in just a couple of seconds. So here we go then, and Malcolm, you were telling us about the breadth of cars that are on here on display today. Now, names that we're very familiar with, the likes of John Kinman. Let's start with him in that incredible Rover 3500. That thing just looks massive. Is an absolute monster whenever we see it on track, and he loves throwing that thing about.
Yeah, and for such a big car, it seems surprisingly nimble. his cornering ability with a ton in weight. A car that was, yes, heavily modified from what it would have been in the road in the late 70s. Having been round myself for a few laps in an open day here, it was quite an entertaining journey to say the least. So, yeah, powerful car, handles very well, and yet again he's below 57 seconds in qualifying time, which is particularly good around here. 55-ish seconds has been achieved at the last event by a much more purpose-built racer of a Morgan, but the Kinman Rover is at the front. We'll see how that goes with the competition that's closely behind him.
The other main draw of this championship that we have to focus on is the fact that the race on the road doesn't necessarily reflect the race for the championship, given the different classes that we've got here.
Yes, the classes mean that someone from any could win the race, win the overall championship, I beg your pardon, and that's happened over the years. We've had cars from all classes A and upwards where they scored points who have been the overall champ.
Well, here we go then. Green flag flies. It's going to be John Kinman's on pole with Andrew Graham alongside him. Row 2 is going to be Alistair Bapty and Elliot Patterson, Charlie Cope and Jimmy Crowe on row 3, Craig Houston and Kenneth Brown on row 4, and we'll bring you the rest of the grid as they head through. The 1 minute board has just been held up.
We have 2 non-starters from this morning's qualifying. Number 27, that's the Alpha Sprint of Mario Ferrari, and the number 5 MG Midget of Michael Longstaff. Both unfortunately have transmission problems, so won't be joining us in the race.
That's some inspired intel there, Malcolm. I like that. You can come back here.
Well, if only I was inspired to be able to fix transmissions, I might be even more popular, but there you go.
Now, the Classic Sports and Saloons, no stranger to drama and excitement, and this is exactly what we've got. We've got 5 lights on the gantry board. We get racing back here at Knockhill, the first race of 2 today, and it's a clean start for John Kinman. Gets ahead of Andrew Graham as they go under the Beatson's Building Supply Bridge down towards Duffus for the first time of asking. John Kinman's got a decent gap already, what looks like about 3, 4, 5 cars. You've got a car backwards down the hill there, thankfully avoids all of the gravel, all of the barriers there. That'll be nothing more than a little bit of injured pride and a little bit of bruised ego nonetheless, but there you go. So it's John Kinman from Andrew Graham, Alistair Bapty in 3rd place with his brand new car this weekend, Elliot Patterson in 4th position there. And again, we have to say a little bit about Duncan O'Neill, you know, one of the biggest names single-handedly almost, Malcolm, keeping that XR2 scene here in Scotland alive. Yes, he's got 2 cars out just now, ran 3 for most of last season, and hopefully some more come out. As we get into the hairpin for the first time, Jimmy Crowe goes a bit wide in the MGB, allowing Patterson and Cope to pass him. Bapty has fallen back down the field, though he started well, and making places now, coming up on Nicky Dixon in the Mark 1 Lotus Cortina. He certainly is, actually. Bapty fallen all the way down, started in that 3rd position. He's down to 11th place there, so a terrible start for the Bapty man himself, down there outside of the top 10. But meanwhile, John Kinman then ahead of Andrew Graham, Elliot Patterson in 3rd, Charlie Cope in 4th, Jimmy Crowe into 5th position, Kerry Brown in 6th, Craig Houston in 7th, 8th place for Alistair Coates right now, Adam Kinman's in 9th, and Nicky Dixon in that 10th position. That is the number 73 right now that we're watching, and that is Elliot Patterson. He's in between a rock and a hard place because he's a mile off the back of Andrew Graham, but having a look at that Golf GTI, I struggle to believe that that is a classic sports and saloon car, but it is age-wise. Yeah, it meets the criteria, and very well driven there. A car that's been developed in recent years by Charlie, and you can see there the fruits of his work as the Morgan, a more powerful engine and let's say sporting car in its origins. It runs the 3.5 litre V8 engine, similar basic engine as we would see in the front running Rover and TR7 V8, although in the Morgan it's less tuned and is subject to the more stringent rules of the historic sports car club type of events that it competes in. Just to give you a little bit of an update class-wise then, Paul Bowers currently in the lead of the A-class at the moment, Charlie Cope in the lead of B-class, C-class at the moment, the only runner in that is Kenny Brown, and then D-class is Elliot Patterson in that Morgan 8, with E-class currently your race leader overall, John Kinman right now in that Rover 3500, Duncan O'Neill in the lead of the Ford Fiestas, the XR2s right now. Just again, with 9 laps left to go here, this is what I always find the interesting part of the race, because Malcolm, John Kinman gets a lightning start. He's really fast in that Rover 3500, but it always feels like he gets to about maybe 5-6 laps into the race, and then suddenly his tyres become bubblegum, and he starts becoming very vulnerable to some of the more nimble cars like the Triumph.
Yeah, and he's having to consider brake issues as well, where he's having to stop a car of considerably more weight than some of the others. Therefore, it's not just the tyres, it could be brakes too, as we see here one bit of heavy braking from Alistair Bapty as he comes onto the rear of Jimmy Crowe in the battle of the MGB V8.
Yeah, beautiful, beautiful car, and of course this is not what we normally see Alistair Bapty in, as they go side by side, run down to the hairpin, late on the brakes as you like for Alistair Bapty, makes it look very, very easy indeed, but truth be told, that move was already started on the exit of Clarkson, gets that position, so Alistair Bapty up to 6th position from Jimmy Crowe, who's now down into 7th. Craig Houston, you can see, just on the tail end of that battle, and John Kinman not quite giving me the cause for concern that I had earlier on, and that gap now up half a second now to 3 seconds over Andrew Graham there in that in 2nd place.
Yeah, 57.4 seconds, the best lap for Kinman so far, so just half a second down in his qualifying. So he's able to maintain a fair pace. Graham again, second or so behind on qualifying time. He's 3 seconds on the road behind him.
Fantastic, fantastic racing that we're getting going on here, as you can see. Craig Houston still trying to throw that Lotus XL, and again, being a latecomer to the classic and classic sports and saloons, I've been a bit of a newbie when it comes to the older cars. You know, being involved with these drivers and watching them for the past 4 or 5 years, it really gives you an understanding to the beauty of these cars that are there. You know, the likes of the Triumph TR8, very unique styles and body shapes that you just don't see nowadays, Malcolm.
Yeah, and styles that seem to be very popular when you see all the crowds coming round to look at them during the lunch period, and some of the older guests and spectators reviving days of their youth. But I don't imagine their TR7 ever would progress at the pace that the one we see here would, but they may only have dreamt about it. But yeah, back on screen we see Elliot Patterson. He's still in... He is still in...
He's in
third place,
yeah.
My apologies, yeah, the screen just went. He's in 3rd place, and Charlie Cope still on his tail, but not quite at the pace he was earlier.
And again, one of the cars that I'd overlooked, actually, Kenny Brown taking that 3rd position from Elliot Patterson there. I didn't realise we actually did have a TVR in our midst. Usually, you know, you associate TVRs with being absolute monsters, the likes of the Cerebra and the Tuscan, but the Griffith looks a little bit more sedate for a TVR, but certainly not sedate in the pace that it's got.
Yeah, the styling's maybe a little more subtle. It runs in Class C, which is an invitational class where cars are not covered by the other classes and will allow people to race with the classics, not quite in the more rigorous detail of the other classes may need, but it still makes sure that people come out, enjoy the racing and add to the spectacle, which Kenny Brown certainly is here.
Yeah, he certainly is. 5 laps left to go then in the Scottish Classic Sports and Saloons. John Kinman still in the lead overall on the race, and we did get a little bit of a sight of that car there as it was coming in towards the hairpin. Malcolm, that Rover, I mean, it's massive by any sense of the imagination, but I also can only imagine, I mean, you watched John driving it, it must feel like an absolute tank with all that weight to drive.
Well, you would think so, but he's obviously developed the handling so well over a period of time that he's mastered the means of controlling it, and he certainly does it here. We see on screen now Ian Mitchell in number 11 Nova, just been passed by Andy Graham, who keeps up his second place. And as he rounds the hairpin, he's well within sight of John Kinman.
Yeah, and this is it, is the fact that Kinman, he gets early leads, but I mean that gap's now up to 4.6 seconds, so it is stretching away.
Yeah.
I was just waiting to touch on Ian Mitchell there. Again, being the middle-aged person that I am, that's more my era, saying the Vauxhall Nova, but looks like we've got a proper little battle going on here further down the order. That is, well, looks like the number 2, is it?
That's
64, so that's Adam Kinman and Alistair Coates fighting it out there, and that looks like a really nice clean move there for Adam Kinman.
Yeah, 2 cars of Adam's been early to mid-80s Rover Vitesse when it moved to the fuel injection type engine in it, and Alistair Coates Mark 1 Escort, which is a replica of the Tom Walkinshaw British Saloon Car Championship Escort from 1975, which has been recreated in painstaking detail to such a standard that it has appeared at the Goodwood members meeting. It did that last year, so cars of the old period standard are needed there, and this one has it in every detail and has the performance, as you can see on screen, as he harries the big, more powerful Rover.
The apple doesn't fall far from the tree then with Adam Kinman, the way that he's absolutely throwing that Rover sideways round the corner, and what it has in straight line speed, it's certainly it's not exactly got it in finesse, has it? It's just a brute of a car. It throws it round, but certainly got it there, and that's way too deep into the final hairpin there. The number 2 of Alistair Coates. I mean, that is a plucky little Ford Escort, is it? It is trying its best to make this work here. And I think it's done it, yes. It's got the move done as they go down into to Duffus Dip here.
Yeah, very experienced driver. The Rovers got back ahead, but Alistair has driven assorted cars, a couple of Ford Mustangs. He still uses a Mustang in other championships in England and overseas. So he's well versed in all sorts of competition.
A fantastic pedigree, and that's obviously coming through. I've got to be honest though, I think that's one of his 9 lives just been used up on that that run down through Duffus.
Well, he's certainly somebody who would never give up and really enjoys racing, so you're seeing the benefits of.
Yep, so here we go then, final lap then for John Kinman. He's making his way through Butchers, through the chicane. Wow. Proper styling it out here. Tail end to that car lighting up under acceleration then through into Clark's for the final time. It's going to be John Kinman, who is 4.7 seconds ahead of Andrew Graham. We will give you a class update in just a second, because obviously that's what it all matters about then. But out of the final corner then and into the hairpin, what a performance here, Malcolm. Oh, look at that proper Tokyo Drift style, and that is how you win a race, with absolute style there, Malcolm.
Yes, showboating there from John at the end, but yeah, there'll be a tiny bit of tread left in the tyre.
Yeah, you can tell that he's obviously got a good deal on his tyre supplier, because the way that he's going round there, what a replay we've got there. That is how you do it, and this again, that in a nutshell shows how much fun these drivers have when racing these machines.
Yes, they're enjoying themselves, they certainly are. And there's Charlie Cope coming over the line now in the Golf. He's finished a strong 6th place with a lot of more powerful cars ahead of him.
Yeah, that was a really good performance from them. The Vauxhall Nova is going to come across the line at 1 lap down there. Let's give you an update on the classes then. For A class, it's going to be Ian Mitchell taking the honours there. Charlie Cope is going to take the honours for B class. C class will go to Kenny Brown. by default because he's the only car in that class out there today. Elliot Patterson takes the D class in that Morgan 8. John Kinman, no surprise really, to take Class E in that Rover 3500, and the Ford Fiesta class. Again, out there, only the 2 cars there, but Duncan O'Neill taking the honours in that one. David Riley not starting the race according to my intel there. But there we go, arm out the window. John Kinman must be very happy for that. But for the first couple of laps, you've got to give credit to Andrew Graham in that Triumph. Was, fairly close and holding on fairly well.
Yeah, he did, only 3 seconds at the end, giving him a good chase. But yeah, slightly more nimble perhaps in some of the twistier sections in the TR7 V8. But a great performance from both of them, and from everyone else too.
Yeah, it really, really was. So John Kinman there, arms waving out to all of the marshals and the fans that are there. It is always a very popular sight, the Scottish Sports and Saloons, in association with the Edinburgh Watch Company. And great to see these classics out there getting so much appreciation. But John Kinman taking the win on the track. They'll be heading round into the Holden area very shortly, where we've got our superstar reporter Andy Elston out there in pit lane. But Malcolm, thank you so much for joining us for this first race. It's nice to actually now sound like I know what I'm talking about here.
You do more than you think.
You got to love it. You got to love it. But you'll be joining us back here for the final race, which will be 4:15 as the cars come roaring. You'll probably be able to hear that on my commentary mic there. Come roaring into the Parc Fermé area, and just like that, just by magic, I can see Andy Elston over there in pit lane. So I guess all it's ready to do, Andy, is hand over to you. And what a race we were treated to there.
The Scottish Classic Sports and Saloons. It's always great action throughout all the different categories, and this one was no different. But I want to grab a quick chat with this man here, John Kinman, who really put on a show, in particular in that last lap. And John, I have to get a quick look at these tyres at the back, because that was quite a show you put on there. Are they looking okay?
Yeah, they still look fresh. They'll be fine. Be fine for the next one. That's okay. All good. Oh, it's hot out there. That's thirsty work.
Yeah, I can imagine. And great action as well. I mean, there's Adam just making his way past there. But what a great race as always that we see in the classics. And it was just it's one of those ones where you got a good start and really just kind of built on that from there.
Yeah, I was lucky. Good start. Being on poles handy, and then just measured it out as the race went on, just to make sure I didn't take too many chances. And you can never rely on these things to make it back in one piece. So as much as the showboating and stuff's all good fun, it's it could quickly look pretty stupid if that went wrong. So.
John, tell us a little bit about what happens between the first race and the second race with this championship. Is there anything in particular that the drivers and the teams have to do for the cars just to get them prepared and get everything up and running into the right operating window?
And just check that nothing's broken. That's always the main thing. And then it's just fuel them up, check the fluids, and off you go. Yeah, make sure you've got tread on the tyres and have at it.
Good stuff. John, thanks very much for speaking to us. John Kinman there in the fantastic Rover, the number 63 car, leading the way first across the finish line. Of course, lots of different classes here, all in the podium area now, and we'll be picking up their accolades. But some great action throughout, as we always see in this championship. And I think it's been a real good spectacle throughout, and I'm sure we'll be in for more of the same in a few moments' time when we have the next Classics race. But we'll just see the Scottish Mini Cooper Cup and Mini Cooper S Cup cars making their way out onto the track just now. So I'll hand it over to Dave Christie, who'll get the action underway.
Thanks very much, Andy, and we are back then for our coverage of the next race then. This is the Scottish Mini Cooper Cup and the Mini Cooper S Cup in association with Project 21 Detailing. If you are just joining us, ladies and gentlemen, warm welcome to race day number 2 from the Scottish Motor Racing Club in association with Reese Motorsport Insurance. What a race one we had. I'd love to say that it was cool, calm and collected, but in all reality it was a little bit chaotic. Gordon Long got sent off into the barriers, and we'll keep an eye out to see how that one, if we managed to get that car. Certainly the car managed to make its own way around back into the pit lane, so it didn't look like there was too much damage, but still it's not what you want to see on the first race of 3 for this race weekend. The car's making their way around on the lap out of the pit lane. We'll give you the grid in just a couple of minutes time. And what a race we had for that race one. But from my super smooth brain, I think this is how they're going to line up. Ollie Mortimer is going to be on pole position with Jamie Blake in second, Andrew Lamont in third, with Chris Watt in fourth place, who is an R53. I can absolutely confirm that this time. Michael Weddle will start in fifth position on the grid ahead of Chad Little. Ian Munro in third place, well, in seventh place on the grid, but third for the Mini Coopers. Then Jack Irvin in 8th position. Row 5 is going to be Ryan Smith and Finn Maché. 11th place for Daniel Patterson and Chris Coburn in 12th. Row 7 is going to be Andrew Bell in 13th position and David Taylor in 14th position. Ewan Robertson is going to be in 15th with Jamie Brown in 16th. We go on for another green flag lap. Gordon Long gets back out into 17th position. Craig Blake in 18th, and hopefully we do get Neil Hose out on track for this second race of 3 this afternoon. Remember, this is the last race for the R53s, the much more powerful older brother of the Mini Coopers. They will be saying goodbye to us after this race here and then joining us on the next event as well. So as we say, just watching the cars come through. This is a very important time for these minis. If you're wondering what they're doing, they're not just going round saying hello to the marshals and to the crowd. They use this lap here, the warm-up laps, to literally do what it says on the tin, to warm up the car, to warm up the tyres, to get them to a good operating window. The tyres themselves have a range of temperatures in which they work their best at, and the better the tyre works, the more grip that you get from the engine, from the car, down to the track. The faster you will go, basically. The more traction you get, the quicker the car can push you forward. So any little marginal gain that you can get, that's going to give you a big boost towards the start of the race. And it's so important to get the tyres up to speed, up to temperature. And again, from experience with the little Peugeot 107 and from the little Citroen C1, when you don't have a lot of power, it is all about grip. And if you don't have grip, that's when you have understeer, and that's when the car goes sliding, and that is when bad things happen, ladies and gentlemen. These Mini Coopers can slide plenty as it is on their own. They definitely don't need cold tyres to assist on that one. As we said though, Ollie Mortimer are going to take pole position for this one, and we can see the cars making their way on to the grid. I can see a camera poised, ready to go. And so I think we've got, maybe we've got Andy Alston down there on the grid waiting for us.
Absolutely, Dave. Not long to go until the next race in the Mini Cooper Cup and Mini Cooper S Cup as well. We've got the S-Class cars just at the front here, and the rest of the pack just making their way onto the grid, with the action about to get underway in a few moments' time. So let's grab a quick chat with the number 97 car of Jamie Blake, who lines up alongside Ollie Mortimer at the front. And Jamie, how's the car feeling ahead of this one?
Yeah, it's feeling good, so hopefully I'll be able to challenge Ollie for the win.
And how important is it going to be to get a clean start here and then really put the pressure on Ollie going into the first few laps?
Yeah, very important, so try and get away as good as I can and stay with him and challenge him for the race.
Yeah, absolutely good stuff. Best of luck, Jamie. Thanks very much. Yeah. Jamie Blake there, the car number 97, who will be starting this one on the front row of the grid alongside Ollie Mortimer. And with the action about to get underway, I'll hand back to Dave Christie in the commentary box.
Thanks very much, Andy, and we are ready to go. Get underway here on the next race of the order, and third race of the afternoon, Scottish Mini Cooper Cup and Scottish Mini Cooper S Cup in association with Project 21 Detail. Remember, go on at the same time. The much faster R53s
Is it what last time?
walking over the sunset, and very likely lapping a couple of the cars towards the end of this race. Just to remind you, Ollie Mortimer in pole position, Craig Blake, Jamie Blake in third position. So the cars on the grid, ready to go. Away we go then, and we are underway for the next race. The Mini Coopers off already down into Duffus Dip. And there you go, Ollie Mortimer ahead of Craig Blake there. And look up the inside there, that looked like Andrew Lamont, who got caught napping at the start there, and away up into the distance there. That was a brilliant, brilliant start there. As we head through. Oh, we've got a car off at the gravel. That's Michael Weddle that's off into the gravel there as well. So, goodness me, that was a huge moment for Michael. Gets the car brought back round there. And that was scary, scary stuff there. And it's actually Craig Blake that we saw making hay while the sun shines there. So up into the lead of the race then, as you see the number 10 and 25 there, that is going to be Chad Little, just ahead of Jack Irvine. So the positions all swapped over all around the place right now. So Chris, what you can see, not able to hold up with that leading group of R53s, but it's Chad Little in the 25 in the lead of the Mini Coopers from Jack Irvine and Ian Munro in third place. Fourth place for Ryan Smith, Finn Marsh in sixth position. Michael Weddle is going to be having an absolute nightmare right now because he's down in seventh place. He will be trying to get his way back up there, as you see Ollie Mortimer sending it all sorts of ways outside of the chicane. These R53s really can light it up very, very early on indeed, and what we tend to see is Ollie Mortimer stretching out a huge, huge gap there, and that looks like a little bit of rub from the back end of the 97 of Jamie Blake. And this is the question now, can Craig Blake get past Jamie Blake to make a charge on Ollie Mortimer? Because if it doesn't happen, Ollie Mortimer is going to be away with it at a very, very early stage in the race. So they clock off another lap, 10 laps left to go here. And my goodness me, this is going to be awesome, awesome stuff to watch nonetheless. As Chad Little still in the lead now by 4/10 of a second. You can see him coming across the line just there just now. Ian Munro in that second place, and again the reason you get so confused is you see that R53 at Christopher Watt ahead of that group, and I thought, oh, he's obviously fighting for position there, but he is an R53, so he is not in this battle just now. This is the battle that we're looking at here for the Mini Coopers. That's the leader of Chad Little right now in that 25 there. Great camera work there, you can see onto that lead battle for the Mini Coopers there. Ian Munro has 3 cars right behind him. In fact, Michael Weddle's dropped off again now. So Michael Weddle trying to get that recovery drive, but it's not happening for him just now. Meanwhile, Ian Munro in no man's land right now. He wants to try and get past Chad Little, but it's not happening, because if he even thinks about looking any other which way, Jack Irvine is going to be all over that position. He will be taking that with open arms right now. Across the line though, 9 laps left to go. Ollie Mortimer still in the lead to the R53s from Craig Blake and Jamie Blake in third position there. You can see a battle going further on down the order there as the 17 of Chris Coburn fighting with the 30 of Gordon Long, and then Daniel Patterson behind that as well. David Taylor down in 19th position, caught up in a little bit of the struggles. Now, I was speaking to David earlier on, and he's really, really not enjoying the car just now. The engine needing a little bit of a TLC to bring it up to standard with the rest of the cars, he feels. As we've got Michael Weddle flying, we'll send it up the inside there, and as cool, calm and as collected as you like, Ryan Smith gets added to the tick list from Michael Weddle. Makes it look so easy, and that is job done. 94 next on the list. Excuse me, that was, now who was that then? Because that wasn't Ryan Smith, because Ryan Smith's still in front there, and that was the 65, so that was Jack Irvine. So Jack Irvine was actually 2 at the start of the lap. Jack was 2 cars up, So something's obviously happened to Jack. He drops all the way down from 8th position to 10th position, and that means that Michael Weddle then up into 9th then, as we've got 8 laps left to go. So at the front of the Mini Cooper Cup then is still Chad Little here from Ian Munro. Munro has a little look around the outside at McIntyre's. Can't happen. Flymo up the inside. You've got to be kidding me. What a move that is from your championship, your incumbent reigning champion. Michael Weddle shows exactly why he got himself to the top of the championship last time round. I'm not sure so much could be said about the car, because there's quite a few bits hanging off the back of Michael Weddle's car there. Either way, it's weight saving, it's something about it's making it faster, and I'm pretty sure I'm not going to say it's the driver inside, but there we go, round the outside. Munro tries to send it. Weddle sees that as an opportunity. That's going to be late for Munro, and that is quite literally handing the position to Michael Weddle on a silver platter as they come across the start-finish line. Weddle, who slid all the way down to 7th place in class, has picked himself up, clotted himself back, and has somehow got himself not only at the 3rd position, up into 2nd as well. You can guarantee though that Munro wasn't going to give that position. Indeed he didn't, and now he's been completely thrown to the wolves, and the wolves have devoured him. Munro now back in the 5th position in class. It's now Chad Little who's got the scary sight of Michael Weddle right on his tail. And I tell you what, if there's a driver you do not want to see in your mirrors, it is Michael Weddle. Thankfully my experience of that has been relegated to esports. How has that even been a thing? Michael Weddle has somehow overtaken on the left-hand side of Clark's. That's not even a thing, but it is now a thing because Michael Weddle says so. Great move there, but Chad Little says no thank you. Jack Irvin, he's getting involved. Jack Irvin fancies a little bit of scrap, and that's contact with Ian Munro and the 94 of Ryan Smith. Now this is more like the Mini Coopers that we're used to seeing from back in the day. It's getting a little bit scrappy for race 2 though. Normally they save this sort of altercation for race 3 when they absolutely give it large. Right, Chad Little still in the lead. Michael Weddle has to take to the escape road, but yeah, you're going to have to think about if he got an advantage from taking to that escape road there. Jack Irvin doesn't care. He is absolutely baying for blood right now. He wants to take that 2nd position here, and this is an awesome little turn to the race. It was looking very prim, very proper, very pristine, and these guys just thought absolutely not having it, and this is what we love from the Mini Cooper Cup. And look at Jack Irvin. You could swear there was a little bit of a NASCAR style bump drafting going on to the back of Michael Weddle. Weddle tries to get that inside line, but right on the brakes nice and early is Chad Little. Round the outside, no way has Jack Irvin just done that. Again, this is unbelievable action. So Jack Irvin has not only put himself in the position for going for the lead of this race now, but he's beaten Flymo, and not only that, Michael Weddle now, he's actually been caught out with that, and he's now into the clutches of Ian Munro. So this is stunning racing. We've got 5 laps left to go with this. I don't think we're going to be able to cope with another 3 laps of this, never mind 5. Chad Little now goes from the frying pan into the fire because he's now not got Michael Weddle, so he can breathe a sigh of relief on that. Instead, now he's got Jack Irvin, who looks equally as determined, equally as possessed to try and take that hard-fought race win off of him. And look at that moving up through as well. That is going to be Neil Hose up into the mix with this little battle as well. So amazing action that we've got, and honestly it's so difficult to know where to look. Ollie Mortimer's still in the lead of the race, but you'll understand that we've got no interest in seeing that right at this second, because this battle right now, a little bit of contact with Chad Little late on the brakes and Jack Irvin, that brings Michael Weddle back into the mix as well, and it is legitimately a 6-car battle for the lead right now. Any one of these 6 cars, and I tell you what, my money's on not all of these 6 cars are actually making it to the finish of this race. This is starting to get a little bit fighty for my liking. With 4 laps left to go, Ollie Mortimer in the lead of the R53s from Craig Blake and Jamie Blake as well. But look at that, Chad Little now, and it's Michael Weddle still up into that 2nd place then. So that looks like Jack Irvin has been relegated to 3rd. They're leaning on each other, and there goes Neil Hose as well, trying to pull up onto the inside. Gets finally into line astern there. Very thankful for that. And this is now a battle of attrition. Chad Little is properly defending this position here. Oh, there's a huge hit there as Chad Little tries to defend that position there. Michael Weddle with the car. It's not going to go anywhere, and Michael Weddle finally jumps into the lead of the race. He's under all sorts of pressure from Jack Irvin there, almost forced round the corner there as Neil Hose. There's more contact again as the cars make their way out. The 25 of Chad Little gets into that third position though. Craig Blake still up there in the lead. We will get an idea on that as soon as we can, but we have to focus on this race right now. Incredible action that we've had in this second Mini Cooper Cup race of the day. And if I was excited by the last race of the Classic Sports and Saloons, this has quite easily been the best race of the season. Contact again with the 25. Chad Little is being sent off into the wolves there. That's the 111 of Neil Hose. And look at this, Flymo has got some green grass out in front of him. He can see the clear skies in front of him as Michael Weddle off into the sunset with that one. Jack Irvin trying to catch on, but you've got to say that it's looking very, very good for Michael Weddle with just 2 laps left to go in this race, the second Mini Cooper Cup race of the day. For the R53s, it's Ollie Mortimer ahead of Craig Blake. And look at that side-by-side. Neil Hose tries to take that position from Chad Little. It doesn't work out, but look at Ryan Smith. He fancies having a go as well. This releases the 2 cars in front out off into the distance. As we said, Jack Irvin not able to keep up with Michael Weddle here. And we've got only 2 laps left. And if the C1s were exciting, I tell you what, I'm going to need a little cup of coffee and a lie down after this one, because this has been frantic, full of excess, and Weddle going very, very wide there. He is feeling the pressure. He is really having to work for this ahead of Jack Irvin. But we are on the last lap. The R53s have crossed the line to start the last lap then. Ollie Mortimer in the number 70 and the number 95 of Craig Blake. As we see side by side into Clark's end, that's the 94 Ryan Smith, and that's going to be Neil Hose. Neil Hose gets caught out. Ian Munro's going to take advantage of that, and that is absolutely mugged at the last minute there. Neil Hose is not going to be impressed with that move with Ryan Smith there. Ryan Smith gets to live and tell the other day. Gordon Long thinks, thank you very much. 3 cars into one corner is never going to go. Thankfully, that did not go anywhere near how I imagined seeing them. And the problem for themselves is the fact that they've now just proven that they can go 3 cars wide. As we're on to the last lap here, Ollie Mortimer is going to come across the line. So Ollie Mortimer wins from Craig Blake. Jamie Blake, in all that confusion, crosses the line to take the checkered flag. It's then going to be Andrew Lamont in 4th position, Chris Watt in 5th, but the battle's still going on. I don't think the checkered flag, oh, and that was the number 70 there of Ollie Mortimer, elbowing Ian Munro into the gravel there. Now my screen is showing that they've finished it, they've got the checkered flag here. I don't think that message has got through to the drivers, and I tell you what, Ian Munro would be right to be absolutely furious with that. The car just came in way too hot into the corner, and that car had nowhere left to go. Thankfully, he's got going again, but that is that race done for Ian Munro. So again, they're still fighting, but this isn't actually a fight. The checkered flag is gone. Neil Hose almost gets wiped out by number 70 there, and I don't even know what to say, because they think they're fighting, but the race had already finished a lap ago. Incredible scenes from Ollie Mortimer, and you can't blame them. You can't say anything to Ollie Mortimer and Craig Blake. They're just racing drivers. It's difficult to pay attention to the flags at the best of times. I don't think the checkered flag actually clearly came out for them, so they were still firmly under the impression that they were actually racing there. And to be fair, Craig Blake very lucky not to get shown the inside. Anyway, back to the result of the actual race with the Mini Coopers as well. Michael Weddle takes the win from Jack Irvin and Chad Little in 3rd place. We were so enthralled with that Mini Cooper race for all of the 90% of the race. We got caught out with that R53 battle right at the end there. Ollie Mortimer taking the win from Craig Blake and Jamie Blake, and well, that was an epic end to that race. I wasn't expecting that, because the R53's very, very quiet for the majority of that race there. But wow, oh wow, that was awesome stuff. Also seeing though, Michael Weddle taking yet another race win here, and I think he'll be very, very happy with that one indeed. So, just enough time for you to go and make a cup of coffee. We'll be heading off into pit lane, into the holding area for our chat with the drivers. Here's a little look at some of the action though that happened during the race here. 3 cars into wide. Now this is the issue with your race leader Ollie Mortimer hip checking Ian Munro into the gravel there. I wouldn't be really happy if that's me, but hey, that is me being a troublemaker, likes to stir the pot occasionally, but yeah, they definitely earned their money this time round. The car's coming around into the holding area, and we've got our superstar reporter Andy Elston waiting for us in pit lane. Some very interesting comments I think going to come out of that one. But let's see if we can hand over to Andy Elston in the holding area. Andy, right, okay, what on earth happened there?
Well, wasn't that a race? Fantastic stuff from start to finish. Great action. That's what we want to see here at Knockhill, and it is Michael Weddle who leads the way in the Mini Cooper Cup, and Ollie Mortimer across the line in the Mini Cooper S Cup just a little bit further down there. We'll catch him in a moment, but that was fantastic action throughout. Great drama, and I suspect that is one of the contenders of race of the season. That was fantastic action throughout. So let's grab a little word with some of the drivers now, find out what he had to say. Michael Weddle, Michael, just saying there, that was a contender for race of the season. That must have been one of the most dramatic races you've ever taken part in.
I think that's probably the best race I've ever had, to be fair. That's just a typical mini race, you know, everyone was just fighting their mental. I dropped to 5th at one point when I tried to get by the Cooper S there. He was a bit slow, so I went round the outside at the chicane. Don't know why, it was stupid, didn't work. But no, yeah, delighted to bring it back through, so had to work for that one. A bit tired after that.
Yeah, definitely full of drama throughout, and it looks like just a bit of superficial damage to the back of the car, nothing major really.
No, when I ran over the gravel there, I think I lost power steering for a bit. I think I must have had some gravel stuck in the pump or something, and then it cleared itself, thankfully. So no, but delighted to finish it in one piece, really, to be honest.
No, great drive, Michael. Congratulations, very well done.
Cheers, thank you.
Michael Weddle there, making it 2 for 2, our reigning champion in the Mini Cooper Cup. Fantastic drive there in the number 1 car. Just take a little quick look down the side. Just look, I mean, there he is. Just a little bit of damage down the right-hand side here. A little bit just through the back of the car as well. But you know, fantastic action throughout in the Mini Cooper Cup category. And we've got the number 70 car there. There he is, Ollie Mortimer, holding the yellow helmet there on the right-hand side. He'll be very pleased with how his race is taking part on. And let's grab a quick chat with some of the drivers in the Mini Cooper S Cup in a few moments' time. But yeah, fantastic action. And let's get a quick chat here with this man here, Mr. Ovens, 65 car, second across the road. Some very dramatic action throughout. And you were very much involved in it as well. Great to watch. Must have been even better taking part in it.
Yeah, it was a good race, good close racing. And me and Michael got the gap and got away from them. Michael had a wee edge over us. Just have to go with it.
And it was one of those races as well where, you know, it was just attacking, defending, it just had everything really, didn't it? And it's one of those ones where, you know, we didn't really want the race to end, to be honest, but we've got one more still in store in a little while's time.
Yeah, one more race in reverse grid, so that should make it exciting too. So it is, but hopefully we get a good start and get away with them again, so it is.
No, good stuff, well done, very well done there, great race. Jack Irvine there, second across the line in the Mini Cooper Cup, so good bit of action from him there. And we'll just catch up with a couple of drivers in the Mini Cooper S Cup in a few moments' time. Let's get a quick chat with Ollie Mortimer here, who's made it 2 for 2 in the number 70. Ollie, great action there from you guys out there at the front in the Mini Cooper S Cup. And again, we spoke at the start just about just that seat time in the car, the growing and the confidence, and it's just getting better and better for you.
It is, but we did change quite a lot in the car, and I would say it's worked the other way. So I wasn't quite as happy with the car there. I mean, initially it felt good, but then a race distance, it went the other way. So I knew I was going to have my work cut out, and I saw Craig coming past his brother quite quickly, past Jamie, and I thought this is not going to be easy, this. And then it was just, I got a wee gap now and again when he made a mistake, and then he caught me when I made a mistake, and then it was just door to door proper. To be fair, I mean, I was quite robust in my defence, but at the end of the day, you know, it wasn't like I was running at the back of someone, and it's mini racing, it's door handle racing. and I hope we put a good show on for all the mini crowd today. You're up to watch.
No, I certainly did. It was great action throughout. Very well done out there today.
Thanks a lot, guys. Cheers.
Ollie Mortimer there, first across the road in the Mini Cooper S Cup as well, and great action throughout, I have to say. And with the next race about to get underway in a few moments' time, I'll hand back to Dave Christie in the commentary box.
Thank you very much, and on, ladies and gentlemen, because it's time for our next race. It's time for another outing. I feel like we're getting spoiled this weekend from the modified Fords. They are going to be out for their second official race of the weekend. Of course, we had that high drama earlier on in that first race, and again, if you missed us for the first race this morning about 11:05, yeah, this is a proper sight. Obviously, we had the big focus was the STCC, the Super Touring Car Trophy, for the David Leslie Trophy. But we saw some of the modified Fords out there with them having a bit of fun. But we saw them in the first race, and just the wealth of amazing cars that you have out there. You know, Ashley Shellswell in that Ford Sierra XR4i. That is just. Yeah, I really like that car. The Mark II Zack Speed Escort of Malcolm Harding, the 101 as well. That is a sight to behold. It's any Ford lover's dream to see these absolute pinnacles of Ford performance. Of course, Ford's a massive history of absolute performance and outright racing wins, and that is exactly what we'll be hoping for more of the same of this afternoon. Dave Cockle taking the win on the road for the first race. Jack Gadd in second. Piers Grange was in third. But again, it was all about your positions in the classes. That was what we had to keep our eye on, and that's what we will be keeping our eye on. But a huge thank you to all the drivers in the SMRC Mini Cooper and Mini Cooper S Cup for that awesome race in association with Project 21 Detailing. But as we said, we've still got another six races left to go on the schedule this afternoon. Up after this one is the Scottish C1 Cup. Super Touring Trophy gets another outing at 3:25. It's the Fiesta ST Cup after that, and then the Classic Sports and Saloons out again at 4:15, with the Scottish Mini Cooper Cups minus the R53s out for us for the final time at 22:05 this afternoon. So just listening to the cars, they're making their way round through into the holding area and into pit lane. Of course, some last minute adjustments have to be made on track. So as you can hear in the background, some of the cars just making their way out of the holding area, and we're waiting for the cars to head onto the grid for this next race then for the modified Ford series. And again, we'll have Andy Elston waiting on the pit lane once these cars are released out onto the track. And it's another chance for us to say a huge thank you to the Orange Army, who are out there tending to the course, making sure that it's clear from any car parts, any gravel that has been accrued onto the circuit. And you'd be amazed how quickly that can actually gather up on the racing surface, and that is not something you want to come across when you are into the likes of a braking point, because when you go on the brakes here at Knockhill, you go on them very, very hard indeed. Looking at this camera angle here, for instance, this gives us a great idea. The car's coming running down that start-finish straight, and running down is the word, because one of the things that you don't really get to see, or you don't often appreciate from some of the camera angles, is how high the hill is on the run up the start-finish straight. Now, when you come to the line, you actually then come over the crest of the hill and you start going down the hill. And then on just at the left-hand side here, that is where the pit lane exits. And that is pretty much what a lot of the drivers use to judge where they're going to be jumping onto the brakes to go down that right-hander into Duffus Step. So it's a very, very busy part of the track there, and that is what gives the cars the ability to turn in here. Here's another example actually at Clark. So the cars would be coming on towards you here from left to right, and you see that little curb there right in the middle there. Again, that is a massive, massive uphill section. You don't really see it from this angle here, but it makes it a very blind corner for the drivers to come in. So they'll be on the left-hand side of the curbing there. They'll throw the car in as close as they can to that curbing in the middle of your screen, and then run the car out. So the idea is you want to take as much speed in and exit with as much speed as you possibly can, and that's why you see so many of the cars running over to the gravel on the outside on that right hand side. And here we get a view down Duffus Step as well. And if you do come to the circuit for the likes of the British Superbikes or for the British touring cars, if you're doing the camping, go and have a walk around the circuit. It will really get across to you the elevation changes on the circuit. So again, you can see the picture here. It looks slightly tilted, like, you know, the camera's at an angle or something like that, but that is the elevation change here at the circuit. The only flat part that you really have is the back straight and maybe the section between the chicane and the run up to Clark's as well. But the car's making their way around the grid just now, and we get ready to go live for our next race, which, as I said, is the modified Ford Series. This is going to be the only visit of the year of the modified Ford Series, and I hope they've had a fantastic time, because we have loved having them up. Well, okay, I might not speak for you guys, but I've had a whale of a time watching these drivers out on track. These are proper old school cars out there, and as I said, the complete professional, unbiased commentator that I am all about those Ford Pumas at the back of the field. Those are just some of my favourite little cars. Very similar to one of the first cars that I ever drove, and this is actually getting recorded, so I'll wait to admit to this, but first ever car, ladies and gentlemen, Ford street car. And very similar in shape to the Ford Puma. It was actually based on the same chassis, and I just loved it. It was such a fun little shape. It's curvy, it's nimble. That little 1.6 Duratec engine in it it goes when you need it to, and super simple and super easy to maintain as well. But it looks like we're on our way to get the cars leading through, and of course we're not going to have a chance to have a chat with them on the grid here, because we have 2 green flag laps, and then the cars are released for a rolling start, but they're just making their way up through to the start finish. In fact, I'm obviously talking absolutely nonsense. I must have been imagining things, because I was positive that we had a rolling start for that first time by, but we are heading out onto the grids, and just waiting for the cars to get into order there. And I can see a rather dejected looking Andy Olsen making his way back into the line here. Now, I'm having a look here, a couple of cars being shuffled back into to order here, so we'll find out from Andy what happened there. But as I said, I'm a little bit confused. I'm sure we did get a rolling start for the first of these races earlier on today, but again, I might be massively mistaken on that one. Either way, they're onto the grids. You can see one of the cars halfway up the grid there, opening and closing the door, and the reason for that is because these cars get very hot indeed. But the 1 minute board is held up, and just waiting for the 30-second board to be held up here. So as we said then, it looks like it's going to be Dave Cockle in pole position from Jack Gadd, ahead of Piers Grange, Ashley Shelswell in 4th position, Malcolm Harding in 5th, David Mateus in 6th position, Paul Nelville alongside Gary Waite, Paul Daly with Dave Gadd 9th and 10th, 11th place for David Guthrie, 12th place for Mark Fremantle, 13th place for Alex Boehm, Dave Barrett in 14th, 15th for Mark Hardfield, 16th for Dan Cowan, Richard Sanders in 17th, Kevin Hadfield in 18th, Tony Paxman in 19th, 20th for Graham Waite, and 21st for Lloyd Jameson. There we go. That I knew I wasn't seeing things. It is going to be a green flag lap as the cars gathered onto the start line there, and then they'll get their the 2 green flag laps there. So green flag laps underway, and of course the lap out of the pit lane doesn't count for the cars here because it's a rolling start. And I knew I wasn't seeing things, but it is going to be a rolling start for these cars. So what they'll do is they'll follow a fairly orderly pace around behind the safety car, and then at which point the safety car peels off at the tri-oval and the cars are unleashed to go and do their bidding. Great view of the spectators here at Knockhill. Obviously, we're delighted to bring you the live stream, but there is no other experience like it than being here at the circuit and enjoying the sights and sounds of the cars going round for yourself. So again, for next one, if you can make it down, absolutely do make it. It's a great day out for all the family. If not, you can kick back, get a cup of coffee, get a little bit of cake, and enjoy the sights and sounds thanks to the glory of YouTube. But here we go then with the next rounds of the modified Ford series. As I said, I believe we're getting 2 green flag laps here, and you can see, so that is the view, if I'm right in saying, from the chicane down, and you can see that's the crowd that gathered the bottom of McIntyre's there. So the cars making their way over the start finish line here under the Beatson's Build and Supply Bridge, and this is when game time really kicks in for these drivers of the cars now. This is when, you know, the enjoyment factor kind of takes a second to the race itself. Now you're weaving the car, you're warming up the brakes, you're getting yourself ready. Is there any strange noises from the car, any strange smells from the car? Everything good to go, because you want to be making sure that everything is in tip-top condition. Rolling start is basically getting ready to go, and yeah, we wait with bated breath as we're watching the cars making their way through the field there. That in the site there is the 159 car of Gary Waite in the Ford Sapphire Cosworth, another one of the 2-litre cars taking part in the modified Fords today. At the back of the grid though, the number 76, that is Kevin Hadfield's. Again, I just love that car. It just looks amazing, doesn't it? But yeah, you'd be a fool not to enjoy the sights and sounds of what really is the sort of Ford Escort and his younger, slightly more attractive younger brother, you've got to say, the newer Ford Escort, the Cosworth. Yeah, it is a bit of a look at a bit of a classic of all time beside the Mark 1 RSR. I tell you what, the Zack Speed Mark II though, that is a proper bit of kit as well. But the cars making their way around to the hairpin then to get ready for this rolling start as we get ready to go live. Safety car is going to pop its lights off very, very shortly. You can see there on the right hand side the 59, the Jack Gads. On the left hand side is Dave Cockrell, that number 95 Ford Escort Cosworth. The Fords are going to roar into life then as we get ready to go green. They effectively become the safety car as we go sort of 2 by 2 by 2 by 2. There's a hole in the order there, and I think that might have been where Ashley Shelswell gets going. The lights are on. As soon as they go, we are racing again here at Knockhill, and that's a fantastic start from David Mateus on the right-hand side there, making his way up here, but it's down to Duff Step for the first time of asking for the final of the modified Ford races here at Knockhill. Great start there from Dave Cockle there. Jack Gadd still into second place there. You can see Piers Grange holding on to that third position, but look at Malcolm Harding moving up into fourth place there, ahead of Paul Neville in that fifth place Escort Mark II right now. You can see number 87 making its way in 37 of Paul Daly in the Ford Focus as well, and that is a position gained for Kevin Hadfield. Oh, and there's contact again! That's a huge moment there for the number 56, Piers Grange. Very little contact to that car. Driver's going to be absolutely fine, other than a change of underwear needed for him, but that was a huge scary moment into Clark's there, as that is a big dive up the inside for Malcolm Harding there. That would have been contact, I would imagine, with surely that's going to have to have been Malcolm Harding that's been involved there. I didn't quite catch the car that spun that one of Piers Grange around there, but that's the second time we've seen two cars just trying to keep their foot in on the exit of a corner, and the only outcome is one car is going to be sent off into the gravel. Thankfully, no damage caused to that car from what I could see there. Very minor dent to the back end of that car, and he'll be able to get going again. But talking of getting going, Dave Cockle has get going and get gone. He is a way out in front there. That's got to be at least 2.5 seconds out ahead of Jack Gadd there. And have a look at the 87 there. That is David Mateus just flying by what looked like the number 33 there of Paul Neville, like he wasn't even on the same racetrack there. That was absurd acceleration out of the corner there from the Escort there. But it's still Dave Cockle from Jack Gadd from Malcolm Harding in third position there. David Mateus in fourth there. Paul Neville down into fifth position here. Up through the chicane then onto lap number 3 goes Dave Cockle, and that car looks very planted indeed. He knows exactly what he needs to do with this race today, with this final race of the afternoon. A little bit of oversteer, a little bit of slide out of the corner from Jack Gadd there in that Mark 1 RSR. But look at the Mark 2 Zack Speed machine of Malcolm Harding in that 101. His last lap there was a 55.004, so he's not actually catching these two up in front. But my goodness me, what a race we've got on our hands here. And the 159 of Gary Waite down in 6th position, trying to catch on to the back of Paul Neville there. Interesting to see, I think Piers Grange actually off into the pits there. Certainly not come round to complete that first lap there, so that would make sense if he is into the pit lane. Richard Sanders being shown now in that 16th position, but there is Dave Cockle, light years ahead of the rest of the field, 2.3 seconds ahead of Jack Gadd there, coming out of Clark Corner there. This is your race leader that we're watching just now, down on the entry into the hairpin. And what a brilliant shot that is there. That was Jack Gadd coming through the shot there. That's Malcolm Harding. There is David Matthias, and that is Paul Neville with Gary Waite just behind him. Paul Daly actually in that Ford Focus, he is making big moves as well in 7th position there. But this really gives you an idea of just how hard these cars are pushing it round this circuit here at Knockhill. Dave Cockle though, 54.175 on that last lap round there. That was 0.6 of a second faster than Jack Gadd, and an entire second faster than Malcolm Harding in 3rd place there. As you see, I'm not gonna lie, I'm loving seeing the Ford Pumas again. That is great to see Kevin and Mark Hadfield out there towards the back of the grid there. That's the exit of Clark Corner there. That's 3rd place. We just saw Jack Gadd there going through the shot there, and just through the bottom there. And Dave Cockle though already 3 seconds ahead of the rest of the field just now. Coming under the Bateson's Building Supply Bridge there, and you can see that thing is off like a rocket ship just now. Down through the hill at Duffus Dip then, and onto the brakes into McIntyre's. Again, that gap, he's maintaining the gap. It was a personal best last time round for Jack Gadd in 2nd place there, Malcolm Harding in 3rd. Let's give you an update on the classes, because this is a class-based championship based on the performance of the cars and the weight of the cars. Dave Cockle in the lead of Class A. In the lead of Class B is David Guthrie in the Ford Fiesta. He's down in P9 on the road. Class B Plus is going to be Malcolm Harding in the 101, as we see the 95 onto the inside of the 21. That is not a battle for position. because obviously that's Dave Cockrell put my beloved Ford Puma a lap down there, and quite honestly make it look like very, very easy work indeed. Across the line to start lap number 6 then comes Dave Cockrell. Just behind though actually is Jack Gadd. That gap has come down, believe it or not, from 2.6 seconds to 1.833. So the gap between first and second place is definitely starting to come down. Now that might be to do with the traffic that they're having to navigate at this late stage of the race. Well, I say late stage, it's 6 minutes into a 15-minute race here. Again, making it look so very, very simple is Dave Cockrell in that Ford Escort Cosworth 2.2 litre engine in the helm of that machine as well, and he's been chased down by a slightly bigger engine of Jack Gadd and 2.6 litre Ford Escort Mark 1 RSR. And I've got to be honest, that little Ford Fiesta that's out there looking like it's out of place on the racetrack here. You've got these big bad Escorts out there, and then you've got that little Ford Fiesta Mark 4 sitting out there. I believe that's Dave Barrett that's out there, although that might be the 124 of Alex Moore instead. We'll get an idea on that very, very shortly. But Dave Cockrell goes to knock off another lap. In fact, there we go. There is the Ford Fiesta right there. That is the number 13 of Dave Barrett. So get used to that, ladies and gentlemen. That is about the only time on this live stream that you're going to hear me right. We've got a car off. We've got double waved yellows at Clark Corner there. So something has definitely happened there. Now I wonder actually, is that just a byproduct? Do we still have Piers Grange off at that corner? That would be interesting to find out, because it looks like we've got green flags from the rest of it there. So we've got double waved yellows at Clark, which would seem to suggest that that is the case, that it is still the car off on the inside of the circuit of Piers Grange. Would be unusual though, because I'm sure we haven't seen yellow flags at that point, certainly not double waved yellows, and it's on the exit of the corner. So I'll see if we've got any cars that are dropping down through the order. But here is your race leader then, Dave Cockrell, as we go halfway through this race then. 7 minutes left to go. 58.043 was that last lap round, and again, as it can't have been that actually, because the double waved yellows have been rescinded. And oh, now actually that's a car off on the inside of Clark Corner there. So that looks like an Escort. That's David Mateus. Is that, I'm thinking that's who it is, or is that Mark? Yeah, because that's one of the newer Escorts. That looked definitely like an Escort Cosworth in the number 87 of David Mateus that was off on the inside of Clark. We could just see it on that camera shot that was looking over at Clark Corner. Definitely a car stopped on the infield there, and yep, David Mateus shown as already down several laps here. So that is horrible to see, that car just coming to a rest on the inside. We'll get another look here if we can follow Dave Cockrell as he goes through the chicane there. Just on this shot here, you'll see just on the right hand side you see a car parked just on the entry there. Yep, that's David Mateus. And just over on the left hand side, so gutted to see that. However, never mind that, because there we go. There, thank you very much to our broadcast director there for getting an ID on that car there. So David Mateus pulled over to the side of the track there. You can see it just sat there in the middle of no man's land there. And yeah, great to pick that up, but devastated for David Mateus to see him retiring from the race. This is a car we haven't really seen much of. This is David Guthrie in the 2 litre Ford Fiesta, making his way up to the line there. You've got the white flag flying, which means that there's well, it can't be for the last lap flag, because yeah, it'll be for a slower car on the track there. 5 minutes 20 left to go there. I was getting a little bit mixed up, unbelievably, with IndyCar and some American racing. Oh, now we've got a car off at the bottom of Duffus Dip there. Now, I just caught a flash of it there. There's a car definitely off on the inside there. We'll get an idea on who that was that went off at the bottom of the hill there. Now, was that Richard Sanders in the Fiesta ST 150? Was that the number 30 that's parked at the bottom of the hill there? We can definitely see yellow flags flying there, and we saw it with the cars coming down there. And I'm wondering if that is just parked off to the left-hand side there, but we'll definitely get an idea on there. But I think, as we said, I think that is going to be Richard Sanders, as I said, the number 30 in the Ford Fiesta ST 150 that is parked at the bottom of the hill. But back to your race leaders then. That gap now under 2 seconds as Dave Cockle coming under a little bit of pressure. Maybe not too much, but a little bit to make it interesting nonetheless, with Jack Gadd now under 2 seconds. And that is going to be one of the other Ford Escorts. I believe that's Dave Gadd actually, who has got Gary Waite giving him all sorts of pressure right now. That gap is very, very little between the two of them. There's the number 13 of Dave Barrett making his way around. Dave Cockle comes round to strike off another lap there. And there we go. That is a beautiful sight, isn't it? That is going to be the 101 of Malcolm Harding coming out the final corner then in that Ford Escort Mark II Zac Speed machine, 2.6 litre engine. But again, it's all very well having a massive, massive engine, but if you can't get all that traction down, then it's not going to come to any volition whatsoever. But Dave Cockle still in the lead of this race from Jack Gadd and Malcolm Harding. Let's give you a rundown of the classes then. Dave Cockle in the lead of Class A is going to be in Class B. David Guthrie in the lead of that one. B plus is going to be Malcolm Harding in the lead. SB is going to be Jack Gadd, and then Class C is going to be Alex Bohm in the lead of that class as well. So 2 minutes 56 left to go in the race, so I make it we've got about 3 laps left to go in this race. And again, up next after this one is the Scottish C1 Cup. There is our race leader putting a second lap down on those Ford Pumas. Dave Cockle just absolutely dominant right now. 3.3 seconds is the lead over Jack Gadd, and any hope of that gap coming down has well and truly been extinguished as Jack Gadd coming to terms with trying to get past those Ford Pumas. He's done so. A little bit of smoke coming off of that car just up in front. I think that might have been was that Gary Waite that is just up in front. No, it's not. It's one of the Escorts that is just up in front of him just now. That car just not looking very, very happy with it, and in fact signalling off to the left hand side, and that is, oh, we've got a red flag, that's why. So we've got a red flag with 2 minutes left to go here, and the car's off into the pit lane. So obviously a very serious incident. We didn't get an idea of what happened, and of course checkered flag flies out as well, so the car's making a way off into pit lane there, and we'll catch our breath and we'll go on pause for a second while we figure out what has happened there. Well, what has happened as there we go, that's a car off into the gravel on the final corner then. So that is going to be one of the Fiestas. Now the question for me, is that the number 13? Is that Dave Barrett in the Fiesta Mark IV? Now that's what I'm thinking. Obviously driver out, absolutely fine. We kind of presumed that with the way that the car was looking there. Always good to see any incident that brings out a red flag that nobody's actually coming to any mischief whatsoever, but it will be for the length of time that is required to recover that car back from the grid there. So the car's making her way into the holding area. Dave Cockle then taking a win on the road. Let's bring you through the championships, the classes then. Class A goes to Dave Cockle, Class B plus goes to Malcolm Hardy, Class B is going to go to David Guthrie, and then Class SB is going to be Jack Gadd. Alex Bohm is going to take Class C honours on that one. So the car's making their way through into the holding area just now, and that means that yet again, our one and only intrepid reporter in pit lane, Andy Alston, is going to be waiting for us over there. Andy, a little bit of late drama with the car off into the gravel at the hairpin, but
yes, absolutely, Dave. Fantastic action here in the modified Ford. You know, it's one of those ones where it's always a shame to have a race end a little bit earlier than we anticipated, but yeah, it's one of those ones where it's part of racing. Unfortunately, these things can happen. But there's the 95 of Dave Cockle there, just kind of making his way into his area. And we'll get a quick chat with, let's get a quick chat in a moment with Malcolm Harding in the 101 car. He's performed very, very well there. Let's have a quick chat with Malcolm. Malcolm, what's your thoughts on the weekend overall then? You must be quite happy with how things have gone.
Before, but it was the tits. It's brilliant. Sorry about that, but it was mega. It's mega. It's proper. Really good.
And is it a track that it's just one of those ones you've just got to get in behind the wheel and just try and get a feel for it?
I think just knowing where you're going is everything. Once you've learned where you're going, it's amazing. It's brilliant, really good. Well worth the 400 mile up north to draw, 500 miles. That's the only thing, it's 500 miles too far north, isn't it? But no, it's really good.
Great stuff.
Well, Jackie's done a really good weekend.
And how's the car holding up after the couple of races? Everything kind of feel okay with things?
Yeah, I think it's probably quite hard on the car here. That's the only thing. It's very undulated, and yeah, we've had to do a bit of work on the car, keeping it going. But yeah, I'm sure we have a great weekend.
Great stuff. Thanks for speaking to us there, Malcolm Harding there in the 101 car. A good weekend for him, it must be said. Tremendous weekend for that man there, Jack Hart. Absolutely phenomenal racing from the number 59 car. Very, very strong outing throughout, and I think he'll be delighted with how things have gone for him overall. Let's have a quick chat here with the number 59 team. And we've spoken throughout today just about how confidence is growing, and we're feeling faster, we're feeling better, feeling more confident. Must be really pleased with how the weekend's going overall.
Yeah, it's gone great so far. I think the tyres went off towards the end. I had a few temperature warnings, so just trying to manage a bit of a gap. So it's a bit of a different one, that one.
So what's the agenda now? Is it a case of trying to just do a quick once over of the car, make sure everything's okay, and then off to the next race?
That's us for today, and then we're back at Alton in 2 weeks' time.
So what kind of challenge does Alton present in comparison to Knockhill?
Well, Alton's got a bit more straights, hasn't it? So some of the faster cars they're not gonna do me through the bends, but on a straight line they might do.
No, good stuff. Best of luck and well done again today. Yeah, great action there throughout, and yeah, it was just one of those ones where it's been great to have the modified Fords here with us at the Scottish Motor Racing Club May meeting, and there's not long to go until the next event. I'll hand you back to Dave Christie in the commentary box.
So thank you very much, and great to hear from Dave there, and some of the other drivers as well down there in pit lane, obviously under red flag conditions while we get an incident cleared up with one of the cars. A couple of cars getting recovered as well, as we can see the Ford Escort getting recovered as well. That is going to be the Ford Escort Cosworth there, and the number 87 of David Mateus. And well, the bad news is that it looks like something's fallen on the rear right here, and this is the least expertise, least technical person that you've got here trying to diagnose what is wrong with that car. But what concerns me more is the fact that there's a number plate on that car there, so if he's hoping to drive that thing home tonight, I think he's got another thing coming. Meanwhile, we've got the other Fiesta being recovered from the gravel, and that looks like a bit of a lock-up straight into the gravel there, and yeah, that is going to be a difficult one to get recovered there, especially if there's anything broken on the suspension there. I don't think there is, because it looks like our recovery flatbed is being sent on its way, so I'd imagine it'd be a case of once it's out you'd be able to get it. In fact, any excitement that I thought we were going to be quickly out of this has been short-lived. Because that flatbed is going into recovery mode, so that'll be hoisting that car up onto itself. So obviously you're not going to be getting that car anywhere there. I wonder actually if that is going to be a suspension issue with that one. So a little bit of a pause in action, because I've got quite a cool thing now. I think by the magic of technology, I should be able to bring somebody else into the conversation. Now, hopefully this works, because I'm the least technical person that is probably in this room just now. Andy Alston, are you here with us? Well, you're here with me in the commentary box. Whether our audience at home can hear you is another matter.
I was going to say I'm here, but yes, no, absolutely. It's yeah, it's just one of those things, isn't it, Dave? It's always a shame when a race ends a little bit earlier than anticipated, but yeah, it's been great to have the modified Fords here with us this weekend. I think they've been producing some great action throughout, and yeah, I think it's been been great to watch them, and I'm looking forward to the final few races here later on this afternoon. We've been treated to some fantastic drama, so many big talking points as well, of course, and I think the stage is set for a few final races which will be action-packed, to say the least.
Yeah, I think that's a spot-on observation, and actually it gives us a great chance to catch up, because one of the big things is that myself and yourself, and obviously Duncan's done it as well, and you know, doing the esports commentary for the SMRC, the weird thing is when you see drivers that you used to commentate on week in, week out on there suddenly appearing in, you know, real life races and stuff like that, there's a little bit of pride, isn't there?
Yeah, it's great to see lots of drivers going from virtual to reality. Of course, the Scottish Motor Racing Club has really championed that over the last few years in particular, and of course, what a great example earlier today in the Scottish C1 Cup. We had Thomas Comer out there taking, I believe, his first ever win out there in the Scottish C1 Cup, and
I forgot about Thomas, of course.
Yeah. Thomas took part in our inaugural esports activity on Project Cars 2, and was very, very quick out there, and he has brought that to the party here in the Scottish C1 Cup. But Thomas is just one of a number of drivers who have made that switch from virtual to reality, and it just goes to show that it's a new way to get into motorsport. It's absolutely another option to make your first steps into racing, and for anyone out there who's interested in doing it, you know, I would certainly encourage them to get involved. You know, it's a great platform just to hone your skills and then take that to the real world.
It's fantastic that we're past that point of discussion with that now, isn't it? The fact that it's already an established thing where drivers can take part in you know, console competitions, whether that's the likes of Project Cars 2 or Gran Turismo 7 or you know, it's even down to the likes of GT3 racing, Assetto Corsa Competizione. You get drivers that go both ways. You get drivers that are you know, going from professional racing into sim racing, getting themselves a bit of a gathering online, like Nicky Tim, for example, in GT3s. James Baldwin went the other way, went from sim racing to GT3 racing. But even down to club level, where, you know, again, when I bumped into Aidan Wilson, one of the other young lads that you know, we were very, very invested in, now racing in the STs, and you know, when you see that sort of stuff and you see the level that they're able to jump into out the box, it's got to be a different standard now from just going into club racing blind.
Yeah, I think as technology evolves, you know, the differences in making that transition become a little bit easier for drivers, because the technology available out there, the steering wheels, the pedals, everything that comes with doing esports racing, it really is fantastic, and it's one of those ones as well where you know, this very circuit, Knockhill Racing Circuit, is a fairly new addition to iRacing, and having driven it on the iRacing platform, every elevation change on the road, it's so authentic, and that is a fantastic tool for drivers to go out there, get a little bit of extra seat time, and then when they go into the real world, they already have that first impressions of the track, and they can then use that to build and grow. And yeah, it's been great to see, and you know, it's good that we've got a mix of drivers throughout the championships who have gone from virtual to reality.
From personal experience as well, it's a little bit disconcerting. It's a little bit frightening almost. You know, I had my first experience out in the Citroen C1 a couple of years ago at the 24 Hours at Silverstone, and my practice was on Assetto Corsa using the little C1 mod that was there. And I swear to goodness, you know, my first time out on track at Silverstone, I was quite literally screaming in the car. It's like, this is exactly the same. This is exactly the same as what I'm doing. And the confidence immediately that gives to you is absolutely unbelievable. Whereas, you know, a lot of these drivers might take one season just to get used to the car, to get used to the way that the tracks are, or the racing impact. I think it's an incredible tool as well for racecraft as well. The likes of the Mini Cooper Cup, where we see door handle to door handle racing quite a lot. You know, I wonder, is that going to be a tool that they can use to prepare themselves for that?
Yeah, I think it is. You know, we're of course, we see it at the top level in Formula 1. So many drivers spend time in the sim. You know, the teams have drivers specifically for practicing in the sim as well, you know, to just enhance their setup here and there. And yeah, I think it's one where one thing I would emphasise as well, Dave, is you don't have to go out and get the best of everything, and it's got to be, you know, triple screen monitors, and it's just one of those ones where you can just go in and just build on things gradually, and you can still go out there and have a great time when you're racing in the virtual world. But it's great to see drivers take that experience, as you mentioned there at Silverstone, and take it into the real world, because it's we all love racing, and it's a great way to get involved. And if the digital sphere is one tool to get involved in and make your first steps into motorsport, then for me it's great to have that at your disposal.
You know, you say that, but as somebody that has spent a little bit of money on my kit, it's thoroughly embarrassing when I get beaten by somebody that rocks up with a little £100 wheel. It thoroughly shows up my incredible lack of experience and capability and talent. But I mean, on that note, good friend of the circuit, John Munro, that is a perfect example of that, who has got a fairly budget steering wheel and is able to do amazing things. And of course, the reason why we're talking about this is because, as I said, Andy, I mean, you've worked on the commentary for the SMRC Esports Championship, and a lot of those drivers have now filtered out into racing here at Knockhill under the SMRC banner. Some of them have went on to national series as well. But, you know, turning our attention to the next race that we've got up, the Scottish C1 Cup. Again, we've talked about sim racing. Arguably, I'd say the C1 Cup is probably one of the, alongside sim racing, is one of the best ways of getting involved in motorsport. Cheap, cheerful, and blooming good fun.
Absolutely, the introduction of the Scottish C1 Cup has been fantastic, and it's been a great opportunity and a great avenue for drivers to take that first step into motorsport. The one thing I really enjoy about this championship in particular as well is the fact that it is accessible. You know, you can go in and you don't have to modify the car here and there. It's a case of just get a good solid car, and it can go out there and you can go and be competitive. And I think the action that we've seen, not just of course today, but throughout the introduction of this championship, just goes to prove what a fantastic addition this has been to the Scottish Motor Racing Club calendar. And I think the one thing I would say as well is it's great to see drivers come in and use that platform in the Scottish C1 Cup. And now what we're seeing now with the championship a few years old is drivers moving from that championship into other ones. We're seeing that with Ryan Smith, for example, in the Minis. Kieran Preedy's another example who's gone and done that. And for me, the Scottish C1 Cup is fantastic. It's been a really, really great addition, and I think the action, as we're seeing, is as close as it's ever been. That's the thing as well, Dave. You know, Finlay Brunton has came back from a year out, and he's straight away back on the pace, and he's really challenging at the front. Sam Corson, who we've mentioned earlier, has been very, very strong in the sim racing world. He is then backing that up in the real world. He's very, very quick there as well. And yeah, for me, I really enjoy watching the Scottish C1 Cup, and I'm sure that the next race will produce some great action as well.
Yeah, we saw on the last race of the last round there, that incredible last lap battle between Finlay Brunton and Ross Dunn, where Ross just whether it was like 3000 IQ thinking, just decided to force the issue with Finlay Brunton, but getting that run out of the final corner. I mean, to win a race right out of the final corner, and the two of them were scrapping away for the rest of it. That, in a nutshell, for me, sums up how the C1 Cup is, because it's so close, it's so intense, and in terms of value for money, I don't think there's another championship out there on the grid that comes close.
Yeah, it's fantastic, and the great thing about it as well is that there's always action throughout the field. You can have a great scrap for 10th, 11th, 12th place, whatever, and there's always great action throughout the field. That's, for me, is one of the biggest strengths about this championship as well. And it's one of those championships where you can come in and you can just find your feet in motorsport. It's a really enjoyable car to drive as well, into the bargain. And yes, it's been a great addition to the Scottish Motor Racing Club scene.
And just on that note, I mean, obviously you were mentioning about further down the pack, and you could honestly finish in, say, like 15th place, and you would think, oh well, that's not a very good position, is it? It's not. You've not done very well. But as a driver, you don't care because you've got maybe 3, 4, 5 other cars that you lap after lap after lap that you're fighting with, and that you're absolutely sending it in. It just really, I mean, the time flies by. You've got the green flag and the lights go out, and then suddenly the checker flag is out, and you've got no idea what's just happened.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, they're action-packed races from start to finish. I think what that probably does do as well is underlines the importance of qualifying in that championship. I think you've got to really start well, and we speak all the time about the importance of maintaining momentum behind the wheel of those cars as well. But if your qualified doesn't go quite to plan, sometimes it can be challenging to recover from that in race 1 in particular. And it's again, with the volume of cars that we see in that championship, sometimes just finding a little bit of space out there on track to get that fast time on the board can be challenging as well. But yeah, there's always great action throughout the field in the C1 Cup, and I'm very much looking forward to the next race getting underway.
Well, despite our efforts to frantically fill here, it seems to be of no avail whatsoever, because that Fiesta is not going anywhere whatsoever, is it? Goodness me, that's number 57, or sorry, let's see, is that number 30 actually, of that one? It's I'm trying to get an idea of that one, but looking at the line of tyre smoke or the line of rubber that's laid down on that track, it looks like I'm wondering if maybe something's just completely failed on that car.
Yes, it could well have done. It's quite a line going off the track. I mean, it's well before the braking zone, is the one thing I would say as well. So there has been potentially a bit of an underlying issue there, but thankfully, you know, the marshals doing a great job, as they always do here at Knockhill, and they'll be doing their utmost to just ensure that the car's removed safely and securely, and hopefully. Yeah, it's always frustrating, it's always disappointing when these things happen, but you know, it's one of those ones where you've just got to try and dust yourself down and just try and move on and look ahead to the next race. But I fully appreciate sometimes that's easier said than done.
Yeah, well, obviously that was the final race from the modified Ford series, so they will be calling it a day after that one. But that was actually the 37 of Paul Daly in the Ford Focus 2-litre machine that had a bit of an issue there. Just also, you know, Andy, looking towards the rest of the races today after the C1 Cup, we've got Super Touring Trophy. That was a fantastic race. The fact that we had the modified Fords out there, I think, just was such a welcome little boost to that as well. Fiesta STs, though, that massively surprised me. As somebody who's been watching the SMRC race and the ebb and the flow, and obviously you have championships that are more popular, they'll kind of then go away and then come back, but the STs, I'd say riding a crest of a wave right now.
Yeah, the action's been fantastic in the Fiestas, and you know, Stephen Gray and Dave Colville both putting on a fantastic show at the front in the first one. But yeah, I think I think the Fiestas have been putting on a good show so far this season, and yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing how the next one shapes up. That'll be getting underway later on this afternoon. But yeah, I think the interesting thing for me as well, David, is we were mentioning the C1s about how the action's kind of close throughout the field. We're seeing a bit of that in the Fiestas as well. There's always good action throughout, and it just makes it all the more entertaining to watch.
Well, for a couple of years we look to the C1 and the minis maybe to a certain extent as well, to be the closest packs out there on field. But the reason that the STs surprised me so much is exactly what you were just saying there. The level of intensity and the battling that was going on through the ST field was something we've not seen for many years. Not only, I mean, no word of a lie, a couple of years ago we thought that maybe the STs were maybe on their way out, that maybe, you know, the low numbers of them, that we were going to see them amalgamated into another series. And now we look at it and we've got a field of 15 plus to 20 drivers out there. And again, that then breeds into more popularity. You see more cars then coming on board with that.
Absolutely, yeah. It's one where, you know, a nice healthy grid there it's a bit of a snowball effect, isn't it? You know, and the action's been fantastic into the bargain. You know, it's been really close racing. That first race, the action at the front of the pack, it was so close to call. You kind of just felt that the lead was going to change corner after corner in some respects. But yeah, I think it's really sets the stage for a very interesting championship battle as well as we head to the final few rounds of the season, because I think this is going to really hot up nicely in the Fiestas. There's lots of very, very quick drivers out there who are all keen to get themselves into championship contention.
So I'm just watching the recovery process just now, and I'm wondering if there's issues with the recovery of that car there, because obviously the recovery vehicle is struggling to get that thing out, and of course the other thing with it as well is when you're recovering these cars, they are very expensive bits of kit, so you have to take your time when you're extracting them out there. You know, when I think of, thankfully I've never had to have my little or former Peugeot 107 recovered or anything like that. But again, it's yeah, it's a bit of a frantic task. So we will send our apologies, ladies and gentlemen, for the delay in the action that's going on just now. Plenty of races still to come this afternoon here on the live stream. You won't miss a single second of the action. C1 Cup up next. Super Touring Trophy is going to be on a little bit after that, as we see the cars finally getting their way to being recovered. The Scottish Fiesta STs we've just spoken about. Classic Sports and Saloons, another series that has made a big resurgence this year, Andy.
Yeah, absolutely. The Classics is always fantastic to watch, and I think, you know, it's one of those ones as well where just enjoying the cars being out there on track. You know, you don't all, you know, it's one of those ones where the drivers, they take so much care into these cars. They put so much work in, so many hours going on behind the scenes to bring the cars to the racetrack, and it really is a treat to watch them out there. And John Kinman putting on a show on that last lap as well. It was great to see in the Rover. That car's a real crowd pleaser, and you know, it's a fantastic championship, and it's great to see. It's great to see it continue to grow and go from strength to strength as well. And I think one of the part of the beauties of it is sometimes there's you don't quite know what car's going to appear sometimes at the start of every season. There can be a nice new entry, and it's just great to see that, and it's very interesting to follow the journey of that driver and of that car as well. And yeah, the Classics have been fantastic, and it's great to see some new drivers coming and enjoying that championship as well.
Yeah, certainly is. So as this recovery job is ongoing, what we're going to do is we're going to step away from the microphone for a couple of minutes. We'll leave you with live pictures from the track side just now. We'll be back with a couple of minutes with the build-up for the next race. Just back in the nick of time. Thank you very much for your patience, ladies and gentlemen. We're back underway here at Knockhill. A lengthy recovery period has now been done and dusted, and you can see the green flag flies, and that's exactly what we like to see. But hey, you know, if anything, we're courteous. We give you plenty of time to go and get yourself a cup of coffee, get some more biscuits in, and enjoy this firecracker of a C1 race, the final C1 race of the afternoon. And well, what are we going to see? That is going to be the question. Callum Conway is going to start on pole position for this one, with Kyle Nisbet in second place. Certainly that's what I'm seeing on my screens. I don't think they match what are on the graphics from the last time round, because it's looking that way anyway. I'm just IDing the cars as they make their way round through onto the order. Certainly that's the 110 that looks out of position anyway, so we'll get our ID, we'll get our bearings from the cars that make their way around. Lazo Benet there, you can see in the midfield there, and Henry Gillespie. So we might have to ignore the graphic for just now, because I think I've got a slightly different one. So it looks like it's going to be Callum Conway on pole position, with Kyle Nisbet in second place, Sam Corson up in third position, Finlay Brunton looks to be on the second row of the grid with the number 13 in fourth position, Thomas Comer in fifth position, Paul Winfield in sixth, Ross Dunn in seventh, with James Hitchin in eighth position, Mark Nisbet in ninth, Andrew Davidson in 10th, Lazo Benet in 11th, Donald Ross in 12th position. 13th on row 7 is Henry Gillespie and Max Watt in 14th position. Rich Flett in 15th. Ian Wilson, one of the drivers we were talking about earlier on, is in 16th. Gordon Dundee in 17th. Ian Cochrane in 18th. John Proctor in 19th. And in 20th position is Ross Sutherland. And flying through the grid there, we've got a couple of seconds, because the cars getting themselves all organised on the grid, thanks to our amazing marshalling team as well. So race 9 of the day about to get underway. We've got another 4 races to go after this one. Today, up next is going to be the Super Touring Trophy, Scottish Fiesta ST Cup, the Scottish Classic Sports and Saloon Championship, and the Scottish Mini Cooper Cup. So the cars waiting to go, the 30-second boards held up here. And that is now the 5-second board. So the lights are about to go on the Gantry Bridge. In fact, there we go, 1 light, 2 lights, 3 lights, 4 lights. And there we go, the race is underway. The C1 to the way it comes streaming past you just now. Streaming maybe a little bit of an optimistic word there, but the C1s get underway anyway. The little 1 litre engines, the plucky little cars, head off down through Duffus Dip for the first time of asking. These cold tyres as well are going to be a very, very interesting watch as well. So here we go into the first corner then, and it is side by side, and indeed you can see Sam Corson in that third place. So it looks like the positions are correct then. So Callum Conway up in the lead of this one, just ahead of Kyle Nisbet right now, but Finlay Brunton wants to make moves at a very, very early stage there. You can see the number 60 of Gordon Dundee just ahead of Ian Cochrane there. Oh, that's a car heavily off into the gravel there. I think that might have been Mark Nisbet, but I'll double check on that one. So just watching as the cars come through for the first time of asking. Sorry about that, guys. I'm on the yeah. I completely forgot. I was too busy. So the cars making their way through there, and just watching as they all come through, and down through Duffus Dip again. And again, this is where all of the action tends to happen here. After the first couple of laps here, the drivers tend to get themselves focused, tend to get themselves into order, and Kyle Nisbet and Callum Conway still leading the field round. Sam Corson though looks like he's desperate to try and make this position just now, as Finlay Brunton as well on the back of this field here. and Paul Winfield up into that 5th position. So I do believe that was Martin Nisbet now down into 9th position. Aidan Wilson all the way up into 14th as well. And Finlay Brunton down into the back of that leading group here. You can see them moving about here, but they're all very, very happy to stay in position. That's a bit of a mistake there from Kyle Nisbet, and Callum Conway making his way up as well. And just the way to cross the line to start lap number 3 of the race here. 8 laps left to go. It's still Kyle Nisbet from Callum Conway, Sam Corson and Finlay Brunton in that leading group of 4 cars. Paul Winfield into 5th position. Thomas Comer, as both myself and Andy were talking about earlier on, he's up into 6th position there, just behind the car of Paul Winfield right now. But the car's making their way through McIntyre's. A little bit of a gap now for Kyle Nisbet, coming down through Butchers and then up through the compression into the chicane. A little hop of the curb there. The thing with these cars as well is that they're so dependent on building that speed up and keeping that speed up at all costs. If you scrub off any more speed than you absolutely have to, then you find that you've got several other cars that are desperate to try and get that position off of you. We've got 2 cars side by side further down the order there. I think that might have been Aidan Wilson and Rich Flett who were going side by side there, but back with your leaders then it's still Kyle Nisbet from Callum Conway, Sam Corson in that 3rd position. Finlay Brunton, this is again another very measured performance from Finlay Brunton on his return to the C1s here in that 4th position there. You can see the 70 and 529 side by side. That's James Hitchin and Andrew Davidson, who are, safe to say, it looks like they're trading paint on that, but I'm not sure that is the case. I think they're just having a very, very fun time out there. Finlay Brunton, fastest car on the circuit right now with a 70.4 36 just now on lap number 3, and that is into the kitty litter for James Hitchin, or at least dips a little toe in. The water isn't quite to his liking, so decides to get back on to the track as well. Now have a look at the 23 of Thomas Comer there in 5th place. Now he is broken away from Paul Winfield. In fact, not only is he broken away, he's actually got past Paul Winfield, so he's done that in the past couple of laps. He's up into 5th position and he's catching on to the back of Finlay Brunton, so he is wanting to try and join that little train for the win here. So you wouldn't put it past them with 7 laps still go, 6 once they cross this line just now, for them to, in fact, there we go, he's already up to the back of that little pack there. So Thomas Comer making massive inroads. Sam Corson decides to move out to the right hand side there, try and get a move onto Callum Conway. Is it going to be the battle of the late breakers into turn number 1? I think it might be, and in which case Sam Corson's going to win that every single day of the week. And not only that, that means that Finlay Brunton fancies a move up the inside, and that means that poor Thomas Comer gets into the lucky position as well. So Callum Conway has been, I don't want to use the word mugged, but that is exactly the word I'm going to use, because that's exactly what's happened. The 110 gets sent back into 4th position. He started that lap in 2nd and he has lost pretty much everything in the blink of an eye. Finlay Brunton still in the back of Sam Corson, but look at Thomas Comer. He is poised and ready and waiting to go here, as we've got 6 laps left to go here. Kyle Nisbet with a good half a second lead over Sam Corson in that 2nd place. Finlay Brunton again just leaving everything to the last minute here. And the thing is this is now rapidly growing into what could look like a 9-car battle for the lead. There are little gaps here and there, but not too many to write home about. Ross Dunn already up into 6th position. He's now going to be coming onto the back of Thomas Comer as well. Oh, and that's a little bit sideways from Sam Corson as he's coming down the hill there. And look at Finlay Brunton. Look at how aggressive the posture on that car is. This is the way that you have to drive these C1s if you want to be fast in them. They look very, very light on their feet. They look like they're dancing across all the curbs. That's exactly keeping all of that speed onto the track and try not to wash any of it away as your leader comes into Clark again. So Sam Corson into that second place now. They've started to catch a little bit on Kyle Nesbitt. Remember, that gap was 0.8 of a second at the start of this lap. It's now down to what looks like 0.2 of a second, and there's Thomas Comer having to go ultra defensive there. In fact, excuse me, that is Callum Conway. He's been absolutely done by Thomas Comer, who tried to send it round the inside. It goes all the way onto the gravel at the outside, and it's hero zero moment for Thomas Comer, as that now sends him back down to 8th position, just behind the 117 of Mark Nesbitt. That's so unfortunate to see that happen. However, with 4 laps left to go, I don't think that is all she wrote on that one. Finlay Brunton, though, still looking poised in that 3rd position. In fact, Finlay Brunton, still in that 3rd position, of course, because we're looking at the battle for 4th, 5th, 6th just now, as 1st, 2nd, 3rd, just a little bit further up the road there. But as we see, the cars coming hopping over the chicane, looking like a little bit like pogo sticks coming up the hill there. Sam Corson now is a man on the move. He did a personal best that last lap by there onto the tail end of Kyle Nesbitt. Just what 0.3 of a second there. He's going to be waiting to take his chance here. But here's the 822 of Paul Winfield onto the back of Ross Dunn. Ross Dunn now up to 5th position. So Ross is really on a charge here, and doing a grand job as well. So Callum Conway ahead of that number 1. Ross Dunn there goes to the inside. That's a move further down. That is going to be the 61 of Ian Cochrane, and that was on Gordon Dundee, the number 60 car. But we go back with the lead pack then as they go across the line. There goes Sam Corson trying to make a move to the right hand side, thinks better of it, cuts back to the left hand side as well. They're coming down Duffus, and now Kyle Nesbitt under all sorts of pressure. This is when it all goes wrong. And look at Finlay Brunton, he fancies it as well. Corson up the inside into McIntyre's. They're side by side down through into Butchers, and there goes Finlay Brunton as well. He fancies a piece of it. We've almost got 3 cars wide, and that is going to be an absolute mugging yet again for Kyle Nesbitt. Sent to the grass, sent to the gravel, and look at the pace that the 110 of Callum Conway has gone. All hell is kicked off here in the Scottish C1s, and this is exactly how we love it. Sam Corson is running for his life. He has got 5 cars behind him that are baying for him. And Sam Corson, if he knows what's good for him, he will just absolutely leg it out of there. I think that Sam Corson is going to be okay, because Kyle Nesbitt is so busy fighting with Finlay Brunton here, and let's be honest, 15,000 other cars here on the track here. You've got 7 cars here fighting for the lead. You've got 7 of them fighting for 2nd place, never mind the lead. And this is absolutely unbelievable action. This is exactly, when me and Andy were talking before the race, this is exactly the sort of race that we were telling you about, that you're guaranteed to get with the little C1s. And yeah, perfect introduction. That is a huge moment for Kyle Nesbitt as he comes power sliding down the hill. Finlay Brunton is going to jump into 2nd place. My goodness me, up the inside goes Ross Dunn. Ross Dunn, believe it or not, is now on for the podium, and we've got a return to the last race last time out. It's Ross Dunn and Finlay Brunton yet again. Sam Corson, he might as well book his holidays at this point, because he is gone at this point. But here we go, we've got a 7-car train fighting for that 2nd position, and that's off into the gravel there, doing a little bit of rallycross. That is going to be Callum Conway going from bad to worse with that day out at the races. But look at Finlay Brunton, he's got a little bit of a gap now ahead of Ross Dunn here. Kyle Nesbitt must be absolutely fizzing in that car. He's just been done by several different drivers. Nesbitt gets the inside line out of the hairpin there, and I think he actually might have the inside line going into to Duffus. This is going to be the last lap then. Last lap board held out, and it's all for this. 3 wide under the Beatson's Building Supply Bridge then, down into Duffus at the final time. Lads, 3 wide into Duffus is not going to go, but he's still going to try anyway. Fair play for all of that. Sam Corson, he's just delighted that he's just walked away with this one through no fault of his own. He'll be absolutely delighted. Finlay Brunton is going to have 2nd place here, and up into 3rd place somehow is the 822 of Paul Winfield, who was back down in about 6th position several laps ago there. He's clawed his way back up into 3rd position. They're coming round there. That's almost going to be 2 wide going through Clark for the final time. Sam Corson, though, ahead of the car you can see here here. Finlay Brunton, there is your race leader coming down into the final hairpin. What a race it's been for Sam Corson. He will be punching the air with delight out of the final corner, and it's going to be a win for Sam Corson. It's going to be second place for Finlay Brunton. It's going to be third place for Paul Winfield out of absolutely nowhere. Kyle Nisbet will get fourth position. It's then going to be fifth place for the 110 of Callum Conway. Ross Dunn in sixth, Thomas Comer in seventh, James Hitchin in 8th position. Mark Nisbet will finish in 9th. Andrew Davidson in 10th. Donald Ross in 11th. Aidan Wilson in 12th position there. Max Watt in 13th. Rich Flett finishes in P14. 15th place for Lazo Benet. Henry Gillespie in 16th. Gordon Dundee in 17th. Ian Cochrane in 18th. John Proctor in 19th. And Ross Sutherland finishes in 20th position as it did not start. So wow, a chance to have a little look then at all of the chaos that went on in that C1 race, and what a race we were absolutely treated to this afternoon. That is exactly what we were talking about when we were, giving all the action to the C1s there. Yeah, brilliant stuff. And you see them all coming piling through Clark Corner. Car going bouncing over the gravel there up the inside. That was the 110 of Callum Conway, who taking that position off of Thomas Comer, who is going to feel very hard done by this afternoon. He was on for a big chance at the podium up on the inside. That is Sam Corson. That is how he took the lead there. Kyle Nisbet got sent from hero to zero in the space of 5 corners and got sent out of the podium positions down 5th, recovered to 4th position here, and then it was just literally a battle royale, every single man and his dog for himself on the track here at Knockhill. And that will go down as one of the best C1 races we've had, not just this season, but I think in the past couple of races. So there we go then. That is the highlights. We're over to the holding area as the cars are coming in just now. So just in a couple of seconds, we'll be seeing Andy Alston over there in pit lane, and what a race we've had. And Andy, well, you were sitting beside me for that one, and I can see from the smile on your face that was a bit epic, buddy. What did you make of that race?
Race here in the Scottish C1 Cup. Fantastic drama from start to finish, but it's that man there, Sam Corson, who leads the way, and he will be absolutely delighted with that. Great action throughout, as we always see in the Scottish C1 Cup, but it's Sam Corson who rounds off a fantastic weekend with a first place finish, and he will rightly be thrilled with his performance. Sam, many congratulations. That was a fantastic race. Just talk us through that move to take the win at the end.
Well, it was just a bit of kind of revenge from the first race, really. I was pushed a wee bit wide there, so I was just returning the favour. So yeah, it was a good race. Brilliant fun. No complaints from me. So yeah, that was great. So yeah.
So how important was the following couple of laps? Because there was quite a number of cars behind, all looking to try and make their way through. Was it just try and focus on apexes and exits and try and get the fast laps on the board?
In the C1s, when you're in a bit of a gaggle, you're kind of looking backwards as much as you're forwards, and then that way you can kind of pick and choose your line from that. Obviously you've got to defend from behind, but then you need to take advantage of the cars in front. So it's all just about being smart, driving smart, and kind of making calculated kind of decisions, which I'd say Finlay Brunton's probably the best at. He's been on par all weekend, just not even put a foot wrong, not taking any risk or anything. He's been spot on. He's been like the kind of, what do you call it, like the example for us, I think. So no, that was a brilliant race. Happy with that.
Great stuff. Many congratulations, Sam. Well done out there.
Perfect, thank you.
Sam Corson, the leader of the final race in the Scottish C1 Cups here today, and he'll be rightly delighted with that performance. Great display throughout there. So Sam Corson, who leads the way, Finlay Brunton in second place, and then Paul Winfield in the 822 rounding out the final step on the podium. Both drivers absolutely delighted here. Finlay and Sam just having a quick chat there, and both of them thrilled with their display. Great clean action throughout from both of them as well, and Finlay Brunton joins us now. Finlay, must be really pleased with your performance overall at the weekend. And Sam Corson was just saying there about just how cool and calm and measured you are behind the wheel, and it's just playing the long game for the championship battle as well.
Yeah, I mean, you guys can't hear me screaming outside the car, to be fair, but Yeah, it's all just about it's like a big game of chess, especially in the C1s. I was just saying to Duncan with overtaking on track and stuff. You need to be really careful when you try and overtake. You know, you might overtake the car that's in front of you, but you sacrifice so much speed that you lose two from behind you as well. So, yeah, for me, always aim a game, do one lap. If I don't make any overtakes in the one lap, stay where I am, wait for somebody else to do it. Seems to be going well for me, a good algorithm so far. So, yeah, good results, good racing with everybody. Wee bit of rubbing, but it was all fair racing. It was good fun. That's why we're here.
Do you feel that you had to make that move at the chicane when it kind of presented itself? Again, you mentioned about momentum and just having to go for it there. There's just the opportunity was on and you just had to send it.
Yeah, so both overtakes, I started in fourth. I said fifth before the race, but fourth, and both overtakes that I made were following Sam through. Overtakes that Sam did, and I just was a bit greedy and just held on the back of Sam. So, yeah, definitely just picking the right opportunities, waiting for somebody else to make the move. Ultimately, he'll make the move and I'll follow through, or he'll make the mistake and take the guy out in front of me. So it's a kind of win-win if you're behind. Just kind of hold back, let them sort it out, and take it from there. Obviously, if anybody makes a mistake and an obvious opportunity appears, you need to go for it, as Ayrton Senna said. But yeah, just kind of cool and collected is the best way, I think.
Great stuff. Well done, Finlay. Great drive out there.
Much, mate. Cheers.
Finlay Brunton there, rounding out his event with a second place finish there. He'll be very, very pleased with that. Let's we'll grab a quick chat with Mr. Winfield here, who rounds out the podium here with a third place finish, and it was a fantastic drive into the bargain as well. You must be absolutely delighted to round off your weekend on a high.
Aye, excellent, brilliant weekend. I didn't think I was going to get anywhere in that, but going into the last lap, I got the drive at the hairpin, and the car just wanted to go. Great, thanks very much. Great weekend, and thanks to all my team that's given me a hand this weekend.
Absolutely. And what's your kind of expectations going into the next race meeting as well? You've finished this one on a high with the podium. Does that give you the confidence to really take it to the likes of Sam and Finlay?
Oh no, definitely. The confidence I've had in this car over this weekend compared to the last meeting was my first meeting. This weekend, this car has been unreal. A wee bit of time spent on it, and it's working. Just keep our secrets to ourselves.
That's the way of it, isn't it? Congratulations, great performance out there. Very well done.
Right, thanks very much. Cheers.
And with not long to go until the next race gets underway, I'll hand you back to Dave Christie in the commentary box.
Yeah, huge thank you there, Andy, and as you can imagine, some very, very happy C1 drivers, and what a fantastic championship that was. A brilliant, enjoyable day out at the races, and yeah, really did enjoy that, and hope you guys enjoyed it as well at home. Remember, if you have got any questions for us, then let us know. Get involved in the YouTube chat, and we will do our best to answer any questions that you've got. But we move on because it's Super Touring Car time again now. We just have the Super Tourers on the grid this time with us, certainly from what my live timing screen is saying. And I get the feeling, unfortunately, this is maybe going to be a bit of an exhibition race, purely because I think we've lost at least one car. I don't think we'll see Ali McMillan back out there in the Nissan Primera. We saw him really limping that car back home towards the end of the race there. And I'm wondering also about Stefan Ermler, but we'll keep an eye open. Either way, I mean, let's face it, we'll take any excuse we can get to see these things out on track and racing around the track in anger. But 4 more races left to go this afternoon. We've got Super Touring Trophy for a 15-minute race coming up. Then we've got the Scottish Fiesta ST Cup. After that is going to be the Scottish Classic Sports and Saloon Championship for 12 laps. And then the Scottish Mini Cooper Cup. Remember, they are out for the final time this afternoon for the third race. No R53s will be out with that one, so it's just the Mini Cooper Cup on that one. Just waiting for the cars to make their way out of the holding area down onto the track as well and get themselves going. I can hear a huge roar from pit lane from inside the commentary booth, so I'm going to presume that that is not Andy Elston's personal car that he's using, and that is instead going to be the sound of some glorious Super Touring race cars making their way out of pit lane. So we'll wait with that. After, as I said, after that we've got the Fiesta STs, Classic Sports and Saloons, and then the Scottish Mini Cooper Cup. So a very warm welcome back then, and as you can see, Super Tourers out on track. I'm going to presume that this is more of an exhibition from Stefan Ermler, Tony Absalom and John Cleland, mostly because the fact that John Cleland is at the back of that group. If that was racing for real, we saw from race 1, Cleland would be off into the sunset and finding the cafe at the nearest available opportunity, but I don't care, I'll be honest, and I don't think you would as well at home, because it's just fantastic to see these cars out on track. And you know, it's not like it's a 20-mile-an-hour exhibition lap. They're still absolutely rattling these cars round the curbs here at Knockhill, and it does bring all sorts of memories back. It really, really does. And these guys love getting the cars out of the garages. A lot of work goes into these cars, an unbelievable amount of work, because when you think that these cars are at least 23, 24, 25 years old, brought up to the original Super Touring car race spec and maintained at that level for many, many, many years. You know, it's different for modern day race cars where you know, you can buy parts off the shelf. For example, the Citroen C1 Cup literally uses off-the-shelf parts for the car. The only difference being the roll cage that's in it. But this is a fully developed, fully spec'd series for these cars in their time. So you can't exactly go up to your local car supplier and order a part for a 2000 Vauxhall Astra or a 2000 Vauxhall Cavalier, although I refuse to believe they were still making Vauxhall Cavaliers in the year 2000. That's definitely shown my age there, but yeah, absolutely loving these cars. And given that we had the Ford display earlier on with the modified Fords racing about, I think it's only fitting that we get the remaining 3 Vauxhalls out there as well. Of course, we don't have Ali McMillan, that Nissan Primera, as we saw in race 1, looking a little bit worse for wear. And just watching them coming down through Duffus Step. What I'm going to do is I'm going to be a little bit quiet, so at home you can enjoy the sounds of these cars going round the track here at Knockhill. Yes, that is all I can say to that one. However good that sounds on the stream, I promise you it sounds even better here in real life. We're in a little commentary booth. It's located, you know, a little bit away from the circuit. It's just round the back of the circuit, and even in here we can hear the roar of these majestic machines as they head round. It is absolutely fantastic to hear them. Great to see that. Although they were planned to have a second race here, obviously it makes it a bit of a moot point with only 3 cars able to take to the grid. So instead doing a bit of an exhibition drive here, and yeah, I'm not gonna lie, I do absolutely love it. It's so nostalgic, and it's so, you know, unashamedly nostalgic to see these cars back out on track, and long may it continue. Although it is kind of frightening to think that 2000 thinks as almost qualifies as a heritage race series now, a classic race series, and I would have been what, 16, 17 years old at that point watching these cars. And ironically enough, this is when I first started coming back into to touring cars, and around about the same time where I made my first ever visit to Knockhill Racing Circuit for the BTCC. So if you haven't ever actually been to Knockhill for the touring cars or one of their big ticket events like the British Superbikes, you absolutely have to. You simply must make your way around. It's an incredible experience. It's wonderful, wonderful hospitality to come round, especially if you're going camping. Unfortunately, I'm a bit of an old man now, so it's nothing but the finest Airbnbs for me when we're coming down here. But it is a wonderful, wonderful experience. The campsite is just buzzing with energy and excitement all the way through from Thursday afternoon. And if you can make your way down, definitely comes highly recommended. But great to see Stefan Ermler, Tommy Absalom and John Cleland out there for that little exhibition drive. And I'm hoping that we can maybe get a chat with at least one of the drivers there as they make their way back into their respective pit boxes. But a brilliant day out nonetheless. And there we go. So John Cleland's going to be the last car to stop there. We turn our attention to the Scottish Fiesta ST Cups. And I'm looking frantically to see if I can see the sultry figure that is Andy Alston in pit lane. He might be down there having a little word with them, but we'll certainly see what happens with there. If I catch sight of him, then I will obviously hand over to him. But next up, we've got 3 races left to go in the calendar just now: the Fiesta ST Cup, Classic Sports and Saloon Championship, and then the Mini Cooper Cup. That is what we've got left to do, and that is what we are about to move on to very, very shortly. So, by the magic of technology, over in pit lane we have the sultry figure, as I described him, of Andy Alston. Andy, what have you got down there?
I'd like to say we're joined here by John Cleland, and John, it's fantastic to see you out there on track once again and in this fantastic car as well. What was it like to be out there behind the wheel?
Yeah, listen, this was a car of mine that the first time I ran this in '97 was here. That was the very first race that it ran, and my teammate Derek Warwick punted me off just under the bridge there and then went on to win the race, so that probably brings back really happy memories for me. But listen, everybody has a knowledge and a memory of these super touring cars, all good. Really, the days of really close racing, 24 international drivers, it had a real flavour to it and everybody remembers it, so it's nice to bring them back out. The thing we shouldn't forget though is they're really expensive to maintain, and as you can see from the cars that didn't make it and the ones that broke down that even did make today, they take a bit of looking after. And my son Jamie does most of the work on it, and he has spent 6 or 7 years now finding out where we can buy bits and pieces. But the budget that Vauxhall ran this car on back in '97 was £5 million a year, and we're trying to run it on 500 quid. So it gives you some idea where we are. But to come back up here and race in front of essentially a really good crowd today, but that was just a bit of a demonstration. Interesting that of the cars that were still running at the end of today, they were all Vauxhalls. That maybe tells you something about the rest of the product.
John, great to see you back out there on track. Thanks very much for speaking to us.
Thanks.
Dave, back to you in the studio.
Brilliant stuff there. Of course, John has to get a little dig in there. All the cars running still the Vauxhall. Well, I'm not even getting involved with that one, given when I look over my shoulder, you've got about 60 Ford enthusiasts that are lined up in the paddock anyway, so I am firmly avoiding that little kettle. But talking of that, we move on because it's time for the Fords. It's time for the Fiesta ST Cup. If you were watching with us just before the lunch break, then you saw what we were absolutely floored by. An incredibly intense race with a lot of battles and leaving things right until the last. But it was Stephen Gray that took the honours ahead of Dave Colville, despite it looking like it could have been one way or the other. So, Stephen Gray is in pole position with Dave Colville in second place. Mark Dixon lines up on third position alongside Brodie Orr to complete row 2. Row 3 is going to be Liam McGill with Russell Morgan in sixth position. Ben Kriener, the esports superstar, in seventh position with Kieran Preedy, another esports superstar who I know has got a lot of following on YouTube. You can't deny the need for praise. That's all I'm going to say on that one. Eighth position for him, Peter Cruikshank in ninth with Stephen Wards in 10th, Ian Blackley in 11th, and Wards in 12th. Lucy Hales-Maver in 13th with Wendy Thorne at 14th position. On row 7, the green flag flies at the back of the Fiesta ST grid. The 1 minute board held out, and we are ready to go racing for the third to last time this weekend. And what a great weekend it's been. We really hope you guys have enjoyed yourself, and the sight of Andy Elson walking back into pit lane, and yeah, well, we'll wait and see with that one. So the lights are on then. 5 lights on the Beatsonsville and Supply Bridge. They're off. We're racing for the final time with the Fiesta STs. It's a great start for Stephen Gray. It's a great start for Dave Colville again. 2 by 2 by 2 by 2 by 2 all the way under the bridge into the first corner. And we watch them heading their way down there. And it's 3 cars wide, and that is round the inside. Who is that? Is that Brodie Orr? It is. What a move from Brodie Orr. He got a poor start there, was down to 5th position, and just jumped his way up into 3rd position there. So brilliant, brilliant stuff there from Brodie Orr to get that position from Mark Dixon there. And absolutely loving that. Meanwhile, Stephen Gray and Dave Colville are away into the woods just now. That's about a 1.5 seconds that the leader has over 3rd, 4th, 5th and 6th position. You've got further back Peter Cruikshank fighting with Stephen Ward. That is Mark Dixon though, trying to catch on to the back of Brodie Orr just now, and we've still got 2 wide further back, but we'll stick with your race leaders just now as we watch the cars making their way out of the final corner. It's still, as we go across the line for lap number 2, Stephen Gray leads Dave Colville from Brodie Orr, from Mark Dixon, Russell Morgan up in the 5th, Liam McGill in 6th, Kieran Preedy in 7th, Peter Cruikshank in 8th, Stephen Ward in 9th, Blackley in 10th, Kriener in 11th, Ward in 12th place, Hales-Maver in 13th and Thorne in 14th position. So here we go then, as Stephen Gray starting to eke out a little bit of a gap there over Dave Colville, and 3rd place Brodie Orr. He wants to get involved with that battle as well for the lead, but again in no man's land. He's not quite ahead, as we've got a yellow flag, solid yellow flag at the top of Clark's there. We'll figure out as to what that is for, but certainly the car's still racing away here. It's going to be into the final hairpin, and it does look like now this is a 3-car battle for the lead then. No yellow flags waving round the rest of the circuit, so it is still as it was in the race. But have a look at Brodie Orr though, fastest car on the track right now by about 0.2 of a second. So Brodie Orr has done that gap. It's about 0.7 of a second to Dave Colville. Colville gets it a little bit squirrely down the hill at Duffus Dip there into McIntyre's. There you can see Brodier right onto the back end of both of these cars. He's also bringing Mark Dixon up to the party as well. And this is now when the tyres are starting to be switched on for these STs. They're a little bit tail happy when you overdrive the cars, and that's exactly what you're seeing from the likes of Stephen Gray. You can also see that from Kieran Preedy right in the background there, sliding his way in, as well as Russell Morgan. There is the 31 though of Brodier. Incredible young talent on display here this weekend. Still trying to catch up to the back of Dave Colville and Stephen Gray just now. There we go then, your leaders coming across the line to mark off another lap then. We start onto lap 4, and now Dave Colville closer than he's ever been, but that also throws Brodier right back to the clutches of Mark Dixon as we've got 9 laps left to go here. What is Colville going to be able to do here? Because he's not close enough right now. He has to get that move either lined up at Clark's to make a dive up the inside at the hairpin, or he has to get it done at Duffus. But they come over the crest of the hill at the chicane then, and look at Colville now. That is a car that's going to be lapped already. I believe that's Wendy Thorne that's going to go a lap down already here. So here we go then. Dave Colville again, he just looks like he's trying to make inroads here, but Stephen Gray has got so much pace in that car right now. And right onto the back yet again goes Brodier. So again, it's now a 4-car battle for the lead. Any one of these cars could take this win this afternoon in the final ST race, and unfortunately they've got the welcome sight of Wendy Thorne just up in front. That's going to be 4 cars going to be trying to get past that car. You know, Wendy just out there minding their own business, and you're going to get a swarm of angry 2-litre Fiesta STs right in your rear view mirror. It's not my idea of a Sunday afternoon out, but that is absolutely irrelevant, as Brodier again just looks to drop a little bit back from that car in front there of Dave Colville. Stephen Gray still leading them through here, and this is going to be the opportunity for Dave Colville. You see how aggressive that Dave is, being in the tail end of that lead car of Stephen Gray right now, and given that Wendy Thorne does the proper thing and just moves across the side, she wants no part in this race here whatsoever. But the late break there from Dave Colville doesn't quite pay off and actually ends up costing that car a little bit of time, brings back in Brodier to the mix as well. But look at this weaving from side to side, and Stephen Gray obviously feels that he's under some sort of pressure as they go across the line. They're going to be side by side, so look at the pace that Dave Colville has in a straight line. Going to try and go around the outside of Duffus Step. He's got it done, but will Stephen Gray be able to hold on to the inside? He's going to be way too late onto the brakes there somehow. Absolutely somehow. There's no way that he actually just did that, but Dave Colville just took the lead of the race round the outside at Duffus Dip, and I'm absolutely stunned that he was able to make that move happen. Brilliant to see, and that now means that Dave Colville is going to be off into the distance if he can get his own way. Brodier is going to fancy a piece of this though, because he's now right onto the back of Stephen Gray here, and he's got a little bit of pace as well. But honestly, Dave Colville, that car just came to life on a straight line there. And that's going to be wide at the final hairpin there. That loses him a little bit of time. But again, look at the pace that Dave Colville has at a straight line. That car just lifts off. And he's already got a gap of half a second. You saw how close they were going into the final chicane there. Never mind coming out. We've got 6 laps left to go. So Colville leads Gray from Orr, from Dixon. That's your top 4 right now. That's the cars that you can see in the picture at the moment. Brodier in that 3rd position. Again, he's dropped quite a bit back now from Stephen Gray. Just now, Gray's still on the back end of Colville. And it's just so menacing. Having that car right on your back bumper is one of the most intimidating sights for a race driver. Now, some drivers absolutely thrive on the pressure. I am not one of those drivers. I buckle like a cheap suit if there's a driver right at the back there, but I love being able to chase a car down. And there you go, that's exactly why Dave Colville goes wide at the final hairpin and brings the opportunity, hands it on a silver platter to Stephen Gray, who says thank you very much, who gets the move done dusted before Dave Colville can even realise what's happened. So that's the weak point, that's the Achilles heel, is that hairpin, as Colville is going to try and get that move done. And look at the gap that Stephen Gray has got already. It will be closed in almost immediately by Dave Colville there, but I mean, that's exactly why you don't like having a car on your rear bumper there. You start second guessing not only yourself but the car behind. Are they going to brake in time? Where are they going to go? Are they going to try and send it up the inside? That's what goes into your mind. As soon as you start thinking more about that car behind than you do the car or the space in front, that's it. It's a done deal. That move will happen. It's just up to your subconscious as to when that is going to happen. Brodier, though, a little bit frustrating because he's trying his best to push that car to get up there, but he's not able to make big inroads, and yet again that hairpin is the crux for that number 52 of Dave Colville. Now if that goes on, if that gap stays as it is at 0.8 of a second here, Brodier could be in with a chance of sneaking up the inside from Dave Colville, because that's 3 laps in a row we've seen Dave Colville overshoot that final hairpin there. So a very, very unusual situation to see the car making the same issue lap after lap, but Stephen Gray, by the by, is in the lead of this race. 4 laps left to go for the Fiesta STs here, and Dave Colville in second place. Brodier is getting a lot of pressure there from Mark Dixon behind him. Liam McGill up to 5th position then in that number 62 green machine. Russell Morgan into 6th. Peter Cruikshank in 7th. 8th place for Need for Speed, aka Kieran Prady. 9th place is Ian Blackley. 10th place is Aaron Ward. 11th place is Ben Kriener. Stephen Ward in 12th. Lucy Hales-Maver in 13th position, and Wendy Thorne in 14th. This is the battle with the 37 and 61. This is for 6th position, so this is between Russell Morgan and Peter Cruikshank as well. And Peter, one of the, safe to say, one of the most experienced of the drivers out there on the grid, has been in more series in the SMRC than you could shake a stick at, and every time you speak to him, he still has the biggest smile on his face. Great to see so much love for not only the club but for the championships that he races in, and very, very enthusiastic racer, all being said and done. Right, this gap at the front has now completely fizzled away because Stephen Gray now 1.1 seconds ahead of Dave Colville, but the pressure now being applied from Mark Dixon to Brodier is becoming unsustainable. Brodier is really having to drive in his mirrors, having to second guess that car beside him. Mark Dixon and Brodier going to be side by side as they come down in towards the hairpin then, the 31 and the 69. And I get the feeling, or at least you get the feeling from the pace and the pressure being applied, Mark Dixon might have that position. In fact, yep, there we go, the 69 and the 31 side by side. Now, is Brodier going to try and fire it up the inside at Duffus Step? The answer is no, because they're not side by side anymore. The 69 of Mark Dixon gets the move done, and unfortunately for Brodier, it's just that's how it is. It's obviously, he gets a really good start and he seems to either overcook his tyres within the first couple of laps, but the pace certainly seems to fall away from that car, and that sent him backwards very, very quickly. And I say that with the utmost of respect. Very, very impressed with this young driver of Brodier, but sent backwards into the clutches of Liam McGill, and you can see that car, don't know whether it's heat wash on the car, but it just doesn't seem to have the same sort of power that it did at the start of this race. And again, from personal experience, at this point you are punching every single surface inside that race car out of absolute anger and frustration, because there's nothing worse. You're driving the car to within an inch of its life and you're still going backwards. It is just such a horrible, horrible feeling. In fact, actually, I wouldn't be surprised to see Brodier either pulling that car into the pits or just trying to manage the rest of this. But we're on our final lap nonetheless here for the Fiesta STs, their final outing here at Knockhill for this wonderful May race day. Stephen Gray leading, Dave Colville from Mark Dixon, Liam McGill in 4th position, Brodier in 5th, but again might be going further down. Peter Cruikshank in 6th position, Russell Morgan in 7th, Ian Blackley in 8th position. But it's all about these two here. It's been an excellent fight between Stephen Gray and Dave Colville, and it was looking so good for Dave Colville. He made the move, made it stick, just two simple mistakes right there at the hairpin. That is what cost him the race win today. But Stephen Gray could have come across the line to take checkered flag. Dave Colville in second place, Mark Dixon in third, Liam McGill in fourth, Brody Orr in fifth place there. Peter Cruikshank is going to come across the line in sixth there, and you can see just how much that car is suffering with pace there. Russell Morgan in seventh, Ian Blackley in eighth. Kieran Preedy didn't quite feel the need for Preed today. He's down in ninth position. Ben Creener in 10th, Aaron Ward in 11th, Stephen Ward in 12th, Lucy Hales-Maver finishes in 13th position, and then Wendy Thorne rounds out your ST field in 14th position. But there is Stephen Gray, your race winner there, looking very, very happy indeed, and he might as well, because that was an excellent race win there. Controlled the race. I think more importantly, controlled Dave Colville, saw the weakness of Dave Colville going into that final hairpin repeatedly, and took advantage of that one. So great to see. And here we have a couple of the highlights. So this is exactly the problem. So Colville just goes too hot into the final chicane, into the final hairpin, and he can't get the power down early enough. It's too wide round the corner, and that is what ends up happening. The car just really struggles to get any sort of traction out of the corner. So the cars are making their way rounds into the holding area. That is our third to last race. Up next, we're going to be joined by Malcolm Smith again to talk us through the Scottish Classic Sports and Saloon Championship. And then it is the Scottish Mini Cooper Cup to round out the day. And wow, what a race we have got in store with that Mini Cooper Cup. The Classics, I think, will be a nice little enjoyable spectacle, but the Minis, talk about saving the best for last. That is exactly what is going to happen here. You can see the clean-up crews, the marshals out there tending to the track, with the cars making their way down into the holding area, and that means that we are going to be crossing over very, very shortly to Mr. Andy Alston. And Andy, again, another brilliant race there. Really enjoyable to watch. I'd be very interested to see what Dave Colville thought in that second place there. He could have had it all, could he?
Yes, it was a fantastic scrap between Stephen Gray and Dave Colville. And of course Mark Dixon rounding out the final step of the podium as well. Great action, as we've come to expect really from the Fiestas this season. Been absolutely tremendous from start to finish. But it's Stephen Gray here, car number 24, who leads the way, and he will be absolutely thrilled with his performance overall this weekend. So Stephen Gray leading the way from Dave Colville. Dave just pushed all the way, but it's Stephen who will make it 2 for 2, and he will be delighted with how his weekend has gone overall. So it's been one of those ones where it's just, Stephen, you've had a great weekend here. You must be absolutely delighted, just reflecting on what you've achieved here.
Oh, it's been brilliant. You said it, actually, I'm absolutely over the moon. It was another really close race. It was great fun, you know. I always really enjoy battling with David. I thought he had me there, and then I was also quite defensive, and then once he got past me, I was like, got to get him back. So I did, which was good, but it was great fun. Great racing, mate. Great racing. Over the moon.
Absolutely. Great racing between the two of you, and it's great to watch as well, because it's good. It's really close. It's really tough, but it's really clean racing as well between.
Yeah, and I hope so. I mean, I hope everyone enjoys watching it. You know, I mean, we have a great time in the car, you know, and it's really love it, and glad everyone's enjoying the show we're putting on. So.
Great stuff. Well done out there, Stephen. Stephen Gray there, making it 2 for 2 here in the Fiestas this weekend. Fantastic 2 performances from him here. And Dave Colville pushed him all the way, but he will be second in the finale here. But it's Mark Dixon rounding out the final step of the podium here in the 69 car. But let's grab a quick chat with Dave Colville, who joins us now. Dave, another great race between you and Stephen. You know, I'm just saying to Stephen that it's great to watch, but it must be even better being right in the midst of it.
Yeah, it's still the wrong result though. We'll get him next meeting, definitely. But no, it was great fun. Really enjoy racing with Steve. Clean as you like, and we know what we're doing with each other, so it's always good.
Yeah. And how important is it to have that trust in your competitor, knowing that he can push, you know, he can go wheel to wheel, but it's clean and it's fair as well?
Yeah, I mean, Mark also is a really good driver. He's clean and fair, so I like driving with these guys. They're good.
Yeah,
it makes a huge difference.
Great stuff, Dave. Thanks for joining us.
Thank you.
Dave Colville there. Second place for Dave. A great action between him and Stephen Gray. Going to grab a quick word with Kieran Preedy here, who has had a very impressive, done a very impressive weekend. Kieran, just reflecting on this weekend, you must be really pleased with how things have gone overall, and again, just building in confidence in this car.
Yeah, brilliant. We had new brakes, new discs and new tyres for this round, which we actually found was slower this round than we were last round, which is weird. But yeah, got a brilliant start in both races, and yeah, that's kind of where it went from there. Managed to stay in front of everyone, and yeah.
How important is it in the seat time in this car in comparison to, you know, where you've came from, and building onto that, and the different challenges that this championship presents as well?
Yeah, we come from the Isle of Skye every session, so we don't get much testing down here, so this is kind of all we get practice-wise. So yeah, we just kind of turn up and do our best and see what we can do. But, yeah.
Great drive out there, Kieran. Great to watch you out there, and very well done.
Yeah, cheers, thanks very much.
Kieran Preedy there, rounding off a very strong weekend, and he will be delighted with his performance there, and rightly so. So with not long to go until the next race, I'll hand back to Dave Christie in the commentary box.
Thanks very much, Ante, and it's always great to hear from the drivers of the Fiesta STs there. Yeah, really good stuff. So we come back because it is time to move on to our next race, which is the Scottish Classic Sports and Saloon Championship in association with the Edinburgh Watch Company. And yeah, really looking forward to that. We had a brilliant race one, and delighted to say that making another very welcome return to the contributor. Warm welcome back to Malcolm Smith.
Thank you very much. I'm looking forward to race 2 as much as race 1. It was very enjoyable, and hopefully all cars get to the end in good condition. And it's as much fun for the drivers as it is for us watching.
Well, it certainly was a lot of fun, wasn't it, in that first race earlier on. Just looking at the order for that, and again, no real surprises. We saw John Kinman showboating towards the end, as obviously you're going to do in a car of that ilk. We see the cars coming down into the holding area as well. A little bit surprised to see the likes of Kenny Brown doing really well in that TPR Griffith.
Yeah, it's a powerful car, and he was driving very well there. It has the grunt, and has the man behind the wheel who was making the most of it. So yeah, very impressive to see him.
One of the other things as well, Malcolm, is obviously with modern day cars and modern day sports cars, race cars, all that sort of stuff, a lot of mod cons behind the wheel, a lot of electronic wizardry that's at your disposal, but not, I mean, safe to say it goes with the age of these cars, but you can presume that it's pretty much the man or the human in the machine.
Yes, there's not the abilities of traction control to optimise the distribution of power, but there are enough tweaks in the way of suspension and settings that drivers will optimise over the time that they're on the track, and a lot of work that they'll do in between races to get the most out of their vehicles. That's a routine for them. It's so much of the work that goes in between time to get these cars here to a standard that people can enjoy watching them, but if you saw some of the work that went on in between time, you'd realise what a big commitment it is.
And now, one of the things that we mentioned about the Super Tourers that are also applicable for these cars here is the fact that the upkeep of these cars must be a fairly heavy investment for a lot of these drivers. These cars aren't the sort of things that you can go to your local parts supplier and just pick up a new wishbone or a new drive shaft or whatever for these cars. I'd imagine that they're either specialist items or you have to get them custom made.
Yeah, there's a lot of components which could be considered under the heading of bespoke, but then again there's quite a few others that would be interchangeable with off the shelf cars. It's actually surprising how much support some of the old British Leyland type group cars, for example, would have. The Triumphs and the Rovers. There's a lot of components readily available. Same with the Morgan there, and the MG are using these type of components. So yeah, it's usable, but there are, of course, the expensive items that need to be custom made.
Well, I can see our camera on the grid, which I'm presuming must mean, do we have an Andy Alston down there on the grid? So without further ado, I think let's see if we can send it down to our intrepid reporter, Andy Alston, down there on the grid. Andy, what can you see down there?
Yeah, the Scottish Classic Sportsman Saloon cars just making their way onto their grid positions now. Just going to grab a quick chat with Andy Graham here. He's lined it up alongside John Kinman here in the 78 car. Andy, how's the car feeling ahead of this one?
Feeling really good, so I'm looking forward to this second race. Just need to try and catch up with that Rover, so hopefully this is going to be a good race.
Good stuff. Look forward to watching you out there, Andy. Thanks for speaking to us. Andy Graham there in the number 78 car alongside John Kinman here in the number 63, and the action will get underway in a few moments' time. Just got a car here just leaking oil a little bit at the front, so the marshals have just put the start delay board up there on the gantry, so we'll be a few moments' time before we get underway. But what we'll do is the marshals will just look to try and just clean away the oil that's just kind of down here on the surface. The 173 car, lots of smoke coming from the car here, but the marshals doing a great job as they always do here at Knockhill Racing Circuit. They'll get that car removed swiftly from the circuit, and they'll just clean away the oil there that's been left on the track, and we'll get the action underway as soon as we can. But just a temporary halt to proceedings for the meantime, and eventually once we will get the action underway, but the marshals will just do a quick job on the oil here, just to tidy that up, get it off the track, and then we'll get the action underway. So Dave, I'll hand back to you in the commentary box.
Right, thanks very much for that, Andy. That's very, very unfortunate, and I was literally off air saying to yourself, Malcolm, about how fantastic it was to see Kenny Brown doing so well in that TVR Griffith there, but yeah, that is an unfortunate outcome for that car.
Yeah, I think that's been the unfortunate statement there. Things were looking oh so good, and they're not now, so we'd maybe best not build up too many other drivers from the first race to the hope that we're not the kiss of death to their
Are you saying we shouldn't jinx them?
Well, could we be called a jinx? Well, sadly,
we've been called worse, to be fair.
Yeah, sad to see though, after such a great run in the first race. Let's hope that it can be repaired relatively easily and without great expense. That's such a shame, being in a great position and all set to charge up in the back of the first two.
Just seeing Kenny Brown there just beside his car, and you can see the marshals frantically just tending to the track there. I think what they're going to do is they're obviously going to clear a way through for that that oil on the track to be cleared up here. And I mean, again, one of the things we say all the time, Malcolm, you know, is about the marshals and the varied work that they have to do. And you know, this is just another example, having to make sure that that track is in a safe, clean condition for the drivers to use here. No mean feat, and that's a lot of that quick dry type product going down on the track to make sure that that oil doesn't go anywhere.
Yeah, so many volunteers give of their time. It's a great commitment from them to ensure that racing takes place, and you see just another example of it. And when you go around the track, if you have the chance to walk around it, or even from all the views that you would see on TV, you actually see how many people come here on a day to actually allow events to take place. And that doesn't include all the others who are behind the scenes in offices carrying out all sorts of work that allows the race to go as volunteers. They're all very dedicated.
Well, while this is going on, great chance for us to have a little look through the grid then, and John Kinman taking pole position from Andrew Graham. Now, obviously, we're going to have a hole on that row 2 as Kenny Brown having to retire his TVR from 3rd place. That means that Alistair Bapty will still start on 4th position, I would imagine anyway. But yeah, he's really coming to grips with that brand new car of his in that 4th position. Elliot Patterson starting in 5th position with Charlie Cope in 6th. Jimmy Crowe in 7th, with Craig Houston in 8th position as well.
Yeah, unfortunately we lost Alistair Coates, who did very well in the first race, and for those who watched the commentary and coverage earlier, you would have seen Alistair in the green Mark 1 Ford Escort RS 2000, the Tom Walkinshaw tribute car. He's had some engine difficulties, so he won't be out in the race, and he did particularly close battle with Adam Kinmond in the Rover Vitesse. That's car 64, the green and blue and white period logo that was used by the Rover Works team in the early to mid 1980s.
Yeah, so gutted that we're not going to see Adam out there in that machine. And the thing is that Rover, despite it's not quite as big and as bulky as its bigger brother, the 3500, but the way that Adam was driving it, you can definitely tell that there was a lot of tips passed on from John on that one.
Yeah, well, there will be of a similar bulk. I would think that the Adams car, that's 64, is perhaps even heavier than John's, as it doesn't have some of the weight-saving modifications, let's say. But yeah, I look forward to seeing him. We see from the rear there Ian Morton in his Austin A40. That's a car which he restored from a rather down at heel road going vehicle. Hours and hours of work that he's put into it to develop it into a competitive car, which he's been working on winters, nights and more over the past year or two.
It really is a labour of love as well with these cars as well, because of their classic status. You usually find that there's some sort of a personal connection with the drivers. Maybe it's their first car that they had, or maybe it's the first car that they took to a track day, but more often than not there's almost a personal and emotional commitment with these cars here.
Yeah, and I think that's what leads to some people having cars that they compete in for many years. There's drivers here such as John and Andy Graham, whose cars we can see on screen at the moment in the front of the grid. They've raced these cars for several years, and for many of the classics drivers, that's the commitment that they have to that model, that style, but they're not chopping and changing them very often. And in a way, though, that could partly be on the basis that they've developed them, they've got them running the way they want, and why change something that's successful?
That's a very, very good point, and I guess that's the entire ethos and the backbone of this historic classic sports and saloons. That's what they're built on. Looking through the field then, Malcolm, and your experience, or actually let's not talk from experience. Let's talk on a personal level. What's the favourite car for you? What's the one that you really are looking forward to seeing out there?
Well, I'm a fan of late 70s and 80s cars. So the Golf of Charlie Cope I particularly like because it perhaps doesn't look the most racy of vehicles, but my goodness, how well it handles, how well it performs. And where the conditions slightly different here, with a bit of moisture, the front wheel drive advantage of the Golf would be or let's say the advantage of the more powerful cars would be negated by the Golf's handling. So yeah, I'm very impressed with how well a car of that capacity can do. So he was making a great effort in race 1.
Just looking as well at the obviously we've got the XR2s out there as well, but for me that brings it into conversation with the car of Ian Mitchell, the little Vauxhall Nova. Now I know you were saying great things about it in race 1, but for me personally, again, it's a car that I associate with quite a lot, because that's a car from my childhood, with the along with the XR2 as well. Interesting to see though, despite it being a 1.3 litre engine that's in that car, it's still able to kind of get the better of the likes of the XR2s with the 1.6 litre engine in it.
Yeah, well, a car that's obviously been well developed from the way it's round there, and a very experienced driver. So he's using his best abilities to keep ahead. The XR2s that you see there, that's the two green and white cars to the rear left of the grid. they're subject to the traditional XR2 rules, which date back to the 80s when these cars first appeared. They first came out in 1984 or thereabouts, and have been raced as a single make series since then. So they stick to the rules of that, which are very restrictive on the performance modifications. So you could well find that the 1300 Nova with its permitted modifications is actually more powerful than the XR2s, and that's because the Nova is in a category that is allowed to be developed, whereas the XR2s are very strictly controlled in order that they have that level playing field that has always existed for them.
Just to bring you up to speed then with a little bit of housework then, the board, as you can see there, saying that it's going to be an 11 lap race, so we're losing 1 lap from the current racing order that was on the script. Obviously we're running a little bit behind schedule, which will affect the time of the final race, which is the Scottish Mini Cooper Cup. That will likely be delayed by about 10-15 minutes, but that also means that the driver's going to get another green flag lap here at Knockhill as we get ready to go racing. A fantastic speedy job done by the marshals as they retire themselves out of the grid then, and we get ready to go for another green flag lap. The marshals head to the back of the grid, they'll fly the green flag, and we'll be on our way for another warm-up lap.
Yeah, just ahead of the A40 there, you see at the rear of the grid the red, white and black Fiat of Paul Bowers. That's 71, that's a Fiat 128 Coupe, rare car to be seen on racetracks now, quite possibly the only one of its type racing in Britain. They were popular in a one make and coupe series going back to the 80s and 90s, especially in Ireland. And that's where Paul purchased this car and has done a lot of work developing it into the standard that it is here. This is his second season of racing, and it's great to see a bit of variety on the grid, and also what we see, coming back to your earlier point about drivers having commitment to cars they knew or cars they liked. So many of them actually do the work themselves, so you also have their own personal time and commitment to it.
So the green flag flies at the back of the grid then, and we could see one car getting help to start, so I'm going to presume that this is going to be either this is going to be the green flag lap that gets flown again for the cars to get round there. It was a car that was on the right hand side there, just got a little bit of assistance with the marshals probably.
That's Adam Kinman's car, or I see his car, but it could be what's between him and further up, because we can't see very easily what's happening. There's the cars off on their way now, but they're having to make their way around the oil slick, and will proceed with care when they're coming along the main straight when the race is underway.
I'm pretty sure that was Ian Morton in that Austin A40 Ferreira, who just looked like he took a beeline straight for that oil patch. He's obviously feeling like living on the wild side today.
Yeah, well, he could be lighting up the tyres if that was the case in more ways than one.
Yeah, we'll wait with bated breath. But anyway, we go for our green flag lap here then, and the cars all get themselves round into order, and I can't really see anybody that's out of position apart from Kenny Brown. So let's quickly take you through the grid once more then. Pole position for John Kinman's in the Rover 3500. Andrew Graham will line up beside him in second place. Row 2 is going to be Alistair Bapty. We're missing Kenny Brown after that retirement on the grid. Elliot Patterson in 5th position with Charlie Cope in 6th. Jimmy Crowe is going to start in 7th with Craig Houston in 8th. Row 5 is going to be Adam Kinmans and Alistair Coates. Row 6 is going to be Ian Mitchell in 11th, Nicky Dixon in 12th position, Paul Byers in 13th, Duncan O'Neill in 14th, Ian Morton in 15th and David Riley in 16th. And I remember, just as you said there, one of the cars that were not actually going to get on the grid, although didn't you say that was Adam Kinman?
No, it's the Ford Escort, which was number 2 of Alistair Coates.
There we go.
He had engine problems after race 1, and it was he who had a great scrap with Adam Kinman in the 64 Rover Vitesse in race 1. So yeah, sadly Alistair had to retire.
Now this is going to make things very interesting for a lot of the grids towards the back as the cars making their way onto the starting grids here, especially cars on that right hand side. You're going to get the feeling that they're just going to immediately dart off to the left to avoid that oil. What I'm worried about is how quickly and at how last minute they kind of leave that that manoeuvre.
Yeah, there'll need to be some proceeding with caution on their part as they head out at the start of the race. But yeah, it would seem to give the advantage to those from row 2 backwards to the cars placed on the near side. But we'll see how they go. One or two of them been guided by the marshals to go to the left hand side as they proceed. Yet we see Elliot Patterson's fairly far to the right, but there's only limited space in which they can manoeuvre.
Yeah, I think it's just making sure that they're in their correct order and on the correct side of the grid as well. So the car's already down there as we've got a green flag flying. We get ready then. 1 minute boards held out for our penultimate race of the day here on our May race day here for the Scottish Motor Racing Club in association with Rees Motorsport Insurance. You can see the slippery surface flag, that checkered yellow and, striped yellow and red flag means that there is a slippery surface out there, which is the oil slick that was left by the car of Kenny Brown. But the green flag waves, the lights come on the Gantry Bridge. We are ready to go racing for the second to last time today. And away we go then. It's a great start for John Kinmont and Andrew Graham. Again, not too many dives to the outside there. A lot of cars happy actually just to roll over that drying powder. And the cars heading down into Duffus Dip for the first time of Askin. You can see them just coming into the right-hander at McIntyre's there. And that's a stunning move up the inside there from Alistair Baptiste in the number 13. He's not making short on time right now. I tell you what, he's looking already that he could be trying to take John Kinmont here.
Yeah, he certainly has the power in the car and the ability. It was certainly a demon start, and his overtaking manoeuvre on Andy Graham was very quickly executed.
It certainly was. So Alistair Baptiste already challenging John Kinmont for the lead of this race. It's going to be an 11 lap race, but have a look in the background there as well, as you've got the number 78 on the back there of Andrew Graham there in the Triumph TR8. He fancies getting a bit of a piece of this as well. You get a little bit of a feeling that maybe Andrew was caught napping on that one, because that car should have the pace you would have imagined over that MGB.
Yeah, well, they're of a similar background in terms of power plants, both on Rover V8 engines. But yeah, you see the MG's got ahead again, although the TR7 V8 is keeping closely behind. It's certainly a close fight in these early stages.
Yeah, certainly is. And Alistair Baptiste right now driving like a man possessed as they come through Clark's right now. It's exactly where the Rover just streaks out into life. It can put the foot down and absolutely pull away.
Yeah, and close 4th and 5th place, the Morgan Plus 8. That's 73 of Elliot Patterson and Charlie Cope in the number 4 Golf we just saw in the background there. But we're on the leaders again. Oh, and it's side by side up the main straight.
Charlie Cope in that Golf. He'll be done on the straight line by the Morgan there, but I mean, in the corners, that Golf is absolutely absurd. That GTI really coming into life there. But it does look like Elliot Patterson has got the measure right now. But you can see, again, just under braking, how much speed that Golf can take in. I wonder, though, if now that Patterson has got past, if that is going to be a done deal. As you see your 1st, 2nd and 3rd place cars coming through the chicane just now. We're still watching Elliot Patterson on his run into Clark Corner there. Again, the Golf just throwing that car into itself, and you can see it's, you know, the way that the car just lurches into that corner and floats off is quite the sight.
Yeah, it's taken all that effort to keep the Golf up with the Morgan. It will have the Morgan certainly would have more horsepower and should be a lighter car, although that particular Morgan is not as developed as some of them are, whereas the Golf is at the pinnacle of Golfs of that period would be in my humble opinion. That's a great combination to see them on track though, and it shows that cars from different eras and different styles can provide competitive racing and fun for the drivers.
Ooh, Kinman lighting up those rear tyres. He is really under pressure from Alistair Bapty. And where was all this performance in race 1? Bapty lighting up the touch paper and really, really going for it right now. And unusually as well in the classic sports and saloons, this is actually a battle for class. All three of these cars in that E class as well. John Kinman, Alistair Bapty and Andrew Graham. So fascinating battle. Let's take you through some of the other classes. Ian Mitchell in the Vauxhall Nova down in 10th. So that's a great scrap as well for the A class battle. The number 11 car fighting it out in the Vauxhall Nova with Paul Bowers in the Fiat 128. Ian Morton in the Austin A40 Farina. They're 10th, 11th and 12th place as well. B class, oh, and that's the number 71 there going wide. That is Paul Bowers, and that looks like a mechanical retirement.
Yeah, sadly a retirement for Paul. He was doing well in his first race of today, and he'd had a successful time here at the last meeting, so disappointingly something has befallen him, and it's sad to see a few of our cars not being out on the track for either race 1 and race 2, and some retirements falling by the way, but they are pushing them on to try and get the most out of them, as you can see here.
And that's the great thing as well, Malcolm, is the fact that you know, they might be retiring, but it's because they're being run absolutely ragged. You kind of don't mind seeing this. Just to bring you back up to speed then with the classes, as we said, Class B, Charlie Cope in the lead of that one, ahead of Craig Houston and Nicky Dixon. Class C is Cranny Brown, who is not taking part in the race, so he won't be classified in this. And Elliot Patterson, currently 4th place on track, but in the lead of D class just now. And then the Ford Fiestas, it's Duncan O'Neill from by himself. In fact, no, David Riley actually joined us in this one, so David Riley in 2nd place in the XR2s. But look at Alistair Bapty hanging the tail end of that one out as he's trying to catch up to the tail end of John Kinman here. We've got 6 laps left to go, and unusually, again, it's very unusual that we see somebody able to challenge John Kinman, but you get the feeling Alistair Bapty could be up to the challenge here.
Yeah, well, he's certainly up to it here. In the last race, Tommy Martin and Russell Patterson, neither of whom are here today, they say paved the way for a similar battle, but Alistair Bapty's the man doing it today, and John's doing his best to stay ahead in the rumbling Rover.
Yeah, Tommy Gilmartin always gives me the impression of somebody that you would never ever want to cross paths with.
Well, he's a competitive racer, and that's what they all are. So somebody who really enjoys his sport and has made a commitment here for many years and to many circuits. So it's people who do such things as racing commitment that are the backbone of the classic racing scene here.
And that's the thing with Tommy as well, is that you know every time that he turns up, he doesn't just turn up for the sake of turning up. He is out there to race, and that's exactly what he does every single time he turns up.
He enjoys himself, and he's somebody who encourages others, and the more people that are that way inclined, the better. As we return to the leaders again, and yeah, they're Andy Graham's still keeping up with them in the TR7 V8 number 78, just not quite close enough to put a bit of pressure on Alistair Bapty, but I suppose Alistair has to keep a view in his mirrors when he's thinking of his chase for the front. And I thought we would see some of the following 4th, 5th and 6th place. So we've seen Elliot Patterson come through in 4th place there in the Morgan, and
I think that's the Austin A40 Farina of Ian Morton, isn't it?
Yes, Elliot Patterson has just lapped Ian Morton in the Class A A40, and next up should be Charlie Cope and Jimmy Crow.
Yeah, that's right. So
and Craig Houston, and yeah, Craig Houston and Jimmy Crow, really, really close together. Just over a second between them, and there again we see Ian in the A40 Farina approaching the hairpin. It's yeah, very, very steady through there, a nice line, and back on the straight again.
Now, the example of as we see the leaders here is Alistair Bapty still trying to throw everything but the kitchen sink, and that, my goodness, that was wide through Butchers there. trying to get it going. I tell you what, he's leaving himself now vulnerable to Andrew Graham, because you were saying Andrew was still in the fight. He definitely is. I wonder if he's just been holding back and wanting to see what is actually going to happen there. I was just going to make a point about the Austin A40 Farina of Ian Morton, and maybe for some of our younger audience who aren't, that's not necessarily the type of car they would associate with being a race car. I mean, that was the sort of quintessential race car, you know, a couple of decades ago, and they think of the cars driven by, you know, like the Cortina just up there by Jim Clark, and you know, that was the BTCC back in the day.
Yeah, well, an A40 Farina of that style was what was the British Saloon Car Championship, as it was known then. It was the championship winning car, 1959, with the legendary Doc Shepherd, who was an A40 exponent. So Ian is continuing the style and commitment of A40s over the decades.
And what we've seen as well, again, and it's difficult to try and bring any sort of comparison to the Citroen C1s, but another car where it's very low on power, but proving that you get enough of them and you can have a whale of a time in them.
Yeah, oh, exactly right. As we see the leaders come in, we see in the background the Mark 1 Lotus Cortina of Nicky Dixon, another traditional touring car, stalwart car or staple car, let's say. But just at this moment, Andy Graham's just gone past Alistair Bapty as the two of them lap Adam Kinman in the Rover VTS.
And no sooner is it done than he's got the position back. Alistair Bapty under braking into Duff's dip there, Malcolm. And again, the Triumph TR8 of Andrew Graham just rockets past Alistair Bapty like he's standing still. And another poor innocent floppy marker has been destroyed off into the ether there. But that must be so frustrating for Andrew Graham, because on a straight line he can absolutely put the car past Alistair Bapty, but Bapty can just brake so much later.
Yeah, maybe that the brakes on the TR7V are not of the same standard or are overheating.
So here we go, last lap then, and John Kinman is going to come across the line to take the checkered flag. What a win it is for John Kinman. Not troubled in the end there by Alistair Bapty and Andrew Graham. Fourth place across the line is going to be Elliot Patterson, and Charlie Cope is going to come across the line in fifth position. But let's run you down through the class orders, because realistically that's what really matters then. A class is going to be Ian Mitchell in the Vauxhall Nova, ahead of Ian Morton in the Austin A40 Farina. Paul Bowers, obviously, we lost unfortunately 6 laps ago. In B class, it's going to be Charlie Cope in the VW Golf GTI from Craig Houston, and then Nicky Dixon in there as well. Class C, Kenny Brown unfortunately retiring at the start of the race, so he won't be classified. Elliot Patterson takes the D-Class honours ahead of Adam Kinman. E-Class then, we saw that incredible scrap. John Kinman takes the win from Alistair Bapty and Andrew Graham. Jimmy Crowe finishing in 4th position. Then in the Ford Fiesta, the XR2s, Duncan O'Neill beats David Riley. But Malcolm, another brilliant classic sports and saloons race, and I mean, this is exactly what you expect when you come to see one of these races.
Yeah, very encouraging to see the competitiveness throughout the field, and hopefully next time we have a similar or even greater number of cars on the track, because the crowd certainly will be impressed by them, and the drivers enjoy racing them. So here's to next time.
Yeah, fingers crossed. It's always great to see burgeoning grids, and again, just brilliant stuff. But a huge thank you to Malcolm Smith for joining us here in the commentary box. Very much appreciated, and as always, nice to have somebody that actually knows what they're talking about with us in commentary. And great to see that. Got a couple of chuckles. You weren't supposed to laugh at that one, guys. Never mind. But as we see the cars heading round into pit lane, we're just a couple of minutes away before heading over to see Andy Alston to speak with our class winners. And of course, he doesn't have this screen and the awesome tech that I do to tell him the class winners. He's just going to have to try and guess them all off the top of his head. But what we'll do is we'll head over and we'll see if we can see Andy Alston in pit lane. So Andy, a brilliant classic sports and saloons race there. Really, really enjoyable. But John Kinman so close to being pipped there by Alistair Bapty.
And leading the way. Over, but
sorry
fantastic
that,
action.
We just caught the tail end of that, buddy. If you want to start again from the top on that one, sorry about that.
Sports and saloons, as we've come to expect, really. You know, John Kinman and Alistair Bapty having a great scrap at the front of the pack, but John Kinman in the Rover first across the finish line in the end. But lots of good action throughout the field, as we've come to expect, really. And lots of the cars just making their way into the podium area here at the moment. And we'll catch up with a couple of drivers, get their thoughts on the weekend overall, and hear what they have to say as well. So lots of drivers quite content with their performances there overall, and of course we did lose one lap, which was unfortunate in this one. But this is all about now just having a quick check of the car, making sure everything feels okay, everything's ticking over nicely, and then we can kind of build on things and go from there. But yes, it was a really, really good bit of action throughout the field here in the Scottish Classics. But let's have a wee quick chat with this man here, Mr O'Neill, in the XR2 class, because really good action throughout the field there, we were just saying, and you must have really enjoyed how things have gone overall this weekend.
Yeah, definitely, but I had a wee electrical fault, but I still managed to finish. It was cutting out and going and cutting out and going, so yeah, pleased where I finished. Pleased to finish, so that was it. I just hope Dave came in alright. I've not seen him, so I don't know what happened there. So yeah, definitely the car's going great, apart from this wee issue, but we'll get it sorted.
And was that kind of coming in at the beginning of the race, midway through? When did you start to feel an issue?
It started on the first race, but with the battery terminal was a wee bit slack, but it's not that. I think it's a cut-out switch on the inside of the car. So I was moving it about inside, and I managed to get it a wee bit right and then cut out, so definitely good bit of racing. Brilliant, loved it.
Yeah, good weekend as well. And again, what's the kind of expectations going into the next race meeting next month? Just looking to just obviously make sure everything's okay first and foremost with the car, and then just kind of build on that.
Yeah, I'll see. We'll take the wiring loom out the dash and we'll see what problems are in there. If I need to renew it, I will. They're just getting too old. They're nearly 40-year-old, so it's a bit of time to maybe get in and out into the wiring job now. But apart from that, car's going brilliant. Suspension, wheels, tyres, everything are great. Engine is really smooth, so yeah, I'm enjoying it.
Great stuff, thanks very much. And it's not long to go until the final race here this afternoon. I'll hand back to Dave Christie in the commentary box.
Thanks very much, Andy. And there we go. That is us all set up for the last race of the afternoon in association with Project 21 Detail, and it's the Scottish Mini Cooper Cup, as we see the unwelcome sight of the number 71 of Paul Bowers in the Fiat 128 being recovered round the track. But great to see that it's being towed round rather than needing winched or lifted or anything like that. So it means that whatever it needs, it'll be able to be fixed before our next outing in just a month or so's time. But if you can believe that, ladies and gentlemen, we are already at the end of our race day, and what a fantastic day it's been here for the SMRC at Knockhill in association with Reese Motorsport Insurance. Scottish Mini Cooper Cup time. And if you're a fan, I said this last time, if you're a fan of the British Touring Car Championship, you know what it gets like at race 3. This is exactly what happens with the Mini Cooper Cup at race 3. They get a little bit elbowy, they get a little bit shirty with each other. Now, the big news is that we've got an amended grid, which means that Ryan Smith has been moved to the back of the grids. And that means he starts in 14th position. But your grids for the next race is as follows. Finn Marsh is going to start at pole position in the number 22 ahead of Neil Hose in the 111 machine. Ian Munro is in 3rd position on row 2 alongside Chad Little. Jack Irvin reunited with that fight in 5th position on row 3 in the 65, and it's Michael Weddle flying by himself in 6th position. Gordon Long in 7th with Daniel Patterson in 8th. Chris Coburn in 9th position, with Ewan Robertson in 10th position. Andrew Bell in 11th, David Taylor in 12th, 13th place for Jamie Brown, and Ryan Smith in 14th position. So what we'll do is we'll keep an eye out for the cars coming round. As soon as they are onto the grid, we'll try and pass it over to Mr. Andy Elston, who will be no doubt poised like a ninja. I used that twice today. I'm quite pleased that that was only the twice for that one. But he'll be waiting to have a chat with our drivers out there on the grid as well. But as we said, final race of the afternoon here. And that's going to be an interesting dynamic, given that we had that pretty spectacular failure there in the last race for the TVR, for that TVR of Kenny Brown, and a lot of product getting put down on top of that that little puddle that was there. That'll be interesting to see how those minis react to that little issue that is at the top of the start finish line. So again, just waiting for you can see the cars actually there in the holding area, or at least I can see the safety car waiting there to be deployed. You can see as well that the cars are going to be making their way down very, very shortly indeed. And you can see some hand signals being given to some of the cars. In fact, I'm just noticing out my window as well, the number 44 Nissan Primera, the Super Tourer of Ali McMillan. It's safe to say that that car is needing a little bit of assistance. That's such a shame to see, because I know how much work that Ali puts in to that car. But yeah, that is a sight to behold. In fact, I'm going to have to stand up to get a little bit better of a look. It's wrapped up in its D1 livery, very, very similar to the old T-Mobile livery that was on the car back in the day. But yeah, great to see that there. So as we say, the timing screen changes over, which means that the cars are about to head down into pit lane just now. They're about to head out onto the grid, you can see there, and we'll be crossing very, very shortly to Andy Alston to talk us through the grids of this final race. But as we said, Finn Mash in pole position, and Neil Hose on that second position there. And there we go, the cars roar into life under the Beatson's Building Supply Bridge. And we're going to hand things off to Andy Alston very, very shortly. And as soon as we see that young, nimble person head out onto the circuit, we'll throw things over to him. But as we said, Finn Mash in pole position with Neil Hose in second place. Now Neil was absolutely in the wars with that 111 earlier on. Ian Munro in third place with Chad Little in fourth. Now Jack Irvine, Michael Weddle and Chad Little, that is the fight that you want to watch. That is fourth, fifth and sixth position. I get the feeling somebody is going to be going home with a little bit of a tantrum and some tears before bedtime after that one, because those two were getting a little bit shirty with each other in race 2, and I get the feeling that is all going to boil over into race number 3. As I said multiple times, remember, this is just the Mini Cooper Cup now that is out on track just now. No R53s, none of the turbocharged bigger brothers to spoil the fun for the Mini Cooper Cup cars out there just now. But we wait with bated breath, and another man waiting with bated breath is going to be certainly the number 22 of Finn Mash there. You can see him lighting up the tyres, trying to get some heat into them before we head round onto the grid there. But as the cars are way ahead round, I think what we can do then is we're seeing our camera on the grid. So what we'll do is we'll have a little throw over to the man with a plan, Mr. Andy Alston, down on the grid. Andy, firstly, can you hear me? And secondly, how awesome do those minis look?
Yes, it's fantastic, Dave, here. And of course, the final race of the day and it's going to be our Mini Cooper Cup, and it's this man here, Finn Mack, leading the way as a result of the lottery that we have for the third race. So the number 22 car will be lining up in pole position alongside Neil Hose in the 111 car as well. So let's grab a quick chat with Finn and see how he is feeling ahead of the action getting underway in a moment's time. Finn, starting here on pole position, how are you feeling going into this race?
I'm a little bit nervous, but yeah, enjoyed it. First time start on pole. Yeah.
So what's the strategy going to be going into this one? Just get a nice clean start and then just try and build on there as the race goes, with this one only being 9 laps?
Yes. Good race, and then yes, good result, and then yeah.
Great stuff. Brilliant. Okay, Finn, wish you the best of luck. Finn Mack starting this one from pole position here. Neil Hose alongside him in the 111 car, and the action's about to get underway. So I'll hand back to Dave Christie in the commentary box.
Shanty, and awesome insight from the grid as always, and you can see the pair of them nimbly running off of the grid there. Certainly faster than me. That's why Andy Elson's in pit lane, because it'd be more of a waddle if it was myself out there. By the by, 30-second boards held out. We are ready. We are waiting for our final race of the day here. The Scottish Motor Racing Club May race meeting in association with Reece Motorsport Insurance. This is the Scottish Mini Cooper Cup, brought to you by Project 21 Detailing. Finn Mash has it all to do out in front alongside Neil Hose. Let's go. Lights are on the board. Race number 3 is underway. A lot of the cars moving to avoid that oil patch on the right hand side, because that's not what you want to have, but never mind, because we're going to go 3 wide. Of course we are. It's the final race of the day, and you get the feeling you're going to have to hold your breath. They all make it down, thankfully, and up the inside, that is Neil Hose taking the taking the lead, and that was Ian Munro trying to yeah, that was, let's call it for what it is. That was a full-on assault on the number 22 of Finn Mash there. Meanwhile, it's all hell going loose behind. You've got, that is Jack Irvine trying to catch up. But look at Michael Weddle again. Yet again, he's done it. He's like some sort of Houdini up into 5th position there, onto the back of Ian Munro. You've got Chad Little in the mix there as well. Ian Munro looks up to the inside, the 22 of Finn Mash, late onto the brakes there. Ian Munro just sends it, but that's going to be a much better exit from the corner from Finn Mash. As you see, Michael Weddle sent off to the kitty litter on the outside. I think that was himself that sent him there. But meanwhile, they're getting very, very close between Finn Mash and Ian Munro. It's Mash that has the slight advantage going into Duffus Dip, but we saw that Munro is more confident on the brakes there. And meanwhile, the two of them still side by side, as we see your race leader then, Neil Hose, going down. And that is going to be Finn Mash that is up into 2nd place then. That sends Ian Munro back towards Chad Little. And this is thrilling, thrilling racing that we are seeing here. There is your race leader of Neil Hose. And that, as we said, is going to be Finn Mash in 2nd place. And it is an absolute gaggle of cars, because it looks like, there you go, the 25 then of Chad Little into 3rd position. Look at Michael Weddle trying to get the overlap, moves one way, then the other, shown to the grass there by Chad Little here. Michael Weddle going to try and fight up the inside late on the brakes, thinks better of it, because he's also got Ian Munro trying to make moves up there as well. You see the 65 there of Jack Irvine. He fancies a piece of this fight as well. Ian Munro tries to get a move onto Michael Weddle. That's allowing the 25 at Chad Little to streak off up the road there. And my goodness me, what a start to this race. They always leave me without any breath or any clue what I'm actually trying to say within 2.5 laps guaranteed in this Scottish Mini Cooper Cup. But it always happens on race 3. Such is the level of action and intensity. It's just completely frenetic in this 3rd race. And it doesn't stop. This is how it's going to be for the next 7 laps there. Up the inside, tries to send Chad Little. That was a big clunk there, and they're still door banging side by side. This is for 2nd and 3rd place then. This is exactly what I was telling you about Finn Marsh and Chad Little. And have a look at Michael Weddle. He fancies making it 3 wide. He's onto the grass. Flymo earning his name today. He's onto the brakes there. How on earth did he hold on to that? Goodness me. Ladies and gentlemen, you heard us joking about calling him Flymo there. That's exactly why he earns that name. Straight across the grass there. He's so very lucky that he didn't come a cropper into the side of Finn Marsh there. Chad Little gets that position though, and what can only be described as 6 cars in one space for the battle for 4th position there. My goodness me. And they're all still coming down the hill there. That is going to be Finn Marsh, who was sent almost spinning there, helped onto the gravel there by the 65 of Jack Irvin. It's safe to say, ladies and gentlemen, the gloves are off and they are absolutely knocking lumps out of each other, and that is going to be suspension damage for the number 94, Ryan Smith. Ryan Smith pulling to the right hand side. That looks like it's going to be a retirement for him in the 94 there. He was down in 8th position. There is Michael Weddle still trying to catch on to the back of Chad Little right now, and have a look at Jack Irvin as well. My goodness me, there you go. That is definitely going to be a retirement for Ryan Smith, and you can see a very, very unhappy driver unbuckling himself from that car. Going across the line then, Neil Hose is just out for a Sunday drive at this point, 3.8 seconds ahead of Chad Little, and yeah, that is frustration. Although, to be fair, it's a bit of a live racetrack, so I probably wouldn't be standing about for too long on that one. A little bit confusing, but hey ho, racing drivers are going to do what racing drivers do. I've certainly had my fair share of moments like that one. Meanwhile, double waved yellows here as Neil Hose comes out of the chicane ahead of Chad Little, and then Michael Weddle ahead of Jack Irvin. Gordon Long up into 5th place. Now, again, I was taking a chance to have a chat about Gordon Long in that first race there, and the resurgence that he's had over the past couple of seasons. He's really been taking a little bit of time to get used to this. I'll come back to that. Have a look at Jack Irvin. He's having a look up the inside of Flymo and up into the hairpin then. Thinks better of it. Pulls away out at the last minute there. I think the damage is done, and that's why safety car is out. It is a safety car here in the final race of the afternoon. Right, okay, well, you wanted drama, you wanted action, you wanted chaos. I think you've got it all in spades, and well, yeah, that was awesome, awesome stuff. Really, really enjoyed what we had there from that that 3rd Scottish Mini Cooper Cup race. It's obviously not over just yet. However, we're going to have pretty much a 3-lap, 4-lap dash for the cash to finish off this race. So all I can say is, from experience, from my time here at Knockhill FM, watching these races go and knowing how this all unfolds, it's the 3rd race, it's the last race of the afternoon. If you thought the start was chaotic and crazy, wait till you see these 3-lap restarts, because it's almost as if A, nobody cares, B, suddenly they've got bankrolled by millionaires from the way that they're going through their spare parts package, and C, you're away to see some new grudges being made. That's usually what happens on the last couple of laps on these 3rd races here. Everybody just wants to go for it. They know that, and the thing is that it neutralises the field as well, because there's only 4 laps left to go. And fair enough, if you've been losing time and you've maybe fallen through the order there, yeah, then your race is maybe done and dusted. But now you've got a chance as Ryan jumps back into his car. We see Piper 1 jump into action here. We'll have a safety car for a couple of laps here, and I'm looking to gauge the opinion here of our co-commentator Andy Alston here, and he's suitably excited, I think it's safe to say, with what we've got in prospect here for the final couple of laps left as well. As I said all the way through the day as well, remember to get your questions in on YouTube, and we'll do our best to read them out. And there's absolutely no promise that we'll be able to read them out live on air, because I know what you lot are like out there. Certainly I've learned my lesson from the esports series, knowing that I can't trust a single one of you out there, but nonetheless, if you have got any questions, we'll do our best to either ask any of the team here or ask some of the drivers out there as well. So great to see a little bit of support out there for Finn Marsh in the number 22. Also seeing Andy Sedgley there out with a very, very terrible bit of I'm trying to think of the word when you use for abbreviation. That's the word I was looking for. An abbreviation for TVR, saying that it was totally variable racing. That is absolutely absurd. You cannot possibly say that, even though the TVR did sort of not start that last race. But a very good afternoon to Andy as well, one of the stalwarts from the esports series, and a big fan of the SMRC. So great to see the support out there as well. Right, the safety car, I would imagine, should be coming in at the end of the next lap, because it looks like Piper 1 has got that card recovered from Ryan Smith there. Number 94 now, he's had a bit of a day of it, of course, starting from the back of the grid there on that amended grid. And am I mistaken? No, I'm not. My middle-aged eyes are correct. That light on the safety car is out, and it looks like we are getting ready to go racing. So what will happen is the safety car will peel in, Neil Hose will become the de facto safety car, and if you ask me, he's going a little bit too fast. I would be backing those cars up, and he's almost into the back of the safety car there. Well, you can tell that Neil Hose really isn't used to safety cars, really. And away we go, the green flag flies. And we're racing again. Neil Hose getting very lucky there, and that is going to be Jack Irvin forced onto the grass on the right-hand side there by Chad Little. We've almost got 3 wide going down into Duffus Step. We've still got 4 laps left to go. Neil Hose still in the lead. Michael Weddle deciding to do a little bit of garden excavation again into that second place there. Jack Irvin in third, and then it's Chad Little down in fourth. Meanwhile, Gordon Long still in that fifth position there, so he's holding on well. Now the question is, can Weddle get onto the back of Neil Hose? And if he can get onto the back of Neil Hose, what is he going to do about it? Because Neil, we saw in race 2, can make that thing as wide as you like. He can make it the size of a double-decker bus, and he's only going to have 3 laps in which to catch Neil Hose and to send it past Neil Hose. And quite honestly, that is not an easy undertaking. The car's coming out of the hairpin then, as we've got just 3 laps left to go. Have a look at also the 25, as I said, Chad Little. Also, Ian Munro still in with a vague shout on this one. Separated by 2.5 seconds are your top 6 cars, and certainly you wouldn't put that past any of the drivers here. But Michael Weddle still down in that second place. He's just half a second behind your leading car right now, and Weddle looks like he's hungry. Weddle looks like he wants this race win, but so does Jack Irvin and the likes of Chad Little. We've got, as I said, 3 laps left to go. Weddle mounting the curb and sending that up the inside. You get the feeling this is it though. You get the feeling that this is going to be the move here into the hairpin. He's got the toe from that car in front. Is it going to be a send up the inside? Now, I've seen Weddle do this before. He fakes to the inside and then just dives across at the last moment there, but he's not close enough. This is just going to be a case of almost biding his time and trying to wait, but he can't afford to do that, because look at that. Jack Irvin now is wanting to make a nuisance of himself, and Neil Hose is going to be absolutely loving this, because Jack Irvin now can put all that pressure on Michael Weddle, and then so can Chad Little as well. So 2 laps left to go. Still no idea who is going to take the top step of the podium on this race. Look at how close Michael Weddle is to the back of that car. Is it going to be a move up into the inside of McIntyre's? Late on the brakes, can't make it move though. Still on the rear bumper. Neil Hose has a bit of a towing arm on that car right now, because that is exactly what that Mini of Michael Weddle is acting like right now. A bit of a caravan. He's going to try and go to the inside. Can't make it work, as Neil Hose has to block it, and this is getting crazy. Look at that move! Huge contact, and that's going to be Neil Hose off into the gravel, and that looked like that all came from the dive up the inside from Jack Irvin. We've got 2 laps still left to go. I'd be very curious to see if that is going to be another safety car. Jack Irvin then into the lead of this race. Chad Little in third, and Michael Weddle shown to the grass. More hip checks, more bumping, more door-to-door banging action. Gordon Long gently escorted out of that 4th position there by Ian Munro. But as we start our final lap of the race then, Jack Irvin across the line in the lead ahead of Michael Weddle. Chad Little having a look up the inside here on the side by side coming through Duffus Step. Chad Little is going to have the outside line, but Michael Weddle just has to brake a little bit later. Sent it up the inside goes Ian Munro as well. And look at Chad Little now. He's got the run up as well as they go through. Double waved yellows there. There's still door banging, and that is under yellow flags. They're going to have to calm it down a little bit there. because we're coming up to the final couple of corners there, and unbelievably Ian Munro still in with a shout with this as well. So I think race control are going to be going absolutely bonkers at some of these drivers. Oh, and that is not what you want to see. That's Finn Marsh with a boot open. He's obviously decided he's having enough. But into the final corner then, into the final hairpin as we go. And there we go. It's going to be Jack Irvine across the line to win the race. But who takes second, third and fourth? It's going to be Chad Little ahead of Michael Weddle. Ian Munro gets pipped at the post from Gordon Long, I think. We'll check the timing as it goes. And Gordon Long takes fourth place. That is his best ever finish from what I remember there. Ian Munro in fifth place. Chris Coburn in sixth. Ewan Robertson in seventh position. Finn Marsh in 8th position there. Daniel Patterson in 9th. David Taylor with a really respectable 10th position there, picking up the pieces from the likes of Jamie Brown and Andrew Bell. But Neil Hose, that is the huge talking point. Neil Hose shown to the barrier there from that contact with Michael Weddle and Jack Irvine there. Well, I think there's going to be a lot to talk about after the race here. My goodness me. I was worried that I was maybe overselling that third race of the afternoon here, and safe to say I think there's no worry about that. That delivered on every single aspect that we could have hoped for here, and I'm a bit worried about this highlight package because it could last about 20 minutes from the looks of it. But there you can see Jack Weddle taking the lead. Jack Irvine taking the lead. Michael Weddle shown to the outside there by the 25 of Chad Little. But what a race, what an absolute spectacle. And for me, if anything is going to be the highlight of the day, well, talk about saving best for last. That is exactly what we've done here with the SMRC May race meeting in association with Reese Motorsport Insurance Scottish Mini Cooper Cup, powered by Project 21 Detailing. Cars making their way into the holding area. All that's left for us to do now is to hand over to Andy Alston, who will be waiting for the drivers to come out and to make their way over to have a chat with them. Andy, wow, I know you were watching that one with me, buddy, but I'm glad to see you took your hands away from your eyes for some of that.
Yes, an absolutely dramatic finale here in the Mini Cooper Cup. It's Jack Irvine who leads the way, and yes, it was a very, very interesting race from start to finish as well, of course, but the last couple of laps in particular were absolutely neck and neck stuff. But it's Jack Irvine who leads the way, and Jack, well, that was a dramatic race, but just talk us through that one and those last couple of laps in particular from your perspective.
Michael and Neil there, they were trying to pass each other, and Clarks and Michael went a wee bit wide and they got up the side and clipped Neil, but see what happens.
Yeah, and just looking at the front of the car as well, just a little bit of damage, but maybe it looks kind of superficial, maybe nothing severe at the moment.
No, just bodywork, I think. That should be it out.
Yeah. Okay, Jack, we'll let you go and have a look at the car, but Jack Irvine first across the line, car number 65, and it's Chad Little who is along there in second place with Michael Weddle, our reigning champion, taking the final step on the podium. But it was a very, very interesting finale. Lots of big talking points from that one as well, of course. But we'll grab a quick chat with Chad Little, get his thoughts on that one from his perspective, and just see what he made of proceedings there, because it was lots of drama from start to finish. But let's grab a quick chat with Chad Little now. And Chad, lots of drama in that one, the last couple of laps in particular as well, of course. Just talk us through things from your perspective.
Well, I got a poor restart. Neil slowed down just before I got to the start-finish line, which let them two past. Made it hard work, and then Michael had to go at Neil, and then Jack took advantage of that. Got past them both, and I managed to pip Michael at the very end there, so that was alright. Good recovery.
Dramatic as well.
Yeah, really. Again.
And looking ahead to the next round, the following months, it's been a good start to your season as well, so you'll be looking to try and build on that and take that confidence into the summer as well.
Yeah, I need to get my first win of the season, I think. It's coming, I think, hopefully.
Aye, good stuff. Well, Chad, wish you all the best. Thanks very much for speaking to us. Chad Little there, and Chad just finishing on second in the final race here, today. We'll grab a quick chat with Michael Weddle just very briefly. Michael, rounding out that final race here in third place, packed full of drama. What's your kind of take on things?
Yeah, I was just trying to keep my nose clean really, and then the safety car really screwed Neil over. He had such a big lead over everyone, and then his start was a bit of a mess as well. It kind of bunched us all up, and then he then backed off, and then Chad, they all run in, and Jack got a mega run, and then it was just carnage after that. I can't actually remember what happened. I'll need to watch the live stream back to see what actually went on, but yeah, it was a good race.
It was one as well, you mentioned the safety car restart, and you almost had to go on the outside, just with the way the cars were in front of you, you had to go to the outside.
Yeah, I kind of knew. It was just like, I'm screwed here, because I could see Jack. I thought, I've dropped Jack, he's not caught up with us, but it worked in his favour. He could just go, all right, see you later, lads, and go right around. But it's just one of those things. It's a safety car, it happens, so yeah, we'll deal with it.
And looking at to the championship as well, it's been a strong start to your campaign, and you must be very pleased with how things are looking at the moment.
Yeah, I mean, delighted. We started off quite strong, and we'll just try and keep that momentum going into the next few rounds.
Excellent stuff, Michael. Thanks very much for speaking to us, and great performance out there once again here today.
Thank you.
Michael Weddle there, and yes, it's been a dramatic finale here. But let's get a quick chat with my good friend here, Mr. Dave Christie. Dave, lots of big talking points throughout the day, of course, but the Mini Cooper Cup always produces lots of drama, and today was no different.
Oh, absolutely. It was an amazing day out of the races. We're always guaranteed of high action, high drama anyway, and I was a little bit worried on that race 3 that was bigging it up a little bit too much, saying that it was going to be the highlight of the day, and my goodness me, they didn't spot, they didn't disappoint us in any way whatsoever. I think it's going to be a lot of afters after that one, but we wouldn't have it any other way, would we?
It's always lots of big talking points and lots of drama, but yeah, great action as we always see here in the Mini Cooper Cup. So it's been great to watch the action throughout all the championships here today, and thank you very much as well for your company here on the live stream, and we'll look forward to seeing you at the next event in a few weeks' time.